Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the pre-show for the Saturday Showdown. DRX versus Humble Life Esports is going to be our key matchup today, a big one. A couple of world champions on one side, the world champion team on the other alongside Beryl, plus another world champion thrown in there as well in Viper. It is what was on paper considered an absolute banger, but based on how the season has gone so far, maybe not necessarily as hype. What is your take there, Chronicler?
Yeah, I personally was thinking DRX would be a decent team, and they were not. Humble Life were supposed to be a good team, and they weren't until they kind of were, right? Beating T1, they're
Absolutely.
the ones looking right now, like at the very least, they should be able to match some of the higher teams in the standings, beating the team that up on the top one was undefeated. And for DRX, they didn't look great, lost their game against Breon.
Yeah.
Which was also, even in the win, they did not look amazing. So I think overall, really rough look here for DRX, and whereas Humble Life is slowly kind of come back, for DRX, if they don't win here today, I think it's free falling.
Well, the great news is that we have completed our Circle of Stuff. It was fantastically done by The Horrible Song over on Reddit. beautifully illustrated as well, and it all came to fruition after Hanwha Life Esports managed to take down T1.
It's actually two critical points, because there's the
Kwangdong
Hanwha
getting the
better,
win.
there's also the Kwangdong one, right? So we really, yesterday, were able to finally complete, and now we know that we're not a one-team region, we're not a two-team region, we're a zero-team region.
Yeah.
All our teams suck.
And also, I think that there was a fantastic comment that was written down as well that really illustrated the truth behind the Circle of Suck, and that is that now we all know that definitively Brion are the best team in the LCK. It all comes around. It's all circular. All right, I know you're sitting there silently, but I think that it has just been proven, has it not?
I'm not going to get into this with you, Atlas. We've talked about this. I said I wasn't going to fight with you on air, so I'm not going to. No, I actually do think that, I'm not going to take that comment specifically as face value, but it is really interesting to see that the overall power level of the LCK at the moment is really hard to gauge, and it depends on the form of the day, which teams like Kwangdong picking up wins, teams like Hanwha Life now trying to kind of get things going, I think is really, really cool.
Absolutely, and that will bring us to our Saturday showdown. So let's really get into the meat and potatoes of this one. Beryl versus his former teammates Kingen and Zeka, as we spoke about in the intro. Of course, 3 world champions from 2022, plus 1 from 2021. And 1 from 2020, but I guess that's the same guy.
Mowgli as well, jumping from the left side to the right side.
Yeah, right.
Out of these 3 players, one was playing well up until yesterday. Then we rediscovered that Kingen is really good on tanks, so 2 of them are playing well. Beryl, not so much. It is a Spring Beryl in many a way, and for DRX, getting a win would have seemed somewhat possible to me here, because Hanwha Life has looked very lackluster. But then they beat T1, and I'm like, oh no.
Yep, Clid always able to get the 1-up over T1 is, I guess, what we're all going to take from it. Of course, good old Wolf and I were talking about the Clid-demption. We'll see whether that is going to be a story that continues. But let's move forward and have a look at the accolades for these players. The DRX career not necessarily looking as star-studded, although Rascal and Beryl have both had a lot of international and national success. Although Croco picking up 2021's Rookie of the Year and World's Quarters for Dr. Arm, definitely no mean feat.
Yeah, it's easy to forget that Rascal was 1 game away from making a World's Finals.
Yep.
That is a thing that happened, as obviously between Kingen, Zeka and Viper, all world champions. Then we have Clid, who, while he might not have reached those same levels, has still made, 3 international semis and won the LCK a bunch of times. So still an illustrious career and life, even though he has not necessarily reached the same heights. Kind of similar to Clid, right, when they played together on Gen G. They were still a team that, while one-dimensional, was quite good.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because when you think back to 2019 SKT, a lot of people have sad thoughts for how that team went, right? Because internationally wasn't fantastic, but it was both spring and summer LCK champions. So domestically, it was an amazing team that did kind of work out. On these shores, as soon as we left, things went downhill rather rapidly, but very interesting that Clid picks up the summer MVP, for example. As we're gonna jump into some of the DRX highlights here to see them taking down the Bros in what was some redemption for this team, but a lot of the story did have to do with Bros.
Yeah, because these moments showcase that if the combination of Croco and Fade can get things done in the early game, I think this team still is looking quite good. Fade, to me, outside of individual performances or underperformances from Beryl, has also been in the games that they did win, looking like the best player. And we had Valdez's Silas rant yesterday, which we're going to echo here. But it also showcases that for DRX, to me, their goal today should be to fight straight up, right? Like, don't try and match Hanwha in the 5v5. Try to get for more aggressive, early to mid game kind of skirmishy comps, which, yeah, you might lose if you don't win in the first 50 minutes. But do you really want to front to back against Hanwha that have just rediscovered tanks and have one of the best AD carries in the league? I'm like, oh, I don't know if that's a good idea. So playing towards a more aggressive style for Croco and Fate, to me, will be really big.
No, I think that's a great idea. And there are sort of 2 sides to the Fate coin as well, because we've seen in that game, he was absolutely fantastic, but they ultimately lost that series, right? And oftentimes when Fate loses a bit of control, things can be a problem. And up against the other side of the rift, let's have a look at that burly gentleman in the top lane, shall we? The guy that comes in and just ruins everyone's day, mainly T1s in this instance. The Scion and the Ornn, both absolutely fantastic.
And if you only watched King at Worlds, you might be like, man, this guy's a great carry laner, right? But he was
throughout the rest of his career before last year, right?
Well, yeah, but even then, right? Like King was on teams like 2021 DRX, so it makes sense for you to have missed him. But this is something that even when his teams weren't good, even when the organization that he was struggling with, like his tank play is just really, really good, right? Like,
yeah.
And I also think that for teams like Hanwha Live that have good players but seem to have a lot of issues with making late game calls, having a composition that literally plays itself is really good. And as soon as you put a front line, a real tank, in any team composition, it's very obvious. We play front to back, we play for Viper, someone in the front line to tank, and he went perfect KDA.
Yeah.
In both, like as did main frontliner in both of these two matches, right? Like just really well done by King, and got POG for that one as well, very deservedly.
No, he was absolutely outstanding. And it's crazy because you see perfect KDA and you're like, that's not great tank play. You know, he's not dying for his team. You know, he's getting out of there. He was taking his full health bar, but that wasn't enough. He wasn't able to die. There were so many moments in that series where King goes down to like 100 health of his 6,000 health or something that he had during that game. Absolutely absurd. And I think that we had a discussion about this on the broadcast. It feels like Hanwha Life Esports have kind of found their identity here around Kingin playing these big old tanks. As there's the other one, 1-0 and 6 on the Scion.
And you can immediately see that a lot of the kind of set plays that you can do in champs like this immediately come back to him as well. He's like, oh, I'm level 7, I have TP, let's run bot lane, gets a free kill there, you know, and moments like that I think really will benefit Hanwha Life, as well as the fact that they don't have to flip at a Elder or Baron because they can just, you know, just engage on the enemy team and take them down.
It's
avoid that problem.
It can be a bit dangerous. We get a little bit scared when we're talking about flips. So let's talk about damage instead. Having a look at where the damage is distributed is actually a really interesting story when it comes to this particular matchup, because Viper versus Doctarm, it's going to be our key player matchup, and I just want to get you guys ready. It's not a good one. It's not great news.
The one thing we can see, or shout out to our boy Rascal, he's a trooper. He's really trying. The rest of the stats, even though Fate, as we can see here, is high, has had very varied performances, and I'm gonna make a call here. I don't think Doctarm has been playing that well, but I also don't think that these stats are mostly his fault. I think the 2v2 has really been suffering from a barrel that is clearly not on World's form. It's Spring Barrel, which has been a bit of a disaster. And as much criticism as you can give to Life for like really high stakes scenarios, again, let's not forget that this guy was the supportive ruler for a long amount of time and did an admirable job. And then now he has Viper, which, you know, ruler is incredible, but yeah, you can call Viper a side grade and get away with it, right? Because he's also an incredible AD carry. So I think that the fact that of these two players, you can very clearly see that the 2v2 is incomparable, and I think a lot of credit goes to Viper himself. Even in the games that Hanwha Life didn't look good, he was, barring some Zeri dives left and right, I think very consistent. And same can be said for Life, and for Doctarm, it's just not happening.
Yeah, no, it's a real rough time. It's not an Aphelios meta, so it doesn't necessarily help him there. And the bottom side of the map is where we're going to focus on, because AD carries and supports now is kind of how it goes. Hail of Blades, busted. Umbral Glaive, real busted.
Really want to talk a little bit about this, go in depth about why it's good use. So if you paid attention, you can see his sneaky twitch. Isn't really an AD support, but we're throwing him in there anyway, just for...
He's definitely sneaky.
Just because we can. So the reason why this is so meta right now is a combination of the power of the sickle, right? Being able to stack that way quicker than most other counterparts. Also one of the reasons why Heimerdinger is as good as he is, because he can actually stack his item very, very quickly.
Yep.
And then you get an early Dirk, which is the most broken item in terms of lane, to the point where even champions like Lucian go it, just so that they can get that spike, even though they're not building anything out of it half the time.
Yep.
Until, like, even if you do, like, way later. And then it also scales into Umbral Glaive, which together with Hail of Blades and Zombie Ward is just... it's just really impressive. The current meta is extremely focused around getting early plates, getting early control, getting early prowess, and then we haven't even talked about things like the Drakes being incredibly strong at the moment, snowballing being really, really effective. So, ton of factors that come into that one.
They definitely are. Now, the most terrifying part of the show for me, as we bring up the predictions, I am not 0 out of 6 so far, and I predicted Harmolife Esports for this, and if we all get it wrong, we all go down with Atlas's sinking ship.
Yeah, you and I were believers in DRX against Bro. That didn't pay off.
I was a believer in Nongshim, for goodness sake. I really messed up.
I mean, I really appreciate you for that. I think that was great. But I also think that unfortunately for DRX, this is a very fair assessment. This was done previous to the Bro match, right? We make these predictions at the start of the week. And if you didn't already vote Hanwha, like after that Bria match, we're like,
Yeah.
Gotta go for Hanwha here. They just beat T1, right? And I'm sure Hanwha is a team that's still gonna have to develop further, that is still trying to find what really works for them, if their top laners do get banned out, right, or if there is a counter pick available into those tanks. But right now, their front to back still looks clean. Individual players are good. If Zeka somehow gets a Kali or Silas, he's going to 1v9 no matter what the game state is. So
yeah, and we have Valdez on the broadcast as well. So we know that if Silas gets through, no one's going to get away with it. It will be called out and it will be dealt with.
What's Zeka? So like
it's
not happening.
as possible. No, exactly right. And we'll see whether Harmolife go back to that playstyle that they have built for themselves. Let's check in on what the coaches had to say though about this particular matchup. Micro, I want to take today's match as an opportunity to turn things around. We'll make sure to win. And Dandy says, I'll show you the world's scariest 2-win, 3-loss team. I love that. That is a really great statement here from Dandy, of course. Both of these coaches backs to the wall, and I actually, based on my predictions, right, maybe I was just Saturday Showdown biased. Because if DRX were able to pick up the victory, and if T1 were in fact able to topple Harmolife Esports, then we could have had teams on different momentum, right, which could have potentially pushed them towards close parity. In fact, what happened was the exact opposite of that. It was Harmolife Esports finding some form and DRX falling off the ship. And it could mean that this could be a swift 2-0 unless Micro is correct, unless they can right the ship and get themselves back on form. One last thought, Chronicler?
Gonna be a tough one for DRX. Bot lane needs to step up and actually be able to match Life and Viper, otherwise it's not happening.
Yep, we'll see how Beryl's going to do in lane, but that is going to do it for the pre-show for today's Saturday Showdown. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to head into the intro and then get over to the casters to really get it started.
DRX come in as defending world champions, but looks like there's still a lot of growth that needs to happen here.
Harmolife Esports going to have to figure something out because they're looking a little bit DRX-y to me. and welcome to the LCK. We are here for Saturday's Showdown. I am Valdez. With me is Wolf, and great job on the pre-show, guys. It was wonderful to go through many different things, including the current meta, all these 80 carry supports in the meta, also the intro to the Saturday Showdown where I said Hanwha are looking a little bit DRX-y. Not quite the current state of things after Hanwha was able to take that big win.
Sure. Hanwha coming off a big win over T1, DRX coming off a rough loss going to this match. And as Chronicler pointed out, before this series, before we even went into the week of matches, everyone was predicting Hanwha Life Esports. It feels even more likely that they'll take a 2-0 tonight now. If you look at where these two teams sit as well on the standings, Hanwha Life Esports still crawling up because it has been a rough start, which is why this matchup on paper could have been more hype if those results were different. But Hanwha, they beat T1, but they're still fighting their way towards the west side of the bracket. Not there yet.
Not there yet, but it all starts with their last match, which they declared was their first match, and they can have that mindset because certainly they looked different in the last match compared to the first 4 that they did play.
Yeah. Hanwha Life and DRX having 2 parts of the DRX roster that we did see win the World Championship. The split up has been likened to that of the Rocks Tigers split up many, many years ago, but it's a very different scenario. These are one player staying on DRX, the rest of the players splitting up completely, Pyoshik going to a different region. And these two teams haven't found their footing as well as they should have based on the talent here. We saw in the pre-show the kind of awards, the badges of honor that these 10 players have earned throughout their careers. Really only Fate being the one that had an empty column there. But there's so much talent on these 2 rosters. That's why it's our Saturday Showdown. This is pre-planned before the season started. And I think people expected both of these teams to be higher than they are, and that's why this matchup is so important. An opportunity here for these teammates to fight off against each other and push themselves one step closer. A win here, an upset for DRX, would be so massive if they could pull it off tonight. Very unlikely, but what if they did? It's been the week of upsets, Valdez.
It would be extremely surprising, I think, to everybody. I would assume that on the Korean side, everybody did vote for Hanwha Life Esports as well, although I do not have that information right in front of me. We'll have to wait and see. As Kingen reborn through Tank Champions, what will today's pick be? As Rascal will be having his 400th game today. And it's a really interesting matchup, especially because Kingen is saying, okay, I'm essentially not going to go for this bruiser, kind of 1v1 scenario on the top side. I'm just going to play a tank and play for the team fights later on. It
does really feel like a dichotomy of sword for Rascal and shield for Kingen in terms of the play style. We saw the damage share way higher for Rascal as,
Hold up.
What are they cooking?
Cook. Let them cook.
Don't let Barrel cook. Stop him from cooking. That's kind of been the meme here with our talent group, but we'll see what he's got planned today because going into a tough matchup like this, DRX will have some special drafts prepared. There's going to be some weird priority, I think, going into this series on champions like Sylas. I wouldn't be shocked if Sylas is banned in the first phase, going into this series. As you can see, the fan prediction here on the Korean side is what appeared before on 2 different channels. Here's ours. On the LCK Twitter, 68% saying Hanwha Life will take the series.
Yeah.
Kind of low, to be honest.
For Hanwha Life.
Yeah.
No, I mean, the 2 Korean ones we got to see a little sneak peek of, I think were higher than 68%. So we were also very close to a very nice number. But it's okay. It's okay. And it still showcases that Hanwha Life pretty much, definitely a favorite in everybody's minds. Not just us, everybody online as well. And it really is partially because they finally had a game that can showcase their true power.
If Rascal is the sword and he has a large portion of the damage share with Fate, the soul lanes in the draft are super important here. And we have seen teams prioritize the red side of the draft in best of 3s like this, especially as the series goes on. If you want to make sure you can have those counter picks or pick priority after second ban phase, that's where the Sylas often sits, is in that R4 slot. And if you don't ban him, sometimes you get the Caston to go through, or a Jax or the Cassante. So many prio picks in that R4 slot. Let's see what DRX have planned here, because as Chronicler pointed out, I have a completely the same idea about why Duckdom is looking weak, is because Barrel's laning stats in particular, some of the weird level 2 flashes, the all-ins, the failed roams we're seeing from him have really hurt Duckdom's power. It says, please DRX.
Just really large, please.
I'm begging you. Essentially is what it says.
Yeah, it has the DRX logo, so you know who she's cheering for. It's like a purple kind of marker, but it looks kind of blue under the darker light as well, which is kind of cool. Definitely DRX colors. And a new color shown here for the side of Hanwha Esports. Kingen saying, no, I will reject your current meta. Clid saying, yes, I was pretty bad in the beginning, but now I am back. I am good. And the rest of the team kind of just continuing with a high level of play.
Talked about the team struggling to find its identity, but Atlas and I were so excited in that T1 series on the desk because we were like, they did it. They figured it out. It's Kingen on tanks. Viper gets space. He can actually pop off on 80 carries. Because Viper's stats were very weak in the beginning of the season because they were losing team fights. They were having problems where Clid is getting picked before a team fight. There's no front line. There's no setup on an objective. And unfortunately, Zeka is usually flanking, right? Like, he's on the Akali, he's on the Sylas, and then the enemy team just collapses and kills Viper, or he has to kite back so far he can't do damage. But when Kingen is on the Scion, okay, when he's on the Ornn, Viper suddenly becomes so much more valuable, he becomes so much more powerful. And this is the key player matchup we're going to be zooming in on here at the broadcast, is that, yeah, Kingen, stats-wise, weaker than Rascal, but the impact he makes to empower his mid and 80 carry is much stronger. And also he's given the least amount of resources here in terms of jungle proximity at 14. Rascal, they play around topside because Barrel might have lost the lane early. Kingen, he's doing a lot with very little.
Absolutely. And, you know, when you've got a tank up there, you don't really need to get him ahead. You might need to help him a little bit. But as you can tell, they're trying to get Rascal ahead. They're trying to open up their split push win condition because they know the talent that they have on the top side. And it's a guy that has kept up a high level of play into spring, which is not the same. You can't say the same of the other players on this roster. As I thought they were going to hold hands, but instead they're trading candy.
Yeah.
There is some coffee candy nowadays, so.
Clid's grabbing a water bottle,
Yeah.
staying hydrated.
I'd say caffeine's good, staying hydrated is good,
Yeah. Just keeping your mentality straight is what,
getting enough sleep.
yes, very important. Keeping your mentality straight is, I think, what DRX has really struggled with. We've seen Barrel look frustrated. We've seen the rest of the team look very worried based on game states. We've seen even in the one win that we did see from DRX, Fate looked very upset in his post-game interview. We've talked about this a lot, and this going into this matchup, there's so much history between these two
That's
teams.
so cool.
Yeah.
Wait, what? That was awesome.
Yeah.
What was that?
We're-
They showed the two banners, and then it was on DRX, and slowly Zeka faded in as it moved towards Hanwha.
Yeah, we've got the technology, Valdez.
We are just leveling up here in
Transparency.
2023.
You get that one shot, you can put the transparency filter on it.
And the intro video is so hyped for this spring.
It really is.
It's a good year of League of Legends.
Really
of
is.
LCK, actually.
We might have to, like, you know how in Lord of the Rings, like, the longer you carry the ring, it weighs heavily on you. You know, you feel the burden. I feel like we might have to take that LCK logo. We got to take the bird away from Barrel. You know, he's starting to do some crazy things.
no.
Like, take that LCK logo from Barrel. It's not healthy for him to hold on to that by himself for too long.
It is a. I think actually you are kind of right as well, because Barrel has won so much that at some point.
He's represented the LCK as a championship player, you know, so many times now.
Yeah. He's like, what do I got to do this again? A new roster, a new champion?
Valdez, they picked red side. I actually didn't know this going into this series. We usually get it told to us, and it probably was given to me, but I was a little bit late for work today and was rushing to get it here onto the desk. And I'm glad to see this because this goes back into what we were talking about in terms of if you're going to play around, your top damage, the highest top damage in the league is Rascal. You want to make sure he has counterpick if you're going to play through that. Fate, also, most important, most consistent player for DRX this season. Give him the opportunity to get that R4 Sylas if Hanwha Esports are picking 80 carry Central first. So the red side, I think, absolutely the right choice here for DRX, and I hope we see it all 3 games if it goes the distance.
Yeah, I agree. I think also Hanwha Life will, you know, we've been seeing some mid and jungle, but mid and top picks now coming into the first phase of picks nowadays, just in this last week in week 3. So I don't think you really want to pick a Sylas here on blue side in the first phase, because you would immediately get counterpicked by red before the second phase of bans, before you could ban anything else. So
Yeah.
Definitely another thing to think about if they are going to prioritize some of these solo lanes.
Certainly true. You see the Zeri ban, so no handshake on this one in terms of that. Obviously, the Yuumi ban made it less likely, but you ban the Zeri and the Yuumi, you're saying that's just not going to be a thing. Which makes the Elise pick a lot more powerful here. And Clid has looked great on it. We were joking to call it Clid-demption when he was playing this in that T1 series very well. Now you've opened up the Varus pick, because in terms of prio, some of the best answers to the Varus, the Ashe gone now, the Heimerdinger removed here. You don't have a Zeri lane you can play into this, so Maokai Varus feels very strong. And this means it's going to be another pushing lane. Draven, we've seen attempted.
Wow.
Finally, it's Renata, yes! I was going to say with Nami, and it's not great. Callista we've seen, but I'm not sure if I trust life on this. But finally, we see Renata Glass back in the meta. I've been talking to you about this a lot, how much I want Renata in, because if all these 80 carries get so much value from Bailout, it's like, where is this champion? Finally, she shows up here. It's life to pull it out.
Yeah, and, you know, it's a champion that can fight in the lane. You know, it's not one of these champs that have value elsewhere. It actually can fight in a 2v2, and alongside a Draven, obviously will be trying to do that. The Karma Varus will hold their own, though, so it will be interesting to see how that bottom lane does go.
Yeah, I think that's why this Elise pick is so valuable. You already had this planned from the beginning. You know they're going to take Varus with the pushing lane. It's not going to be the Heimer, so a little bit easier to dive here. So level 3, definitely a scary moment for DRX. If they want to actually use that Karma Varus pushing power, they'll be vulnerable when Elise actually wins the early Maokai matchup. Zeka's Akali is gone. Where does the Sylas sit in this draft? I think Hanwha Life Esports really should ban it. Don't give Fate that opportunity to carry once again. And a draft already where you're trying to push and aggressively skirmish. Ryze taken first.
Yeah. It's also a draft for DRX that potentially, I mean, for both sides actually, just we've seen teams even with just Maokai and Heimerdinger just kind of go full AD from there. So another thing to think about if we want to see anyone go onto the Yone or anything, as there's the Sylas ban, they won't choose it for themselves.
It's like DRX. Interesting choice here, banning it on red side. Might be fishing for a Kassadin pick here. The Hanwha Life Esports, with the Sylas banned here, can just take it away themselves.
I'm not sure about the Kassadin blind anymore.
Yeah.
They could save it for R5 though, which is another reason why you may want to pick red side, as there is the Kassadin ban, so...
Looks like it's going to be Cassante for Rascal, very likely here. I mean, there's a lot of other options you could go with, like Jax is still up, Fiora is still up if you want to play that, but this isn't that type of draft with the Varus. They're just going to save 5th pick for counter, giving Fate the Azir, feeling comfortable that this is blindable with the Varus Karma lane, as long as things don't go horribly wrong on the bottom side of the map. And Sylas protects this pick, the Sylas ban.
What tank is it going to be? As I was saying, this does open up with the double AP junglers to potentially go for 80 mids, for 80 picks, and there will be the Yone for Zeka, who will be hopping back onto a carry 80 mid.
So strong with the early game power they already have with a draft that's low range. You know, it can set up a Yone ultimate, some knockups, and then you have follow-up damage in spades here in this draft. And it's an easy tank call now, too.
Hey.
Because Kingen can just play Sion. There's so many ways to use Sion to set up for Yone and get Draven into range. We've seen this abused and punished by many top laners into King and Sion specifically. Really only Khan impervious to that type of pressure back in the finals meta.
Here?
I like the Aatrox because you know you're going to be skirmishing, you're going to be fighting a lot early, and Fiora is not going to give you that same sort of power. This would be nuts.
Kidding me? He's
Barrel's
been Cho'Gath.
Barrel's been holding on to that LCK logo too long, Valdez.
He's been cooking too much. The whole house is burned down. I mean, this is very cool, though, because you were talking about the counter pick so much. Like, he could have gone into so many things. The Fiora, the Aatrox, they knew Kingen was going to play a tank. And this is the choice. This is what they have cooked up here, Wolf.
So, Cho'Gath, if you guys remember, think back to the last Sion meta. I was talking about only Khan was really the perfect Sion who was not going to be really punished by anybody when Damwon Kia was super dominant in 2021. That was the Sion meta. We saw Kingen play it quite a bit. But the Aatrox is one of the best answers. We did see a few Cho'Gaths, though, sprinkled in during that meta as a counter because of his ultimate, how you can crush the Sion with that extra true damage. And in this draft, too, when you think about how low range the composition is here of Hanwha Life, you can get on top of Draven. You might be able to get that Cho'Gath knock-up onto a Draven. Renata as well. The ultimate not going to do too much to this extremely tanky Cho'Gath. And you can also wait until Yone is trying to set up for his ult. You could silence him. And you also can very easily predict where he's going to go back when he does his Soul Unbound and then lock him down. This Cho'Gath pick is great into Sion, but I think just in general, it really suits DRX's composition. This is not the first time we've seen a bold and brave draft from DRX fall on its face, though. The execution has to be good. And they need to, I think, really play around bottom side in the early game and just leave Rascal on an island against that Sion.
Absolutely. That last sign just said, this is becoming a meme now for Hanwha Life. They said the first match for Hanwha Life was on February 2nd. Like, the season started in January, but that was not the first match for Hanwha Life. The first one was when they just won, because they looked like an entirely new team, and they have been reborn. We'll have to see if that can continue here. On to the Rift for the first match of Saturday Showdown. Here we go, Wolf. This is already turning into a very interesting Saturday Showdown.
It certainly is. I think they're both, I would say, equally good picks, the Aatrox and the Cho'Gath. They do very different things. You know, the Aatrox isn't going to be as deadly in terms of setting up for big combos and blowing up a Sion, but this low-range composition can trade with the Sion really well, try to get ahead up there. You could play through it, and then skirmish well against the Yone Elise, the low-range Draven. This is kind of a bit of a wild card here for Rascal to pick this one up in this draft. But I want to say I trust it, you know? It's Rascal, right? He's shown a very versatile champion pool. He has shown some pretty unusual picks at times, like the Lee Sin top. He was playing it before everybody else. He was playing it after everybody else and still finding success. He knows matchups. Like, his intricate knowledge of matchups, I think, is why he has so much
Barrel.
Oh, no.
Oh, Barrel. They're not really going to be able to punish this in a big way just because they don't have any hard CC at this point, but yes, that's just, yeah.
And it's not a, you know, it's not a Hail of Blades lane or anything like that. It's Lethal Tempo Draven, of course, and Guardian for life, so it's not the hyper-punishing lane it could have been if they had drafted differently here, or if, like, Heimer had been up, or Ashe, for example. So, still feels bad, man, but not as bad as it could be.
Yeah, you see the insane win rates on the bottom side here for Hanwha Life Esports' players.
Yeah, Life in KT Rolster had, you know, a really strong meta with aiming on the Renata. The Callista games we saw very strong at the champion.
Yeah. I said bottom lane, it was actually Clid and Life. So Clid having a very nice win rate on the Elise as well. And not a lot of those games are from 2023. So the guy knows his way around the Elise.
Here's the level 3. You know, you're pushing forward with this Varus Karma. We talked about it right because the Elise was locked in. This can happen to you.
Here we go. Just going to repel onto them. Going to look for the cocoon. There is the flash from Duck Dom. Just
easy
to play it safe, but it does get the flash out of Duck Dom early.
There's a really frustrating aspect of this draft for Duck Dom and Barrel where you want to get Prio, that's your goal, but also Maokai can't beat Elise at level 3 and is behind here. Obviously, Elise farming faster, and we see this all the time where Elise either finds value there. If you back off as Duck Dom and Barrel, Clid comes in and takes your blue buff away from your jungle. You lose no matter what. It's not really a winning play here, but it's so frustrating that you're trying to push it as hard as you can, and as a result, you lose flash.
Take a look at this. The last time Cho'Gath played, it was a win of Rascal versus Kingen.
That's hilarious.
Two different teams.
2021, like I was talking about during that little mini Cho'Gath Sion meta.
It's back.
It's just wild how history repeats itself. It really is.
Time is a flat circle. We're here in 2021, right now, is what it feels like.
That was when Rascal was on Gen G.
Yep, King was on DRX.
Yep.
But it was 2021. And Rascal already showcasing how you can take quality trades against the Sion. You don't just get a free lane. Cho'Gath very good at trading and then sustaining in the lane as well. Maokai was never going to get any of these Scuttle Crabs, so things kind of playing out the way they are supposed to so far.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, things like that flash being lost for Duckdom, I'm sure some angry fan is like, but you can't be up there. But, I mean, you have to be up there, otherwise you might get dove. Like, your jungler needs help. You're just kind of doomed in this case. You know, this is how Elise works at level 3. Very standard exchange there. It's unfortunate that he had to flash. Like, if he had backed off maybe a little bit faster or healed a little bit earlier, you know, maybe he gets away there. But losing flash is standard. As Life's going to get a nice handshake here.
Yeah. We saw that Jonas Strong was doing a good job of pointing out that Beryl was the one who placed the ward and went back and swapped to a sweeper at level 1 when they went in and invaded. So they knew Elise was on the bottom side, but they didn't have a ward in position. Either way, I am sure they were definitely expecting it. And as you were saying, you know, you can't just, you know, concede lane just because you know there's a jungler on the map. So that's the way it's going to go.
Like I said, Rascal's understanding of matchups, man, is why he is such an incredible top laner and why he gets so many solo kills and the micromanagement of this lane.
Oh, did you just caster curse him?
I may have. I may have.
Okay, he's going the other way. He did take a turret shot, and now he's going to get the ward down. Klid is like, well, what direction am I going to go? As now they have full vision. He's just going to TP out as there is a cocoon available. So I guess he thought there was no ward in there. Unfortunate for him. As now he's still on the run, though. I mean, Rascal is still pretty tanky.
Zeka's coming.
This is taking about 7,000 years as Zeka is going to ult over the wall, and they will eventually take down Rascal and give the kill to the Yone.
By the way, one small thing you guys may have missed during all of this, Beryl actually went mid to prevent Zeka from actually coming over there. He wasn't able to do it forever, of course, on like level 3 Karma, but he actually did go mid and kept the Yone locked under a turret for a really long time during that to perhaps help save Rascal. Maybe he gets out there, but not successful. So basically a lot of champions involved in what was a very aggressive push for plates, but as a result, DRX will actually end up getting first Drake here during all of this. Definitely a gold advantage going to the side of Hanwha Life Esports here. Rascal losing a lot of time, still dies, still loses Flash, but a lot of value here for DRX regardless, picking up this early Drake.
Yeah, it's going to be very nice. We do have Hextech Drake on the way, so there is still a possibility of Chemtech as... Guess what? Kingan's level 6. He's going bot. Like, this should not be a secret. The last team to play against this, T1, had a good understanding of what the Scion can do at this level.
And nobody is here to catch the top wave, so this needs to be successful. Kingan can, of course, teleport top, but Rascal's getting plate gold here, and a lot of minions are being deleted, so if this fails, the cost is high.
All right, here we go. 4v3, as in comes the Scion, looking for the plate under the turret, and the Scion is just tanking everything. A massive two-man knockup, and Viper is just free-hitting. Kingan should eventually go down. He's trying to get the lockdown, the takedown rather. He is not going to get it onto Beryl just yet, but he comes in zombie form. That is 2 kills now for Hanwha Life as, oh, Viper just took a massive turret shot there. Unfortunate for him, as Kroko will at least be able to trade back the 1.
This draft is so cool for Hanwha Life because this forces a reaction, right? You end up teleporting to top as Kingan respawns. So yes, he lost a significant amount of minions, but this works extremely well with Scion's interaction with Renata Glass because he already gets an extra life and he's trying to get 2 extra lives with this. And so he comes over earlier than we saw last time. Remember last time he essentially came over as a Rift Herald. As Nose Barrel I was talking about in the mid lane, they're trying to keep this Yone under turret here so he can't actually come over here. Still gets interrupted on the teleport by Klid. So good team effort here for DRX to try to save him. It's unfortunately unsuccessful in the end as Zeka gets 6 and can ult this wall. But yeah, that bottom dive was just really interesting. Wasn't the cleanest ever? No.
Textbook, though.
Textbook. He has level 6, comes over here, Klid, locks out the Azir.
Perfect knockup.
Perfect knockup. Duckdom is doomed. Kingan gets the bailout, so gets an extra life. Then 1 more extra life. So the synergy here with the Renata, we're really seeing part of why this was specifically chosen with the Scion pick. Bit of a mistake there at the end, taking an extra turret shot, but tons of damage done regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see now that we have gone for a bit of a trade as, keep in mind, Observer showing us here that there was a trade in mid as well. But take a look. I mean, you get Rift Heralds, you're just going to concede bottom side as Life is under a little bit of pressure here. Kroko's still around. They're trying to get this kill onto Life, and there it will be. Duckdom, very nicely done alongside of Beryl to just tank it up and get the free kill. So
Zeka having no teleport here and no ultimate, so just not able to assist defensively here. As Fate's not involved in the play, but it doesn't matter because the Rift Herald power there and the setup here is just so strong. The range they have, and Krako ults, right? Like, you're locked down, you're dead. It's really hard to actually take stock of where we are in terms of leads in this game because both AD carries are sitting at 1-1 and 1. But this is a really valuable deny of this Draven snowball here. Viper is just like, I'm sorry, man. I can't afford to die at this stage. He backs away. And life is just self-ulting for hopes and dreams, you know?
It was a good call from Viper because, you know, they knew that Maokai was going to be there. They knew that they kind of had to concede that time. Their jungler was top. Junglers in this meta, if they go top, they are losing a lot. So,
speaking of losing a lot, Kingen is doing it again here, and he's going to lose his whole turret for this. So this play needs to be much cleaner and much more successful. Duckdom already showing the respect, though, backs away. Barrel's here at level 6. I mean, it doesn't matter, he's Karma, but he's here.
Yeah, I mean, they're just essentially trying to trade turrets, and it might just come down to who's going to get it first, as the Rift Herald should help out here a lot, as in comes King, and there are 5 members of Homolife Esports in the bottom lane at 10 minutes into the game. That's just where we live nowadays. Is 2 lanes at the moment are going very well for DRX. Kingen maybe going a little bit too deep. This turret getting pretty low as knocked out of the chains of corruption. As the takeover does come through the turret, that's going to be 1 kill onto the Renata. Viper trying to zone them away, and he will be pretty successful. They don't even get the turret, though.
Yeah, ours...
as it stays alive.
We've reached the statute of limitations for, like, liking this play now. I think we're kind of like, okay, we're starting to be a little bit worried because the amount of resources committed to this, plus the fact that Rascal gets a TP and gets all those plates, and guess what? Zeka teleported there to save the turret. That's temporary. He will get it. It doesn't matter. Zeka's back here in lane. He's got his ult. Looks like he wanted to put some pressure on there, but regardless, he's back here in lane now because he has to deal with this Azir. And Kingen is so late back to lane that Rascal is going to get a lot. Now, Rascal's not getting not much value off of his ultimate or anything like that because he's not in these team fights just yet, but he is becoming very quickly so tanky and such a big problem.
1,600 gold ahead of the top lane. And
look at what you've gained from it on the bottom side. Is 700 gold lead, but it's not massive.
I feel like it's still worth, though. I mean, especially because Zeka picked up that first blood, and mid lane is going heavily in favor of Zeka. I mean, he got the flash in the solo 1v1 against Fate away from him, and your Draven's getting pretty fed, so things are going pretty well for them now. We'll have to see if they do fight over this Drake.
The question becomes, how does this gold get used, right? Because Kingen is much more self-sufficient than, you know, a lot of these champions that are on the other side of DRX here. Like, Rascal is going to love the extra gold.
Uh-oh. That's the knock-up into ult. Fate in a lot of trouble, will be pushed away as Zeka almost got killed there by Rascal, as now we do have the Nature's Grasp. A nice knockback from Viper, but I don't think he's going to be able to save his support. No, just not going to happen. Look at the vision denial right now on the bottom side of the map here. 3 control wards from DRX to make this play happen.
Just going to have to take a look at the economy of getting plates on top side and losing your bottom side. It's just every time the top laner is getting plates top, the bottom is falling apart. Just each and every time. That's a 3rd death for life, unfortunately, and lots of money going over to this Varus, and one of the reasons why I think that even though gold-wise here we're sitting pretty even, and yes, the Draven got significantly ahead at first, that I don't like this situation as much for Hanwha necessarily is I really think it's a hard team fight for HLE here. And yes, Sion does have Jack shows now and is going to be basically unkillable, has enough money to have that even 40 CS down, so that's a critical item Sion has. He's going to have a second life in these fights and can do a lot for Viper. But he's just so low range versus the Varus. And Varus' power level here and the safety Varus has is much higher right now. And Sion can be burst by this Shogoth. If it's an Aatrox game, I think I feel a little bit better about DRX's position, or rather about HLE's position here. But because it's the Shogoth, I have to wait until the team fights happen. But execution is going to be everything here.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if this was like a Jax or like a Fiora and it was getting this far ahead, I would be extremely worried. The Cho'Gath getting ahead is still an issue, and that is going to be something that they are going to have to deal with, especially because if the Cho'Gath gets really big, Renata Glass, Draven, Elise, Yone, they can potentially even get one shot, right? So, gotta worry about that as the game does come along and this Cho'Gath does get bigger and bigger.
It's a lot of lockdown here. That's the end of life, unfortunately. Zeka did not have his ult, but he'll get out free. Rift Herald spawns in 20.
Zeka's in a really nice spot, and Fate win for Crown first, which, you know, you're playing against Yone and Elise. I can kind of understand that, but at the end of the day, like, it's going to be a while before Fate is doing nearly as much damage as Zeka will be doing in these team fights. So that, I feel like, is another big boon here for Hanwha Life Esports.
Rascal trying to hide on the map here, doesn't have TP. Is going to walk up to contest this Rift Herald. This is going to be potentially our first real 5v5 team fight here over second Herald.
Rascal's level 11.
He's very strong right now.
That is a thick Cho'Gath. I mean, look at him. He's got Frozen Heart, and he's probably just going to run at them. And let's see how this is going to go. Again, not level 11 just yet. Silence will miss. It's Viper. You mentioned the low range. We'll see if he can get a position. Has willied his way over to the Rift Herald. They're just going to kill the Renata Glask again. So
no
they do
ult
get
for
the
you.
support, and now Hanwha Life just on the run as nice knock, or block rather, from Rascal to get in front of that Scion. And that will be a couple of kills over the side of DRX.
It's just too easy here for DRX's comp to walk up and say, we outrange you, we outpoke you, and we have a beefier front line, and we have a counter pick to your front line. And the reaction time there is so quick on the punish there of Life, who wants to turn that fight with his ultimate.
Rocco is pretty deep, but he does have some support from Beryl. Doesn't look like Zeka really cares about that, as Rocco is just too low and too alone, as the rest of his team was just pushing mid.
Yeah, normally you push up with the Maokai in situations like this where you're trying to siege a mid turret so you can ult for the defense, so you can guarantee the turret. Did not have ult, so a bit of a puzzling decision.
Yeah.
They're just trying to clear some deep vision, and they did get a lot of deep vision set up. As Life here has this setup here, Beryl just flashing in with Fate, just taking him out. So yeah, you have to ult this right side of the fight. Rascal 1v4 with the help of the Rift Herald can just single-handedly stop this team. And the ultimate angle here is really nice from Croco. No one can try to turn. And then we're greeting for a Gromp.
The two sides of Croco.
Greeting for a Gromp a little bit here. Sparrow is nearby, and they have that push in mid, but Zeka can just collapse on you from so far away. You have to respect it.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried that Zeka is about to go Super Saiyan here in this series. I did not watch Dragon Ball myself, but I think I kind of get the feel that he is about to do that, as he is already 2-0.
He's got 2 of the Chaos Emeralds. We'll say he's going supersonic, you know?
And yeah, I'm a bit worried for this side lane. You know, the Cho'Gath I think can do a fine job of holding off the Yone, kind of just playing that tank style and just kind of like sitting there and not dying. But if Azir is there, and I mean, he can get dove. We already saw him get dove in mid lane, so.
This is going to be third stacked Drake here for DRX, plus this turret if they can win this fight. The flank angle for Zeka is deep with Kingin, but there's just such a great front line to stop this collapse from happening. Look at how far away Viper is on this low range 80 carry. He's just not even here. He's not in this fight at all.
How is Kingin still level 10? We had like a fight about 2-3 minutes ago where the same levels for the top lanes
It's just
are
Rascals.
the same.
I mean, he's taken so much more CS. He's taken so much more of the map. So much more experience from fights, too.
They're really worried about Zeka's flank angle here. You can see DRX are... Oh, that's a knock-up, though, onto the Draven. Nice follow-up with the piercing arrow. That's going to be a great way to get some poke in.
You have poke that Sion doesn't have with this Cho'Gath. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Viper's solo range is not in position to really chip away at the front line, whereas Fate can.
Okay, they're trying to get in. They do break the crown with the Proto Belt. That's one way to break the crown of many. As, okay, there is a support battle on the right side as Life unfortunately going to get bullied once again. The ult from Kingin is not great, and the soldiers are in position to try to zone away Hanwha Life Esports. And they just say, you know what? This did not look good for us in any angle. We're just going to give it away.
You gave money with those bot side plays to a Draven who can't auto-attack in team fights. And so, as a result, the lead that Viper had is very irrelevant in this game, whereas Duckdom ends up picking up 2 additional kills, finds himself in a nice lead, has lethality damage here he could chip away at the backline with because he has that long range. Fate also can set up his Sand Soldiers and chip away. Definitely think we should have seen the Leandri build here, especially now that we're watching these team fights come out, but he's chipping away at this Scion the same way that Duckdom is very slowly chipping away at it, and Rascal can poke essentially with his silence and his knock-up. It's not a poke comp, don't get me wrong, but he could say, Kingin, if you want to hold this Drake aggro, go ahead and try, because you're going to lose half of your health bar. my old sub, so I will go in and contest you.
Yeah, and eventually Fate will hit those items, right? He didn't go Leandries, which is going to be really nice against the Scion, but outside of the Scion, you know, he's got Crown for survivability, and I think he'll just go straight damage as much as possible.
Void Staff next.
Void Staff, you know, could go straight into a Death Cap if he really wanted to go straight only damage. And that will be a very nice option against a lot of the squishies here on the side of Homolife Esports. And
look at this power on this.
he can finally hit level 11, though. He got there like 6 minutes later.
But look at how much power Rascal has here to just walk up to the Scion and not care about anything. Even with Viper here, you're not too worried.
Yeah, the knockup doesn't hit, so the Draven gank, not really feeling good about that one.
Look at the
now
map.
Viper is not farming in mid.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the map. Viper is not farming. The mid lane is pushed. There's no turret there. Top side, the Azir has pushed a Yone, who's massively ahead 2-0 in this game. Is going straight into IE. And he's just not able to compete without vision of where the Maokai is. The map control is immense here for DRX. We have 3 stacked Drakes. And the Cloud Soul, although it's maybe not as good as Mountain in this case, is still very significant for both of these teams. And DRX very happy to have that one. That extra speed is going to help them in that tank battle in the front lines here. Really good for Barrel, too, on this Karma.
Yep.
Is already going to provide so much speed.
The Cloud is going to be really nice for the Cho'Gath, especially.
Yeah,
like
he's going to be able to close the gap so much faster. It makes Viper's life even more miserable than it is on this Draven pick.
Yeah. It goes back to the draft. It goes back to R5. It goes back to DRX picking red for the draft to bring in something like this, because now, I mean, you're just getting Demolish procs. Rascal doesn't care about Scion. Like, it's almost as if Scion isn't there. Like, he can trade against him, sure, and, like, try to chip away, but they're never really going to kill each other unless one of them makes a big mistake. So
yeah,
Rascal just steps up, demolishes the turret, backs away.
When he's trying to channel his Q and he just goes up and silences him, it's like he's putting his hand over his mouth, like, it's about to say something, he's like, nope. You can't win this matchup. You're 50 CS down because you had those repeated bot side dives, which were relatively successful. Remember, not as clean as they could have been, but...
Fate is fine because he's a seer, but gotta be careful about going in solo.
Yeah. With the Unbound Soul there, you know, you're probably going to be fine. No flash needed to be used.
Oh, here we go. This is what I'm talking about. No crown. Fate's like, well, I just got to ult him away. And take a look at the damage that he takes. I mean, now Fate is just not in the lane. And uh-oh, has to flash the Whirling Death.
I was just about to say, at least he doesn't have to flash.
389 on the Draven stacks right now. That's
do not want to
scary.
Do not want to be giving that one away. Well, that's a turret. It's taking a while here. Is it more?
He's just back into the lane. He's going to die now to Clid, I think. Just one Q will do it. He's going to repel in, and that's going to be the end of him. Clid goes extremely deep for that kill, but still very worth.
TP. Yeah. He's going to TP bottom side. This is going to be a 2-turret play here because they're chasing for Clid. Is he get the execute? No, but I mean, this is so much value. Going to force a TP. Looks like he's not going to get the whole turret, but Homolife making some really good macro decisions here, knowing that their win con in his side lane against this Azir can't compete with this Fed.
Yeah.
Yone really well, and it's bringing him back into this game potentially here. Now they have a huge advantage going to what would be the Soul. Support all combat!
Somebody get Doa on the phone. We've had a lot of these. Beryl has just been like hating on this Renata Glass. He's like, I wish I could play that.
Yeah, Crown is broken. Ult has to be used here. And then Fate just feels like he's safe. Steps up a little bit too far. The angle for Viper. His ultimates have been amazing. He delayed so many backs in that T1 series.
Feels like he's safe again. He's not.
And then the TP call comes in very quickly. He pings it. And then as soon as the commitment comes through from everybody else, he's like, I'm TPing down. A ton of damage on that turret. Group up here for Homolife is better, like I said, with this advantage onto this Drake fight, which felt like it was going to be a freebie for DRX until that great call from Zeka. 458 stacks now on the Draven. Viper is hungry.
Yeah, and now we're going to have these two tanks going head-to-head. You see that Scion is still down a couple of levels, but he's also incredibly tanky. He's just going to ult the front line as there is the massive takeover kits, all of DRX, and Zeka gets a big ult into the back. Can't kill Beryl, though. Finally does. But that's just the support, as we do have no takedown for the Yone, so he will go down. But Viper finds an angle here on the front line with this Scion. The Cho'Gath going very deep, trying to get that kill onto the Yone, and does. But at the end of the day, this Draven does finally find some value in this fight, and it looks like DRX will just run away from the rest of it, as Kingen still on the chase, and will get the flash away from Duckdom.
Finally cashing in all of that money, probably like 470 or so when he does lock it in. So much money to this Raven, and now they're going to try to take Baron.
1,700 total gold.
Pretty huge. As, I mean, this is low health bars here, but there's just no damage outside of this Varus. You could try to chip away. Kingen holding the door.
Yeah, and yeah, Lethality's not going to be great here against the Scion, as they do get the
TP.
Baron, as here's TP. Okay, so Kingen will finally go down. The rest of the team is just trying to get in position to back here, as Kingen is just chipping away at the front line.
Empowered recall maybe saves you.
Yeah, I think Life is not getting out, but oh, Viper going to stay, as he is not able to quite get it back. And he's just going to run down the lane, just try to run as far away as he can.
I mean, these are a lot of these critical Baron buffs deleted here.
He actually cleansed.
He did.
Oh, that was cute.
Hopeful at best. That's a shutdown of 300 gold onto this Draven too. That gets picked up, a lot of money into DRX's pocket. So yeah, you lose the Drake, you lose Baron, but you shut a lot of its power down. And still, in sides here, Zeka reigns supreme. This has been a really exciting team fighting too. Like going back to that last Drake fight, I don't know if this is what we're gonna watch. Watch Beryl say, we are a poke comp basically, and I'm just gonna chip away at Zeka so that when he ults we can turn on him. Look at Zeka's health bar before he goes in here. A lot of this is due to Beryl, who survived so long. The fight is still won here for Hanwha Life Esports, but you can see a lot of its problems are solved by a really nice Yone engage, where Viper gets into range, does have the ability to do consistent damage in this fight. There's no follow-up. Kingen can block that Scion, or rather the lethality damage from the Varus with the Scion. And then this is where things get a little bit greedy, right? You have enough damage to do this Baron. However, the TP comes through, and you're fishing a barrel here now for this Varus, because there's no way out, even with empowered recalls here. Clid,
yeah. They keep one Baron alive. That was extremely close to Duckdom stopping that one. The one Baron kept alive is nice, but, you know, as you're mentioning, you didn't quite have to push for that one. Still going to give them some nice push here. They don't have the best siege, but their dive is fantastic. And they have pretty reliable engage with Scion and Yone.
Fate, really interestingly deciding to, after completing this Void Staff, looks like going to be building a Zhonya. Has the stopwatch here, so feels like that's the most likely outcome. Maybe he's going to look for a big play to scoop Viper so they could blow him up, because this Draven is now a big problem in terms of what his damage output is. If you can't catch him, he will do a lot for you, and Renata gives him an extra life if that's how he wants to play it. Same with Zeka here.
And this Azir is doing like 0 damage. I mean, comparatively in the mid lane, it's going to be a massive disparity. Of course, Zeka, very fed. He did pick up that first blood. He did pick up Wit's End as well, so there's a lot of magic damage on the side of DRX when you do consider not only Azir, but there's Maokai Karma, and even Cho'Gath has got some in his kit. So definitely a decent choice in this case, especially if you're going pretty deep. You have to have some sort of survivability, some sort of resistances.
Yeah. It's going to be a battle of execution here, because both of these drafts have their strengths, and I like DRX's range advantage if the game's in an even state. I think I highly favor them, but these fed carries...
Yeah. Sorry, I love when players use emotes.
Yep.
Fed carries, yes.
I love when players interact with a fed Cho'Gath, or try to. It's very fun. But yeah, the next fight here is going to be on the second Drake of the game here for Hanwha Life, and they're going to have the faster group up here. It looks, in theory, they should, with the back here from Clid. He's rushing back over. And Zeka needs to get here ASAP. He does have teleport, so he can join up from the side here, from the bottom lane, and have a nice flank angle. Very difficult fight for DRX. They have to play this basically perfectly. No TP for Fate. He's so far away.
Yeah, and I think DRX, you know, they have the ability to get into that backline. I think there are some pretty reliable ways to punish the Draven, but I worry, again, about their ability to handle Zeka.
They're going to use this Maokai and Drake advantage to just push mid. I actually really like this call from DRX. We can't win the fight. Let's just try to push mid and set something up with this Maokai ult. Now Viper's a little bit cut off. You could try to turn on a 5v4.
Yeah, definitely going to be a pretty nice angle, but Zeka, he's getting in there. He's quote-unquote poking the enemy team.
Beryl's looking for
with his body.
Mero wants to find Viper. They found him.
Yeah, it's going to slow him down. I mean, that's one way. I would like to see some Mantra shields, though, in this fight. Beryl, get over to your team, please, as the crown is down. So that's the crown.
Level 17 Zeka makes this fight basically impossible now, and Viper's joined up. Good luck, DRX. This is going to be a rough one. Poke needs to hit here from Duckdom, and just not closing the gap.
There's the ult. They're going to line up for it. That is going to be the smite away by Kroko. As Kingen puts his body in front, they're not able to get through the Scion, but it's also not a clean engage, so both teams kind of just back away from this one. But that's Cloud Soul now to DRX.
DRX picking this up is massive. Really big that Kroko just gets that smite away without actually winning the fight, quote unquote, and that's a huge boon in this game because of what you talked about in terms of the tank battle. It's great for the Cho'Gath. It's great for closing the gap onto this Draven, right? That's extremely low range. And Viper was not able to get close to that fight for so long, and then when he came in, it was just kind of a tank versus tank battle, but Kroko gets smite. That's the end of the story. Zeka not ulting. It's a messy one, man. Hanwha Life Esports really finding their identity in terms of the tank style they want to look for, but DRX matching it here. And I think if Fate had a different build, I'd actually like DRX's chances a lot more in this game because he's doing very little.
If you look at the damage dealt, actually, Kroko has the highest. And you look at his build, it is a tank shredding build. I mean, this is one way to do it, I suppose, when you have so much AP damage is, you know, Fate, he goes a little bit more survivable, a little bit more head-on AP. And the Maokai goes for the Leandries. The Demonic Embrace, but here we go. They are trying to get on top of Zeka here, who is pretty much all alone. He is going to get back to his Unbound Soul. Look at Rascal just putting his body in front of 3 people. They can't kill the Cho'Gath.
Never going to happen. Never going to happen. He stops 3. They turn onto the Yone, and Zeka is dead here. Great macro from DRX. Don't know what else to tell you guys. It's surprising I'm saying those words out loud based on what we've seen so far this season. But they've played this well, and now they're going to be able to lock the door on this Baron and throw away the key. Hanwha Life cannot contest. No way, no how. And that's just that. You're so reliant on this engage option, the Yone, to fight 5v5. This Viper's just been desperately farming this game. He's got 4 items, but it won't matter if he can't shoot anyone with his autos, with his rapid fire cam, which gives him 1 empowered long-range autos. This is some greedy side laning here with no vision. Teleport comes through, feel pretty good about, okay, I've got TP here, we should be fine. But Kroko's Maokai, and you're outnumbered. Where's the Draven? So far away farming mid, and it's a 5-man group up. You're not going to win this one, Hanwha.
And Maokai Ultimate is just so great for making Zeka run north. I mean, he hesitated. He could have stayed with his team. They saw the Cho'Gath. He's like, oh, I'm going to hide in this brush. And then the Maokai Ultimate comes out, and then he's kind of screwed. He's isolated. Klid is just going to flash. Looks like he will get out as the Whirling Death. Kind of just sliding by.
The damage taken, Klid's tanked almost as much as King in this game.
Yeah.
That's,
Zeka, too. I mean...
Well, that's okay.
Up there.
Yeah, that's okay.
Zeka putting his body into the enemy team. Deathcap finished here for Fate.
Yeah, so he did skip the Zonias because he didn't have to break his stopwatch. Doesn't care about the armor as much here, just wants that stasis. It did go, as you were mentioning, straight into full damage here, full AP. With the Leandries already on Kroko, there is a lot of damage here. And they could use the Maokai with ult to siege a turret. This is textbook here from DRX. Hanwha Life, there's no flank angle, there's no range, there's no poke. Zeka, he has ult, he has flash, but what's he gonna do against this much tankiness?
Your only option is to actually fight. You have to engage as Hanwha Life Esports. You have to get a good ultimate from the side of Zeka. You need Kingen to engage as well. And it's difficult because there's a massive Cho'Gath in your face. Zeka's like, well, what am I gonna do?
It's a death ball. I mean, this is a death ball composition here for DRX. It is for Hanwha too, but it's a lower ranged one as Klid is going to be the flanker. TP from Zeka. He's got ult. One last chance.
Here's an opportunity. The Scion ult goes into the Cho'Gath as flash ult from Life pretty early. The ult from Zeka misses everybody. Does no damage in the trade. Maybe scrapes the Cho'Gath. I guess DRX are just going to walk in with the Baron and end the game.
Easy peasy, I guess is how it goes here for DRX. You pick Zeka a few times, you've got control over the Drakes. Better tank wins the R5 Cho'Gath, the hero of the day. What a weird game we watched.
Let's see. I mean, Viper, he has to flash the Q. Oh, man. It's not feeling good for him as now Maokai ultimate comes through. He is going to cleanse. He's like, please let me do damage in this game. I would love to. As Kingen is going to frontline a little bit. Viper is going off on the left side as Kingen moves forward, tries to get an engage here. There's the grasp, and Rascal is just unkillable. He's still alive here, and Viper not going to get the shutdown. That is the stopwatch value.
There you
Kills
go.
the Draven. As, okay, some damage being taken away. Duckdom is going to go down, and DRX, can they end? I mean, Zeka's still here. He's incredibly low, but he will be able to take down the Maokai.
And this is with Elder spawning in 35 seconds, Valdez. No Duckdom, no Feint, no
Game not
Croco.
over.
Game is not over till it's over. Now, they will have to deal with this wave of super minions, but they did not get the mid inhibitor, so it's only one wave of super minions to deal with here, as this is where it starts to look really doomed. Zeka's flanking, there's an Azir turret. He actually does not really hit with his ultimate. Duckdom with a beautiful sidestep here on the Varus. And now Zeka's out of the fight. DRX push through. You freeze frame right here, the game looks over 100%, 10 out of 10 realities, you know? And then, barely they defend. We're not going to have time to watch all of this replay, though, because there's a group up on Elder here. Rascal's in position.
If Hanwha win this game, I don't even know what to say. I mean, they're able to barely hold on, and they're going to get this Elder. There's no Croco in position. Clid, all he needs to do is stay alive. That's all he's got to do. He's going to repel. He's going to get into the back of the pit. Look at Rascal. He's like, I need to kill the spider, but I can't. And the spike comes down. He wins against the feast. Rascal is not able to feast it away. And the Elder is trying to burn down the Cho'Gath. They can't kill Rascal. He's still in the pit, even with the burn, as Viper is desperate to take him down. He finally will, but he survived for so long. Croco going way too deep. They still have Elder Drake, and here they go.
The mid inhibitor did go down. I guess I was wrong about that. They're trying to actually make this a base raid and stop those backs. Viper can't back here. They have those minions pushing bottom side.
They can't fight him, though.
They can't. But they're still going to buy a ton of time. This Elder buff,
can't push through Scion.
this Elder buff might not be that impactful that they could use these minions to at least buy time. I mean, if he gets on that Nexus.
Just run it. Yeah, okay, he's going to get there. Viper comes over, and the burn comes in. Even one auto is enough. There's so many super minions attacking Viper. Okay.
All right.
Looks like Hanwha Life have held on.
We could take a breath, Valdez.
I don't know. I think that's impossible in this game, actually.
2 inhibitors down now. The second one was much more delayed.
Oh. That's going to be the stop it to the back, but
He can sidestep the Zeka ult. He can sidestep that. As watching this one more time, the Feast, as you mentioned, isn't enough to actually kill this Drake, or the Elder itself. And it's actually the Spider who gets it, but look at the positioning here. Zeka once again dodged.
Oh, Kingen knocked him up.
And Zeka doesn't hit anyone with this ult. Duckdom has stopwatch here, and Zeka is trying so desperately. Second stopwatch comes through for Fate as he picks up the Zonias, flashes over the wall, and Rascal just does too much. He's actually just done a ton of damage here, and everyone on the other side of the pit can still impact this fight. Barrel can Q over the wall, etc. They're just going to push to end it. Hanwha
What is
caught out.
They don't have any turrets.
They're caught out here. They cannot back.
Zeka's going to have to unbound. I think this is it. Viper's coming back, though. Does he still have Elder? He does, but they're just diving on him, and he's dead. And down will go the Nexus. That is the end of the game. DRX will not have any of your Baron shenanigans, and they will take game number 1.
Really wish we got to see what happened there before the push mid, because it looks like Hanwha Life Esports was trying to take a very greedy Baron, at least fighting for vision there, expecting perhaps that DRX were taking it. That's what we can, successfully theorize, but might get a replay of it later. Either way, we were in that Elder replay. We come out, and all of Hanwha are getting stopped on their backs by Barrel, who's just chucking Qs at these players and preventing them from going home. And DRX starting off our Saturday showdown with a great R5 counter pick, controlling team fights, shutting down Zeka. And I think Zeka played extremely well in this Yone. He made all the right decisions in sides. He got ahead early, but he just couldn't hit his ults because the sidestepping was so good. So many of these fights could have been turned by his flank that he had when he teleported behind them when they were pushing bottom. That Elder moment where he isn't able to get into the backline, he just barely misses. What a game. If this series is going to look like this, give me 3. I'll take 3.
We might
please.
get him. We might get him. I think Hanwha Life pick red side, and DRX are going to have to come up with a new plan. The Cho'Gath, it works. It's not even cheesy, right? I mean, it's just a great pick. So that's the power of red side, and Rascal makes it work, and the rest of the team as well. You can see that the damage very nicely spread. The builds, you know, Fake goes for the true AP. We've got Tank cutting with the Maokai. Just really nice stuff in this game from the side of DRX, and they did not look DRX-y in this one, Wolf.
Certainly not.
As that was game number 1. You came to the right place if you're looking for high-level League of Legends, as DRX will take game number 1. Guys, we're going to have a break and have the space after. We'll be right back.
일반하고 사이온.
이거 뭐야 궁순 소리 아니야?
야, 뭐야,
미드
이거.
지르자 미드
야,
지르자.
얘네 다 만다 이거.
미드 지르는 모션
야,
해서.
일로
미드
들어가,
질러,
일로
우리가
들어가,
집중할게
우리가
집중할게.
수 있어.
가자. 집끊어
은행 갔어.
아니 상관없어. 요네 한 것도 못해. 질러 그냥.
자기 앞으로 갈게. 얘
공
맞췄어.
가자. 그냥 쓸게. 그냥 쓸게.
뭐야. 나이스.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. I'm Alice, this is Chronicler, and we're about to break down what was an absolute barn burner. As you can see, both of the players, the world champions there in front of frame, Zeka and Beryl, having a fantastic time after they hoisted the 2022 Worlds Trophy, and they looked like they had a fantastic time during that game. Both sides of the rift enjoying certain moments more than others.
So sometimes you get League of Legends that's clean, that gets everything done the right way, that follows all the strat paths. And sometimes you get a fist fight, and you should appreciate the fist fights.
Absolutely.
Which is fun. In this case, obviously, we're gonna hone in on one specific pickup here, and that's that Cho'Gath. I loved the pickup here. I think that we're also seeing that the Draven, while I think is a really strong pick in the right situations, can somewhat struggle and pick up early in a draft compared to some of the other picks, because even though Viper did a really good job, I feel like the Draven really struggled when that tank came through. And the cool thing, of course, about the Cho'Gath is that he's the tank that ends every other tank, because guess what? What other tanks don't have is a little bit of, a little bit of max health damage of Whooper Spikes, and you have like 1200 true damage.
Yeah, and this is
what are you gonna do?
Oftentimes we talk about Elise comps and we're like, oh, it's okay if she's the sole magic damage dealer, because that means no one's gonna itemize MR, she's gonna do damage. What's she gonna do to Cho'Gath? Nothing at all, ever. And he just builds Frozen Heart and cannot be killed. It's just ridiculous. But the early game was actually orchestrated kind of beautifully by Hanwha Life Esports until DRX read them like a book.
And I want to give a specific shout out to the preparation that comes through from DRX that we're about to get into.
Yeah, we'll get into the highlights.
We already mentioned they did this last game as well, right? And as a result, already here, look, Croco is ready, Rascal is just minding his own business in top lane, and while this is happening, you also have Fate keeping Clit busy, right? So like, Clit's not able to join this dive, and as a result, this play ends up being okay, but this is the type of play where I think if you get just the kills on Draven, Croco isn't there to catch, and Fate doesn't roam, they get like 2 or 3 kills on Draven, and the game is over, right? From that point on, with this composition, you can snowball so incredibly hard, and then this is not a mistake, this is another replay of the same thing happening. And again, Croco, on that base timer, is bogged. Right? Like he's ready for this play to come through, and then they overstay immensely, just like King and Die.
Look at that tower, man. Look at how reinforced that tower is.
Yeah, the more people are there.
If you group up, it takes less damage, Chronicler.
Yeah. And meanwhile, they had to also invest a teleport towards the top side of the map. And at that point, I'm like, well, might as well teleport bot side, because if this play doesn't work, your game becomes incredibly hard to play. And from that point on, you have a front-to-back team fight comp with one team having Cho'Gath and Maokai, and the other team having Cyan and Elise, right? And that's just not going to end well for you generally, because they couldn't really side lane because of how defensive DRX played, and because the engage from DRX was so good. So if you, as Zeka, for example, who probably wins most 1v1s, are caught inside, or rather your team is caught while you're inside, you just instantly lose the game. So really well done by DRX, good early game.
Yeah, no, it was fantastically well done. However, that was not the end of the game. Let's jump into our final highlight here, as this was when DRX had won the game, and
then they lost it
kill the
at Elder. And then here, obviously Rascal is a really big threat, so good on Clit for actually being able to secure this. But this is another fight where, like, if Zeka is able to get a bailout reset there, the game is over, right? If he just stays alive for a little bit longer, if they're able to make sure that he doesn't die, I think they can end the game, or at the very least try and reliably threaten, as Beryl, heroics there, then tries to cancel. And the funniest part is the actual ending of the game was really anticlimactic, which is why we didn't pick it as a highlight, because it's literally just Hanwha Life run towards Baron, then Croco ults them, and then the rest of DRX runs to the open Nexus.
Yeah, they're like,
look at that.
Just welcome to our home. As this is Rascal, this is the build for the Cho'Gath. This is what I had prepared.
He had like 5k HP.
Where's your release gap now, huh? Because this is an extraordinarily old champion that does work very well into tanks.
Yeah, at times, depending on the buffs, he had like 400 something armor, so like at least never killing him. And Draven is just like, please, I want to hit squishies.
Yeah.
And he's stuck hitting Cho'Gath. Yeah, I think it was 5k HP by the end. So to me, really a tale of very well prepared draft from DRX, making great use of an R5 counter pick, looking cohesive, and they really take a page out of Humble Life's book, which is just play a simple comp when you're not doing too hot.
Yep, that is a very good idea. The beautiful part as well is the fact that we had Valdez talking about, time being a flat circle, the fact that the last time we saw this matchup were these exact players.
And then Rascal won as well.
Yeah, exactly. Cho'Gath, too good into Scion. I think POG is ready though. Let's get into it. Let's give it to this. Oh, it's Croco. All right. 6-3-9 on the Maokai had a great game. I would have given it to Cho'Gath just because he's Cho'Gath, but he didn't pick the right skin, so I guess happy to give it to Croco.
Yeah, didn't go gentleman, so you got
Up you go.
subtracted for that. To me, Croco being in the right place at the right time in the early game was more so the reason why I gave him this POG than him being Maokai in the late game, which is busted. Because
Oh, I think you denied Rascal the POG then.
it's me. Oh, look at that. Well, I stand by that. I think Croco did a really, really good job of
And we
matching the
discussed
early
this a
game.
bit as well, and the
Did.
way that he caught these early game shenanigans is the only reason why they stayed in the game.
And I do really believe that I'm really happy it's a split vote between those two, because to me, those two were the ones. Like Rascal zoning in teamfights was incredible as well, so happy to hear. As overall, just pick Maokai in camp bot lane is a reductionist take of this. I think it was a little bit more involved than that, but in my highlight, that's what it looks like. Whoa, look at that.
Look at the analyst.
Wait, it was not. Okay, so
So it was a tied vote three ways.
Okay, no, but no, it wasn't, because
Why
Rascal
are we
only got
voting for
3
Dogdown
votes.
again?
Well, that's my point.
Okay. I mean, I wanted to give it to Cho'Gath purely because Rascal picked Cho'Gath. Because he lumbered around the map. That's basically what he did. But it was glorious, it was gorgeous, and it really shut down the Harma Life Esports draft. Now, it is time to get into game number 2, and I'm really hoping that Hum will bring it back so that we get the maximum games out of this. This actually is a Saturday Showdown. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Spacers, as always, for that awesome breakdown. And yes, on paper, when we came into this, everybody voting for Hum Life Esports, we thought maybe it's a done deal. Kingan's back on Scion. What could go wrong? Well, Cho'Gath gets picked, and he only got 3 votes for being Cho'Gath. I think that was just a great decision from Rascal and the coaching staff. He played it well. At the end of the day, Croco does pick it up. Not sure about the duck down votes. I mean, he shot arrows, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind a stray duck down vote or two. I really wanted to give it to Croco, but I thought the game was defined by the Cho'Gath, not his play necessarily, and so I thought he was the player of the game, the champion of the game. But yeah, Croco played very well, so I'm glad he picks it up. Well deserved. No surprise, Hano Life Esports will choose red side. And we see the instant ban of the Maokai here for DRX. The power of this champion right now cannot be overstated. Even when, the bottom lane gets extra power, just the ability to siege turrets, to defend side lanes, just does so much right now with his ultimate alone, not to mention his damage. As we'll see the focus here for Hano Life Esports more on the Duck Dom side of things here. No Caitlyn, no Ashe. You may see the Lucian ban to follow. It's been a while since we've seen Lucian. Been a lot more banned in week 3 here of the LCK, the final week of 13.1.
Why are you banning Kassadin nowadays when it just got Omega Goomba stomped by Tristana?
I mean, not everybody can play the Tristana mid and win like that. We've seen it fail twice in other regions.
There are other counter picks. I mean,
I respect the ban. You just don't want to deal with it. Zeka's an incredible Kassadin player. And you want to leave some other stuff up, right? As your blue side here, you're going to get 1 pick prio, but you're going to get 2 and 3.
yeah.
So want to potentially protect your Wukong or something like that. If you want to go Zeri, this is what I'm thinking DRX wants to do with this draft. I say Hano Life Esports, you're going to get the Lulu lane. And then, they also can, by the way, just play Lucian Nami, but it's blue side, so...
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting. It looks like they want to take away the Lulu from the Zeri, and the Yumi's already banned. Oh boy.
I think they could play Draven, Ballista, Varus is still up. There's a lot of better options here. Heimerdinger Varus, also very strong. And I think Croco wants to play Wukong here. So, see what they lock in with this, because they can take the Wukong away if they want to, but Wukong can be very difficult to play into Zeri. We've seen the Sejuani struggle as well, because she's just so mobile. Yeah, let's take Heimerdinger first, wait and see what the jungle pick is. There's the Wukong. And the support is a big question here, because we have seen so much of We've seen the Zeri Lulu into Lucian Nami, but we usually don't see Zeri into Varus, because when Varus is open, you don't want to pick the Zeri a lot of the time because you lose out. Like, Zeri Karma doesn't sound great.
Yeah, it's like, in what fashion would you like to lose lane?
Yeah, like Nautilus? Are we taking Nautilus here?
They're just gonna wait. They're gonna prioritize a Azir for Fate instead and just pick later. I mean, it could be support Azir.
Could also have seen the Sylas here for Zeka into this Azir. The Wukong, they're not as interested in that, want to have a little bit more pushing power.
Please play Sylas.
They have bottom prio on lock, and mid prio on top of it feels great. Zeka's just like, I'm going to play Comfort, doesn't matter. We'll just play the Akali.
Yeah.
This one, a lot of execution to the backline of the Zeri and whatever support it may be. There's a lot of power in this draft on setup because you can use the Heimerdinger turrets to slow the advance of DRX, slow down the Wukong, and then have a nice flank angle on the Akali.
I would have preferred the Sylas, but I'm biased, so. The Akali's fine. It's a great matchup into the Azir. And now jungle picks will be banned by DRX, and support picks, potentially. They might just go for just the Lulu ban, and then maybe try to ban something else. Perhaps like a top lane pick, like a Gnar, if they want to go for the Cassante or something like that. Let's see what they decide on.
Really curious what Beryl is going to play here, because nothing really stands out.
Azir.
Nautilus is going to... it could happen. Try to get rid of those Heimerdinger turrets.
Yeah. Any Lucio fans?
There's the Sejuani ban. The Sejuani doesn't feel amazing in this, but works very well with Akali, obviously, and tough to actually set up for your ultimate in these team fights. You do have some power, though, on bottom side. Viego, interesting choice here. There's a lot of range and a lot of shutdown for your advances here as Viego, but you do also have a decent amount of poke to set up for him to get those resets. A greedy pick, I'd say, here for Klid. They're going to go for it. Wait and see what that fifth and final pick is here. Renekton Azir, a very classic setup here for the Zeri. But we've also seen Fiora to buy time, to side lane, to get that Zeri to 3 items. Very safe blindable here. The Renekton strong into Viego.
Soraka.
Okay, that one kind of, yeah, that kind of slipped my mind. I think that is actually probably the best choice. You don't want to play a melee here. You don't want to play Karma with the Zeri. But Soraka, with the healing she's going to provide in team fights too, does seem very nice. As Kingen in this composition doesn't want to play a hard tank, wants to play an engaged champion to help set up for the Akali, help set up for this Viego. Can be vulnerable, though, to this Renekton in the early stages of the game, especially because I don't think DRX are intending on playing too hard around bottom side with this early pre-6 Wukong with the Zeri Soraka lane. So, a fairly greedy pick, I'd say, for Kingen and for Klid here with the Viego and the Gnar. A lot of risk in this draft, but the bottom side of the map, you feel confident. You feel great about Zeka playing Akali into Azir. Feels like comfort in a lot of ways here for Hanwha Life Esports, plus a free bottom lane.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all, especially because you get Zeka back onto one of his Omega comfort picks. He's playing into Azir. He's playing into Fate, who he won against in game number 1 as well, with an aggressive pick against Fate's Azir. I think Zeka is going to be, again, another watching point for me. Like, he wasn't quite able to make it work on the Yone in game 1, but I think the Akali is way more in his arsenal, and also I think it's much better than the Yone right now.
It's a stronger pick. There's a lot more consistency to it. It's a lot harder
in the last game, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot harder to just sidestep the Akali and be like, well, that's the end of that, which is kind of what we saw with the Zeka ults earlier. The Soraka here for Beryl is one of my, like, it would be, if I'm doing the desk, I put it in yellow, right? Because Beryl has been very aggressive on picks like this. He's tried to all in at level 2 and failed. He's flashed forward. We've seen him do crazy stuff with the Soraka, but it has not gone well. It has not been a great thing. So let's see how the laning phase goes, because I really want to see Beryl have a good laning phase here. I really want the Soraka pick to actually end up being a valuable choice, because you risked so much with the Zeri lock-in this early in the draft, and if you're punished for it, who cares if you got Zeri? How does this lane go is the question we have, Valdez.
I think it's going to be fine if Beryl just kind of holds on and just kind of relaxes, you know, catch some waves. I think the very classic composition from the side of DRX that absolutely can win some games, as Hanwha Life Esports might be looking to flex on them here in game number 2. Let's see how it goes down on the Rift for game 2. Here we go. This is the level 1 with Heimer. You're always looking to try to set up your turrets early, and both sides know about this. Life and Viper trying to get in position to do it. Duckdown and Barrel in position to try to stop it.
Yeah, it's very annoying with an Akali too, and potentially a Viego down there to actually fight this, but they do clear them pretty well. And Soraka can eliminate turrets pretty successfully. A lot of other supports do struggle. Like, turrets can block. Okay, Barrel.
I mean, he's gonna actually heal to get in position and try to win this level 1.
This is the Barrel thing, right? It's the dichotomy of Barrel. He either wins these or he loses these, right? In this case, trading a heal for a flash, you absolutely take it. Pushes forward aggressively using his autos here very nicely.
Also, you know, Life's just really aggressively trying to set up position in this lane and trying to win this level 1 trade. It's so important in the bottom lane nowadays to win level 1 and level 2, but especially with the Heimerdinger wanting to try to grab control very early on, and they are not quite able to do that.
Well, at least not at the outset here, as Barrel's trading aggressively. He does have Ares, who's trying to proc that repeatedly, but these are not necessarily trades you want. See the Ares Scorch here on the Soraka.
Hey.
Healing.
It's another miss from the Q as Jonas Strong is really zooming in on these ones. But again, most importantly, trying to fight for this level 2. Looks like Duckdown and Barrel should get it.
Yeah. There it is. Viper and Life just going to hang out here, and Life just using these turrets early. There's 2. Aggressively pushing forward here. Gotta respect the Comets here as Duckdown and Barrel make sure they don't stack on top of each other, as that's how you're going to get the maximum amount of value out of this. So the positioning is good, the way they stay about a Comet-sized space away from each other. So they don't get Venn diagrammed there.
Interesting back time. This is like, I don't even know if you can really call it a cheater recall, but it kind of works because it's going to push into them, which is going to be very nice. Actually, it's really even, like, oh man, it's like just barely in favor of DRX as it will push into them. And of course, the minions will crash earlier and begin to push that towards them. So very nice, interesting back timing here from Duckdown.
He grabs the boots so he can kind of push in and trade more aggressively. Barrel has picked the Soraka because he wants to win, as we have a pretty big loss streak here for the Renekton. By the way, 8 of those 10 are in the streak, so 7 wins early. Has not been as successful later on this season. But it's a great pick for Rascal historically.
Yeah, and he was the Renekton. That was part of Gen G's The Renekton, the Azir.
Yep.
You know, that monologue from Chronicler. I don't know if you can call it a monologue, more of a rant, but either way, it's, you know, there's a reason why he's back on this pick. He's very strong in the blinds. From the blue side, and he is quite fantastic on it.
He wants to come over here and potentially set up for a kill onto Zeka.
That's going to be the Shroud down now.
He's got Flash. We don't know.
Nope. Hello. And now Rascal in position as Zeka is going in. He's looking for the kill onto Fate. Fate is like, oh man, I went too far forward. And Zeka might just go down here to Rascal, yes, but first blood given to the Akali that was getting 3v1 ganks.
Zeka just sees blood in the water, man. He reacts so quickly there, and he's like, no, I actually win this if you're alone, and your jungler's on the wrong side of the map. I could actually outspeed this Renekton and kill you, because he realized, okay, I die here if I don't play this like this. And, like, I probably still die, right? But I can at least take this Azir with me. A really great play. Rascal now stuck in this lane. We have a lane swap. You can do this, obviously, in the initial stages of this game. But look at what happened bottom side here as the aggressive trades, you know, we did see going very well for Duckdown and Barrel, but now 2 long swords up for this Varus, and it's a little bit tougher to actually compete against this amount of poke now. Much more mana dependent as the Soraka down here. Life could just easily push these through. And the boots like the idea, that fast back timing here, but not working out just yet. I say just yet as if it might get better in a second. I don't think it does.
Well, especially if they see the enemy jungler on the top side. And Humble Life Esports did. It looks like they were trying to potentially set up for a play on the bottom side, but instead, Klid's just going to go for an extremely early dragon with all this priority on the bottom side. Should be, again, very free for Klid, even though he is only level 4 and
level
it just
6,
spawned.
Level 6 for Zeka. This is a very scary time. They're going to have to back. So Drake plus some lost CS here, it looks like, very likely, and a plate goes down. Should be able to force a second one with this next wave if they stay, and they will. And It's Ocean plus Chemtech. So we always have to do this now because some of our Drakes are better than the other ones. Hate to say it for those lesser Drakes, but we always have to talk about this because it is significant which Drakes you stack. Because individually these Drakes are actually quite nice, but maybe Chemtech not so much for this comp, better for Barrel in this case, but still going to get some value out of these, but having that Soul point is so much more threatening when it could be a Mountain or an Infernal Soul coming up here. Hextech Soul, which you see so much.
Yeah, Hextech going to be huge for both sides if it does end up being that. Of course, we do not know at this point in time. And the early Ocean as well, going to be very good for the laning phase at least, as here is Zeka.
Backflip onto Fate, just comes in here and blows him up. Has to flash for it. And, you know, Clid is like, I can't stop Kroko from killing you if they actually commit the Renekton. And he actually just realizes, I've got this backflip, I'm going for it. I'm going to commit the flash, I'm going to kill him. Zeka's just an incredibly gifted Akali player, turning a bad situation into an okay one.
Some minions here. Rascal's trying to threaten, but Meganar coming up, so he's just going to back away after taking a little bit of a beating. Win for, okay, speaking of going for it, in goes Zeka, as he is not going to be able to avoid the Emperor's Divide. He's not quite able to overlay enough damage to put Fate in a kill range.
Very aggressive plays here from Zeka, but he's got this counter pick, wants to utilize it well, has the early Hextech alternator. Meganar going to time out. Rascal looking for some aggressive trading, but Clid is up here. Always keeping an eye on that one. You know, is Clid going to come up here and actually turn this one around? Because the Renekton in the early game, obviously with the range advantage that Gnar has, he falls behind, can be very disastrous with these hyper procs. Rascal gets hit twice, walks away, avoids that hyper. Speaking of, now Kroko has 6, so he can actually be a champion on the bottom side of the map.
Barrel is extremely low. They bait this one in as Barrel will die. Probably not part of the plan, but this could be turned around as Kroko is here. He is going to Cyclone onto Viper. Tons of damage already as he gets onto life. That will be the 1 kill, although Viper is doing a good job of trading this one back. Kroko tries to trade it himself, but he's on top of Viper, and Viper will just take him down.
This is real.
Oh! The cleanse
6
and the arrow. He will be forced to flash.
6 hits, and he's able to get a flash and a cleanse.
Viper just dunking on them.
And he knows he has the advantage, and this is without even a really great turret setup. Viper's just like, no, I'm going to do this, actually. Doesn't flash, doesn't need to. The Duckdom's staying. Duckdom's staying here, losing minions. Really unfortunate scenario there. I want to watch it again to see what happens with Barrel there, because he steps too far forward, takes too much damage.
And that means free Rift Herald, by the way, for the side of Hanwha Life Esports. So things are going much better for them as a team in game number 2.
I think the Zeri Soraka lane is Barrel cooking again, and like it was a good pick considering the picks available, but you always knew this lane was going to be a rough time, and even with Wukong hitting 6, the reaction is good. Life stays in the brush, and he sacrificed himself, and oh no.
What is going on here?
Man.
He flashes. Okay, he is going to survive. He has a corrupting pot. Look at his face. He is not phased at all. He has done this so many times. He's trying to clear vision alone, and he's running into control wards, and you can't really do that against a Heimerdinger.
Life wants the W snipe, but not going to get it. Yeah, I mean, trying to clear like this when you're a Soraka into massive damage on this Heimerdinger, gonna be a rough time. He's got a Blasting Wand. You have to be careful with moments like that because now you're desynced with your laner. So this affects Duckdom, who now is going to lose some CS here.
This turret is gone, I think. Zeka's out of the lane.
Yeah,
Clid has Rift Herald. Like, this is just gone at 10 minutes into the game.
Zeka is just making sure nobody rotates down. The question is, do they commit the Herald to taking it? I think that's going to be the fastest, most efficient way, and they will. Could have just looked for a dive here, but it's going to force more resources. So Kroko's like, oh, I want to be down here, I want to shadow this, I want to try to help. I'm just going to take red buff, but you guys are going to let that turret go. Zeka's got control of mid. Cole bot here for Kingen, stacking it up. He's fine. 10 CS up on the top side of the map. They're pushing for more.
Yeah, they are pushing pretty deep into this jungle as Clid moves forward, clears vision, puts a control ward, and they're not leaving.
Yeah, like who can stop them?
Will continue.
Kroko has flash and ult. Well, they have enough damage. They have Chains of Corruption, life, and Viper, both holding flashes right now. Who stops them? No one stops this train.
Here comes Zeka. He's like, well, the bottom lane's playing too safe. Maybe I can look top. Nope, not
He's like,
happen.
we're winning. I'm winning my lane. I can't do anything else here. Bottom doesn't need my help. Maybe I'll just go top side, make something happen. This game is too easy. It's a freebie. He's like, how can I get my team further ahead? Where am I at?
Hollow Life Esports are 3,000 gold ahead. We're going to take another look here at the bottom trade.
They're all just walking up to that one. And Krako's down here. You feel like, okay, we have this Wukong. He has flash. Maybe he can come in with my timing of going forward here, but he's just too far away. Life sacrificed himself here. Turret damage here, stacking up really hard. And this is why you can't do this very easily as Wukong into the Heimerdinger. Pre-6, absolutely no way. At 6, still very difficult.
Yeah, and the wave was in an atrocious spot for DRX's bottom lane, right? There were so many minions as well. So there's minions, there's turrets, there's all of this stuff, and Wukong alone can't do it because Duckdom can't get in, right? So it's like a 1v2 essentially, and yeah, he got the kill onto Life, but it was also a double kill to Viper, who now has Swifties and Yomus, and now just picked up his tier. So it's going to be an extremely accelerated Lethality Varus in this game. And we've seen how Lethality Varuses can take over and essentially just make the game yours.
Viper has been one of the best at this. Even in losses, he's done such a great job in the early mid of taking these advantages in lane and pushing them elsewhere on the map and around mid-game objectives, where Hollow Life Esports do already have that 2-Drake stack to Mountain Soul. We talked about how it was going to be a good one. It is. Very important that DRX does not get this, of course, against Lethality, Varus, and the Akali.
Zeka knows. I don't know how he really knows, but they don't have any wards. There's really great denial ward coverage from the side of DRX on the top side, but Zeka's like, no, you're cooking up something. Like, I'm not going in on this. Says this is just unbelievable. Like, what are you going to do? As Beryl might just die, he has to use the Wish, and yeah, well.
I think Zeka knows because his mid lane, or the mid lane is being pushed so hard and Krako isn't showing to defend, so he's like, well, if he's not actually stopping the Varus push, he must be up here, and I'm just not going to take the chance. I'm not going to take the risk. While my team is winning elsewhere, I'm just going to be safe. And then when the resources are committed mid, or from the jungler rather, mid push gets stronger.
Yeah.
And they're winning everywhere.
It's also one of those things where it's like, what is the one way we lose, right? Well, it could be Zeka getting caught in the side lane, so might as well just play it extremely passively. What you said, Wolf, is very true. Like, oh, there's only 2 people mid while they're just getting bullied again. Like, what are they doing?
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. He's like,
so
I don't have
might as well just back. Like, okay, I don't need to push this turret. Like, let's just win mid because we already will.
Wukong shows here. He pushes up a little bit. Now he's going to back off safely. Klid's coming up to Shadow on these Krugs, so he can stay in this side lane threatening the Azir. And as the Rift Herald is spawning here, there's some vision being set up here now for DRX, but it's so early. Not getting anything topside while spending a lot of time there. Kingen winning this matchup now, 12 stacks away from getting his cull completed. It's 30 CS up. Rascal is having a very hard time because it's a Wukong, right? It's hard to gank early when you don't have any control of your bottom side. And so we've seen so many games of Renekton dunking on Gnar with a jungler's help, right? But with no assistance here, the ranged matchup starts to lead towards Kingen's favor. And, I mean, there's no good news for DRX across the map.
Yeah, just kind of hanging out, hoping that, you know, Azir can farm, the Zeri can farm, and they will just wait and see, but that is not, that's not really a win condition for a very long time, so we might just enter into a pretty passive phase where Hollow Life just take free Mountain Drakes.
Life, with the money he's picked up, grabs an early Morellonomicon, actually, instead of going for Rylai's. So some heal deny actually going to be very critical in these early fights, too. And, I mean, he's going to proc it so easily across the entire team with these turrets. We've seen a little bit of Leandri's, mostly Rylai's, but this is one of the first times we've seen the Morellonomicon early.
DRX, you can't fight this. Why are they even posturing for this? This is a free kill onto Krako. Very nice chains, as Fate will go down as well. It's a couple of kills into the pocket of Hollow Life as they're sitting comfortable on their throne of 5,000 gold.
I'll be honest with you, Valdez, and I think you have the same opinion. Not like I'm telling you a secret. I mean, he's out of here.
Tell me the secret that's not a secret.
The difference in drafts for these two games is massive. DRX had a really cool R5 counter pick. They looked confident on the draft. They were super good at using the draft to bully out the Draven, and Hanwha Life had a range problem. There were a lot of other issues in the game. But you give Duckdom this Zeri against a Varus Heimer, and everything falls apart.
Oh, Rascal, he's angry. He wants to kill onto Zeka. He calls his bluff, and he might just be able to tick him down with the dominance. He's so close, and he will get it. Rascal with yet another solo kill to add to his belt.
Big shutdown gold going into his pocket. Over here on the bottom side of the map, Krako and Clid procking Conquerors. This should be the Drake going over to Hanwha Life Esports with that commitment top side. Zeka does not have TP, but I still think this is not a winnable fight. Your Zeri doesn't have a Mythic. And you have no vision whatsoever here. No Mythic for your Azir either. Just free food despite the pick, as Beryl thinks otherwise.
Yeah, Barrel's about to steal the dragon. And his presence, I mean, it is a 4v3 because Zeka's dead and he doesn't have TP. So this is actually a good call from DRX to try to fight this one. As Beryl, he is the bait. That is his job. He will die, and it's taken here by the side of Krako. So another dead Soraka, but at least they stopped the Mountain Soul from happening.
Yeah. As you mentioned, there's no TPs for the solo laners, and it's a numbers game here, but still with the vulnerability of Beryl there, made it feel like there's just no way they can contest. They have no vision, but they were brave enough and fast enough. As yeah, this is the fight you were talking about, which is just completely unrealistic. Fate actually ults, but is still caught by the Shuriken, so it doesn't matter. He's just going to get back flipped into. And this is Zeka going one step too far here. Flash on top of him takes a ton of damage here at this stage of the game. And then the burn just on the edge of his heels. Every time his heel steps back, he's taking a little bit of damage. And over here, Beryl gives his life and an ultimate to actually contest this, and Krako does get the smite. It's not realistic here because it's a 50-50 and you're giving up Beryl. If you lose this, you're like, was this the right call? When you win it, you're like, okay, you could defend that call, right? It's one of those situations where not ideal, but hey, sometimes lucky.
Yeah.
First Mountain Drake of the game goes to DRX, slowing down Hanwha's stack.
away from that as well, so, you know, just giving that one away as Fate a little bit caught, but he is going to be okay. Has to use his Divide to get away from the pesky Viego, who's kind of just been having a free game, you know, like he didn't have to do all too much. Bottom lane went his way, and Clid's just kind of been pressuring at the right points. We haven't really got to see, you know, the many depths of the Viego, as in goes Zeka. He's angry now. He wants some revenge, as there are 4 members of DRX here, and Krako just spinning forever, it feels like, and he will get over the wall.
Yep, that's going to be a turret. Looks like going down.
Go, a little bit of a Zeri ultimate coming in, but a nice disengage from the side of Hanwha Life Esports. A good amount of respect shown.
Can't get the last hit on the turret. It's actually so frustrating for Hanwha Life. No TP for Kingen. He's going to have to slowly walk to mid.
Fate stepping up, no flash, no ultimate, no anything. Did go Leandri's this game.
Yeah, I think with the amount of damage that Beryl, or rather Life could do on this Heimerdinger, which we always associate with Beryl as the first Heimer player, basically as support, as a mainstay when he was on Damwon Kia. You see it and you're like, okay, we need to match this damage, right? We need to have long-term damage. We're playing a Zeri comp. We have the Renekton front line. We have the Wukong front line. And yes, the crown makes you feel safer against Akali, but if that's how you're going to play the game, you're probably not going to win those fights anyways. You're not going to die, but you might as well be dead if you're not doing damage.
Yeah.
We saw last game the same.
Might die anyway.
Yeah. We saw the same kind of situation last game, right? Where crown safety doesn't lead to a whole lot of damage for Fate.
And Rocket Belt is one of the best ways to get rid of a crown as well. So especially into an Akali that goes in first a lot of the time, and you know, of course, Viper and Life and all of this stuff, even boomerangs. Definitely not the choice in this game.
A bit of a lull state here. 10 seconds to the Rift Herald. DRX struggling to actually group for this one. Is Duckdom?
That's the Baron.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Big Rift Herald.
Yes.
It's like evolved version. And, you know, they might just go for it.
I mean, it's a 20... I mean, obviously...
Still very important.
Yes, it is a Baron, not a Rift Herald. You guys knew what I meant. But the spawn timer here for this...
Rift Baron.
Rift Baron, there you go.
Yep.
Thanks, fellas. Always,
Same thing, yeah.
always making me look good. There's just no vision here for DRX, and they're trying to group these chokes. There's an Akali chasing
chains on the Duck Dom. He's just dead as in goes Clid, just going to assassinate him. Still is able to take it down. Clid, though, will be taken out by the Renekton, which is pretty large, but fortunately, Rascal and Croco pretty zoned away as Rascal just going to run down the lane and die to Viper. Unfortunate for him. Probably wanted to die to Kingen or get executed as Croco. Very cheeky. And he's pretty fast. He's got a blast plan, too, so he will get out. Well,
Zeka's here, zoning Barrel out.
Okay, this is ridiculous. He's gonna die, right? Like, is Zeka gonna kill him? I don't know. Like, this is pretty close as the ult does come through. And Zeka now is looking for the kill onto Barrel, who unfortunately puts his body in the way as well.
This composition for DRX is falling apart like a house of cards. Hanwha Life Esports have vision control. They have the choke set up. They have a flanking Akali who's competing with the Soraka. And all of that pick potential that you mentioned in the beginning of the play-by-play is there. And that starts off the fight, right? As you have no vision. You have no idea. You're walking up like this as a Zeri, you're going to get punished. This whole comp falls apart. Look at where Fate is right now. He's not able to come in here and assist his team, not able to set up an ult, and Croco does survive here for quite some time, but now you're on the wrong side of the rift. Where are you going? Where are you going? And this is basically, this entire fight happens without an Akali. Like, Zeka's not even here. He's chasing Barrel down. There's no Azir. Then he comes over and locks Croco down. It's just hopeless at this stage, it feels like, in this game. Dodges the Azir ult, gets over the wall.
Yeah.
Silence from Barrel, a heroic attempt.
Well,
that's Baron at 20.
Yeah, soul points will go to Hanwha Life Esports. I mean, Croco could try to steal it. He might look for it. He does not have vision, but he is trying to get over there as he is in the pit. He's almost able to steal that away, but he is now dead. So, nice try. I mean, I guess you got to take risks when it's this kind of game. We're 22 minutes in, and Hanwha Life Esports are just kind of rolling over them. Now a stopwatch and Shadow Flame finished for Zeka. So if anyone sees Akali, you're probably dead.
It's probably too late.
Yeah, exactly. If you can see the eyes of the beast, you're already dead. So
it's 4-1 this. Duckdown, where are you going?
Well, he sees the eyes of the beast, as that is a nice knockup, and now he's dead. Yeah, it was too late. Already saw Zeka. Zeka not able to pick up the Penta, unfortunate. This game is over, guys, is what I wanted to say. As with the Baron buff, Hanwha Life Esports might just win in 23 minutes.
I mean, DRX with two really weird plays here without vision, trying to set up for a surprise Zeri. The Zeri was the one who's caught. That's the game over here. We're going to a third one, Valdez.
Ooh, nice ult from Kingen. Very clean stuff. Just the cherry on top. The icing on the cake. Hanwha Life Esports say game one was a fluke. Red side is OP. They're going to have to play on blue side for game three because I think 100% of the time DRX pick red. Either way, a pretty straightforward game, guys. From minute one, Hanwha Life Esports able to put the cap on this one.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you guys, but disrespecting the draft, the Zeri pick doesn't work out whatsoever, and Barrel tried to aggressively lane. Like, it was working, and then they backed early and grabbed boots, and then that was the end of that. Like, there was no lead there whatsoever. They were dove, they were losing minions. We've already gone through the Zeri motions. Like, if Lucian is banned, if Varus is banned, if Ashe is banned, you could trade Zeri Sivir. You could do that. It's very difficult to do that, however, into a draft like the one that Hanwha Life set up. The Wukong can't impact that lane very well early. Didn't impact the top lane with the Renekton. Pre-6, very difficult to do so. You gave a counter pick to the Azir. You prioritized early because you didn't know what your support was going to be. You gave counter pick because you were trying to hide a Soraka.
Yeah.
And this draft is creative. It's interesting.
But I don't want to see it again.
But it's wrong, Valdez. It's not correct.
It's wrong. Yeah. It was a bit of a draft issue. And I think Hanwha Life Esports saw it and they're like, you know what? We're not gonna get disrespected today. Not on Orange Day, which is apparently, I don't know if that's their motto or something, but apparently today is Orange Day, which is of course the Hanwha Life Esports colors.
And Kingen, he played Gnar. Okay, they're really honoring it.
And he wasn't a buff, not in this game, as I don't believe he even died once. But either way, guys, a very straightforward win. Zeka Viper. As is what the sign says. And certainly those two players were able to push it through and take a very simple win for Hanwha Life Esports. We are all tied up 1-1. We will have a break, end the space, and we'll be back.
살짝 볼게. 바텀 다음 웨이브 간다.
테리 이었고 테리 이었고.
헬기 왔다. 미드 나왔어.
얘네 내가 스턴 준비할게. 자 아들.
네 연기 나 연계
내가 바텀 밀게 바텀 밀게.
내가 몸이다.
바텀 밀게 이거.
잡았어?
잡았어. 가져와. 끝날래 그냥?
끝내자. 끝나기 약간 애매했어.
아 끝내. 미드로 가면 끝낼만해.
미드 가자. 미드 다 같이 가자.
20초인데 이거.
웨이브 3개. 다음 웨이브 어디?
탑바텀 라인 끌지 말고 미드라인만 끌고 그냥
노플이야,
위에
노플,
거부터
노플.
위에 거부터. 라인 조금 애매해. 하나만 캐봐 일단.
다음 웨이브와 다음 웨이브
다 갈 거야 아마.
리턴은 깨놓자.
위타만
깨봐.
위에 거 깨봐.
살짝 봐봐봐. 선 연계된다.
얘 진짜인데? 끝내. 다음 경기 잘하자.
그래. 나
일단 깨 일단. 공풀 대리 오면 공풀.
잠깐 좀 들어가. 네네.
오케이. 다음 경기 잘하자. 됐다. 다음 경기 잘하자.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. You can't really see
Aw,
it.
it's
I drew a little sad banana.
Trust me, it's a great rendition.
It is a very
He
sad.
really
banana.
put his work in.
Yeah.
Because you had a lot of time to draw.
I had a
during
lot of
that
time to
match.
draw because there wasn't a lot of time to analyze because that game was over in the bottom lane when a certain Soraka started chain dying.
I want to highlight, I think that there were some risks taken, but to me, this wasn't DRX losing the game automatically in draft, right? Like, I think that they had a couple of things that needed to go right for them. But if you look at this, you have a lane which in theory should be able to at least match. We saw that the level 1 fight actually went well with that Zeri and the Soraka. And Azir, even though in the LCK we really regard Akali as a good counter, Akali should not be able to contest prior early, and if Azir can keep control of that lane up until you really get into the skirmishes, then it really allows Wukong to play the map a little bit more and maybe also help out on that bot side, right? So
yeah, I mean, I understand your point if there are no nameplates in this game, but if there is Zeka that you're blind picking Azir into, I think that's unacceptable, to be perfectly honest.
Well, yeah, I was getting to that. Although the Akali to me wasn't even worth. Could have been Silas. Like that was.
Well, I mean, of course, but like any melee champion that you'd happily pick into Azir, like,
and
I think it's an odd choice to say the least.
And even the subsequent follow-up that was pretty mediocre of Viego and Gnar didn't really end up mattering because those lanes didn't matter. It was literally over in bot lane, and you can notice some frustration.
Which we can roll that replay
It's because of this. It's because of what's happening right here. Because you cannot let this bot lane snowball. And Barrel has flash here. Like, the gank is getting set up. He has flash. Can't die there. As a result, right, like, Viper is able to stay full health. Barrel is unable to aid in the skirmish at all. And Croco at this point is all in, right? Like, needs to try and go for this fight. And then from this point on, the game is over. Like, if you're Soraka in those scenarios, you can't die first. Like, we joke a lot about being able to, you know, be the type of player that goes for the baits, that goes for the out of lane and the shot calling. But moments like this, from that point on, and then also the play in mid where Fade was unable, get assassinated by Zeka, both a great play from Zeka and a mistake from Fade. And then the game was over, because now the one lane where you should have pressure in mid, gone, and the bot lane that could have maybe survived if they had their summoners and didn't just give over a double kill to Lethality Virus, also gone, and then that was game. It was just done immediately.
It was a little bit unfortunate. I think that a lot of it does come back to not necessarily poor drafting, because like you say, there's definite merit to putting those champions together into what Harmolife Esports were displaying. But you have to take into account who your opposition is when you're leaving these doors open. And giving comfort picks and comfort champions to players of this caliber, I just don't think is something that you can really do. As we'll play the next replay, which isn't really even a highlight or anything. This is Harmolife Esports at 20 minutes, taking a Baron and demonstrating the result of what can happen if things go horribly wrong in the bottom lane.
And moments like what we saw is also why I think people, even the Dog Dom hasn't looked as good this split, should go a little easier.
Oh yeah, no, it's not about that.
As right now, like, Harmolife have executed their early game so well. I've been able to snowball as hard as they have with this Lethality Virus, this Heimerdinger, and this Akali, all very snowbally picks, that they can literally start Baron the moment it comes up. And the only thing, especially after, as you pointed out, the double Scryer deck gets used, like, look at the gold, right? The game state at this point is so
it's
atrocious.
a Zeka free-for-all at this point in time, and I assume that Zeka will pick up some POG votes, but the unfortunate thing is, when he was making all of these sick plays,
the game was
all
already
this stuff,
done.
the game was over. He was just mopping up.
And I agree with you. I think Zeka is the type of player where if he gets Akali and the game is on like even footing and he gets like a kill, then he's a deciding factor. But to me, this literally was bot lane, first 10 minutes, game was over. After that, they had all their summoners blown, didn't even win the play. And then Viper got after Clit, was able to pick up the Herald as a result, a turret, and then that was it.
Yep, it was kind of done.
Not allowed.
There was one thing that was kind of okay for DRX was the fact that the level 1 bottom lane, they actually managed to wrestle Prior away from the Heimerdinger. That's about where the good news stopped. Let's have a look at who picks up POG for this one. Man, it's been a bit of a sad vibe so far on the desk, but Viper, not sad for him at all. He'll pick up yet another POG. 605 on the Varus. Varus, over the last couple of days, has been the most important champion on the Rift, it feels like.
Yeah, as we were having actually an in-depth conversation about this, I think it is an often held opinion that the lethality Varus doesn't allow for as much skill expression. It's not nearly as flashy as its on-hit or like full DPS counterparts. But we have seen like back-to-back games for both Paze and now Viper.
And Envy yesterday as well.
Also, where the pick just looks incredible, right? And moments like this where it gets ahead, you can truly see how insanely oppressive the pick is and how little counterplay it allows you if you do fall behind to it early, which, again, hats off to Viper and Life for how they played out the early laning phase and were able to capitalize on the mistakes of their opponents. As the one upside that I actually really enjoyed, I'm not gonna talk about it. The one upside that I really enjoyed was on DRX was Rascal. Rascal had a good game to kind of counteract the oh my god DRX vibes. Atlas is losing it because obviously the situation of what has transpired here. As
I don't even need to analyze this. This is the best part because I need to leave it to Valdez. Because Valdez is the one that's truly going to get a kick out of it. Speaking of which, let's throw it over to him and Wolf right now to take away game number 3.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. Yeah.
Did you notice the mid votes formed the 80 carry icon there? It was.
I think they formed an L. That's what I saw, at least, because every mid vote was an L. The game was not about Zek at all, but you know, you're free to vote for whatever you want to. If they wanted to vote for Life, go ahead. They have votes, and me and Atlas do not. So that's just the way that goes. But yeah, just a very straightforward game. Wow. We do not condone violence here at the LCK.
We do condone playful violence and slapping, though. That's okay.
Do we? Oh.
It's his birthday.
It's his birthday, yeah. So apparently you're supposed to get beat on camera. DRX select red. This is a surprise to nobody. We'll see if they can pull out another interesting counter pick to either the top lane or maybe if they can give their bottom lane a chance.
Look, I mean...
Straight up.
The games were defined by draft. I think in game 1, there was a lot more complexity to it. We did see a lot of intricate team fights, and Viper struggled on the Draven pick, right? And was a backdoor to end the game. But game 2, the draft was quite simple, and the game was quite simple as a result. Now, I want to see what Hanwha Life Esports have here in the tank in terms of the draft for game 3 on blue side, because they prioritized the Draven very highly, and it was punished. They also wanted to put Kingen on Sion. DRX have shown they already have the answer. Now, you could protect something like a Sion pick, but it does mean a lot of other options become available here for Fate, for example, as we'll see the Varus ban on Hanwha Life's side here.
So Heimer is left available this time. Last time it was the Heimer that got banned in that spot, and Zeri will be banned here. So Heimerdinger is left available.
Banned also. There's not a lot of options. You just go for that first pick at least. Now, Sivir feels somewhat playable here if you wanted to actually go with it with no Varus there, but they're going to take Heimerdinger Maokai. There's no Varus to pair with this, no Ashe to pair with this. See what this ends up being here is Hanwha Life just going to play a Draven lane, and they're going to pick the Kassadin early.
Oh,
remember last time?
This can be punished. This can be punished pretty hard, Wolf.
Well, is Fate willing to play the Tristana? Is he willing to play the Yone? We saw Faker attempt and fail against Sekka.
Anything AD, you've already got Maokai and Heimerdinger. The world is your oyster.
It's going to be Heimerdinger Ezreal, it looks like, in terms of the bottom lane here. But if you pick the AD carry now, and you've also hovered, shown it as well, so kind of priced into this, I think, a little bit, because there are a lot of other options we could have seen. Even the Sivir, I think, works here potentially. But now your Kassadin pick can be somewhat protected here as Hanwha Life Esports against DRX. And this is why DRX banned this in the first phase, because they were worried, okay, if Zeka gets his hands on this and we can't punish it, it's going to be a big problem. This is a very snowbally draft here. Karma Draven, one of the bigger problems. Renata Glask, also an option I think you can ban here as DRX in the second phase. You could also maybe ban Sion if you just don't want to play that game anymore. There's another option here for sure. But on Hanwha Life, do you ban Tristana? Are you worried about Fate's Tristana? Doesn't look like that's the case here. Are you worried about, topside? That's where the strength of DRX could come through. Taking the Renekton away from Rascal.
Or even Fate.
Could be, yeah, could be. It could very well could be.
Another choice into the Kassadin. Again, like I said, you know, the world is your oyster. I think you're probably right. It's probably just a ban against Rascal. He looked great on it in the last game. Pike to be banned here, so they don't want to go against Draven Pike. They're actually giving respect to the potential Pike pick from Life.
Jace, another strong option here potentially to ban too for Hanwha Life. You know, with the Renekton already banned, it loses a little bit of its power, but
I wonder if they're considering banning Tristana.
it's definitely in their minds, but you just don't know if Fate's going to play this well. Remember, Bulldog is a rookie player. They will ban it. But he's an insane laner, right? And he is the type of player who's going to push that advantage. Fate, I'd say in the past he has been, but...
Look at his face.
Yeah, he's like, oh, well, not getting that one. Yone, next on the list here for Fate.
Yeah.
Jace, I was talking about this. Jace also very strong here. Flex pick. You have that R5, so wait and see what Hanwha Life do. And you can play Jace into the Kassadin mid. You get a lot of prio there. You've got a Maokai for gank assist. So you can push it even harder.
Yeah, I like that idea. You already have the Ezreal, you have the Maokai, you have the Heimerdinger. There's an insane amount of poke that you have in this composition already. And Maokai, of course, can be tanky alongside of it. You can round this out very nicely.
Renata very weak now in this draft. You don't want to play that one because the ultimate's not going to get value against this much range, this much poke. There's no real melee aggression you're going to be facing. So even though it's great for the lane, I like the Soraka pick here a lot more. Even though it might be painful for Barrel to see it this time in a stronger draft on the other side of the Rift. And what's that final pick going to be? It could just be a tank. I mean, you've got a lot of healing with the Soraka. You have a long-term team fight with Kassadin. And you're going to need it against the Ezreal. Or we can just lock the Ezreal or Jace down. I like a tank here more. Ornn or the Scion. Ornn has long-range engage. And that's going to be the option for Kingen.
Yeah, Ornn a little bit of a better spot against some of the tank counters compared to the Scion.
Feels like an Aatrox lock-in here for Rascal. Try to dominate that lane, get prio in mid.
Yeah.
And then just control mid-game with the Jace and Aatrox power. You have great range damage and poke later on. Both of these drafts feel fantastic. I think in a lot of ways, Hanwha Life got everything they wanted here. They have that strong laning phase with Viper's Draven. They get a kill early from a mistake from Barrel. You get that cash in, and that's something we don't normally talk about. It's like, what if somebody makes a mistake? What if you get that gold early? Well, with Barrel, we've seen it a lot, right? And it's an Ezreal Heimerdinger lane where positioning of turrets is going to be everything. Getting level 2 is going to be massive. The scaling aspects of Hanwha Life Esports' comp with the extra itemization you're going to get from Ornn 2 is amazing. When you have the Aatrox power top side, Croco can play around that, leave the bottom side to try to be self-sufficient with the Heimerdinger. This draft is definitely winnable for DRX. I think of the 3 games drafts, this is the one that excites me the most, even though we did have Cho'Gath in game 1. Then both teams really knew exactly what they wanted to do. They played it out well. They had a plan. The R5 pick is solid. Some good drafting, I think, on both sides here again in game 3. And I think we're in for a long, drawn-out game with a lot of Ezreal poke.
Yeah. She's expecting the game 3 DRX victory. Could happen. Could definitely happen. This is a Viper fan.
Yeah, I got the update, by the way. I spoke to someone from Hanwha during the break. The Orange Day is every Saturday match day for Hanwha is Orange Day for them, so they'll wear orange, and they gave me some photos of them all holding oranges and stuff like that, some cool stickers. So that's why it's Orange Day.
That must have terrified you, Wolf. You're not a big fan of oranges.
Orange flavor is fine. I don't really like... I can't eat fruit. Everyone from Challengers knows this. But anyway.
Yeah, that's some Challengers lore.
Zeka gets his Kassadin. They prioritize it for him. He needs to carry. No mistakes allowed here this game. Cannot fall behind against this prio Jace lane that's set up here for the side of DRX.
Yeah, and Fate's given an opportunity. You know, got a little bit bullied in the first couple of games, was on Azir duty, did not go great. This time, he might be in control as we jump out of the Rift for game number 3.
Once again, Valdez, 2 picks for the solo laners where they're given an opportunity to make this game theirs. And I think that has to be the way DRX needs to draft in the future. You know, on blue side, they gave Barrel an opportunity to have that hidden Soraka pick. It didn't work out. First Strike Ezreal, very popular right now.
Viper's getting some extra stacks. He gets to throw some axes early. But as you mentioned, Beryl is the original. I mean, he's not the first person ever to make Heimerdinger, to play Heimerdinger, but he was kind of the guy that made it popular in professional play in the support role.
Yeah.
And he is going to set things up pretty nicely to start. Gets control of the lane with the Ezreal.
We'll grab some extra control vision here, spotting Klid's pathing. So this is actually pretty nice for him, starting the red buff, knowing he's pathing top side here to make sure that Kingen doesn't get too much aggression early. It means that the bottom side can push more aggressively. So really nice ward here for Beryl and Duckdom, winning that early trade, getting the late Soraka to lane here as Life had to back. Feels pretty amazing, honestly, for Beryl and Duckdom here. Some extra first strike gold. As it's going to look like this for a little while. Here, like I said, Fate has the opportunity. He's been given to make a huge impact this game. We've seen it on his Sylas.
Yeah. And Fate is such an interesting player because we were all kind of Fate fans. We felt he had so much potential. He had so many games where he would pop off and then kind of just, slink back into just, I don't know, a little bit of average mode Fate. And sometimes, we watch some of the Azir games, he doesn't feel super impactful, and then sometimes he has perfect KDA on a Sylas, right? So I think maybe the more proactive picks look better for him, even though he's not necessarily, doesn't always look like that kind of player, as here he goes already into Elise's jungle.
Yep,
not an easy thing to do, but when Kassadin is in the game, you get to do it.
Yeah, and with that ward setup, he has a lot of extra information about exactly how he can come in there and the timing at which he could try to steal away some of those raptors.
A level 3 for the Elise.
Yeah, very frustrating. And, going back to your point about Fate, he had, I think, a much better time on Live Sandbox than he did when he went to Kwangtung Freaks, and he seems to be a very emotional player, very high highs and very low lows, and it really depends on the game state, what champion he's been drafted, and I think we see that a lot with players who have been around for a long time, who haven't actually had, they haven't earned their stripes, so to speak, haven't had a finals appearance, haven't had a worlds appearance, right, as Rascal?
Spotted. Rascal's in trouble, though. This wave is huge, and this is level 3 Elise. She had to take the Wolves to get it, but it's still level 3 as Rascal is trying. Nice flash, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. Klid has the aggro. He's got Repel. Very textbook gank on the top side. Rascal saw it coming. Couldn't do anything about it.
And they had the information with the wards and obviously the spot there from Fate that this was going to be the pathing of Elise. And still, Croco decided to go bottom side here, grabs bottom scuttle, doesn't want to interact with the Elise top side, it looks like, and is going to look for a gank here, but
Flash from Croco. Will it happen? There it is, the flash over the wall, and a little bit slow on the Q, so Zeka just flashes away and flashes the DRX sign as well.
yeah, bit of a peculiar choice here from Croco. Decides to take bottom scuttle because he doesn't want to interact with Elise top side, then looks for the flash play as Barrel's coming up for some laser action.
And now Zeka is like, well, I don't get to farm this wave. Not really. A little bit.
Going to be a plate here for Fate in just a moment. Just another auto on that turret. So much damage done. Barrel just being in the area, making sure that Zeka can't even do anything back here. So frustrating. And a wave was pushed into Duckdom's turret on the bottom side, so he actually finds himself a little bit behind the CS for the moment. The flash play here from Rascal is great, but the bigger issue is that Croco's scuttling bottom side here. He knew this was coming, he saw it, and the flash is, I mean, it couldn't have been more perfect. It still doesn't matter. Repel is busted. It's really easy to just get out of this one. This is the power of early level 3 Elise gigs.
Maybe if he didn't flash next to the wall? I'm like trying to find if there was a way for him to kind of get out that maybe if he flashes over Elise, because then in that scenario it would be a little bit more difficult for him to get the knock up, right? Still a very rock and a hard play situation.
Yeah, I mean
it's Elise level.
Hitting the timing at point blank range on the flash alone, like, we have to celebrate, right?
Yeah, he did enough.
So it's really hard to criticize, but
Soraka 0-5. I think this pick still has power. Don't just look at these numbers and say, oh, it's terrible.
With all the bans, sometimes it's the best option for the lane you're trying to grab.
We're going to see it more. So Klid is trying to come in here, and It's not going to be successful. This is Heimerdinger trying to help out with the early Drake take, and he will be successful alongside of Krako.
So far, so good here for DRX, using the prio they drafted in the early game to get these early objectives, at least the first one. And obviously, top side, they did lose Rascal once. He's falling very far behind in CS in terms of what was the final R5 counter pick here, but it's just because he wasn't shadowed by Krako. And so, you know, he is falling significantly behind. This does hurt, but you have other good things in this draft. You have the range, you have the poke in this comp. Observer's just like, just so you guys know, he took fruit. Like, yeah, okay. Good to know.
He was like stacking the wave. I wonder if he was trying to pretend like Clid was top, but not quite the case. And now they know exactly where Clid is, as Krako has just been kind of hanging out down in the bottom lane now for a bit. And mid lane, the Jace, I mean, yeah, it has priority, but they're exactly even on CS. So it's not like we're seeing any kind of Tristana action. No, like blowing up in the lane. Zeka hasn't died. He's very, very safe, it looks like.
Yeah.
Flashed away from the one gank. Totally fine. Well, I say that, and he moves up. He is going to have to ult away. Pretty awkward for him.
Yeah, a lot of the time, you know, mid laners in non-prio lanes like this, flashless, you're so vulnerable, but with essentially your ult being a pseudo-flash here, you have a lot of options to get out, as Kingen has a fat lead on the top side now. He's grabbing another plate. Rascal has no teleport here, so he's just going to lose more minions here, losing a cannon. At least it's a cannon wave. And, like, this is reminiscent of the Hanwha Life versus T1 series.
Clid in position. This should be pretty elementary. That is the cocoon and the silence, and Life says, thank you very much. I will take that kill.
Unfortunate that Viper's not able to cash it in here, but still, grab that kill, secure it as best as you can. And Viper's still in a very great spot here in this lane, but this does, like I was saying, really feel reminiscent of the T1 game, right? Where Clid's on the Elise, he's making impacts around the map. Atlas and I were jokingly calling it Cliddemption because he had a rough start to the season. And you've got Kassadin with the prio lane against him, still farming fine, stays even in CS.
They're trying to essentially trade that bottom gank for a play onto the Rift Herald, but Clid is here. He's not level 6 though, which might be an issue, but that's gonna leash, and DRX actually don't have an angle to take it. Now Fate is coming on over. They finally grabbed their entire team essentially outside of the Ezreal, and now maybe they can restart it, but Hanwha Life Esports at least able to delay it for a bit.
Yeah, they delay it here. They're going to try to push this mid wave in. Life is here. And Viper's going to get some extra time here alone. No way this works, right?
Rolling Death actually nearly able to take out Beryl, and not quite able to take out the Rift Herald, but Beryl is quite low. I thought maybe they would try to get aggressive onto Beryl, but he's got Flash.
Okay, they're looking for a fight here, though, with Clid.
Yeah, Orenhorn comes through. They have nothing to interrupt it. That's one knockup and one flash that they get out of this. And even the ultimate here out of Krako, as Fate not in a great position. Life with the Soraka gank. As the silence here going to delay the flash of Fate. Can he get out? Will he survive the damage of this Kassadin? It's so close, but Zeka will pick up the kill. He had like no damage with just Tear and Catalyst, but it is enough.
Just barely enough with the E coming back. He gets it. Now he's going to get a plate here in mid. History's repeating itself. Zeka's Kassadin has been banned by so many teams. He gets these opportunities with his squad, setting him up for these plays. He gets an early kill. Gets a plate,
oh,
and
man.
Top side of the map, you know, you're so desperate to actually retreat there, and then you have this Kassadin that's so great at chasing, as this is going back in time here to this Clid gank, where he's back in the brush, catches Beryl here, very textbook, as you said. Kill goes to Life, a little bit unfortunate, but this is where things get nasty. Excuse me, because Fate, this acceleration gate is used early here, and Zeka's like, Flash just came up, very fortunate for me, and the E, just on the edge with the Q. Barely takes him out, and Beryl saves the topside play before that, by the way, with a grenade at level 4. Things could have been even worse here for DRX.
Viper getting in Beryl's face. He does have Whirling Death. I think it just came off cooldown, and it's not quite going to land, but still, just pushing the Heimerdinger out of lane. That is one thing that the Straven does very well with this early Dirk. Just really gets in your face and says, okay, I'm going to take over this lane a little bit.
Yeah. And, you know, pushing this wave, and now he's going to grab another plate while they try to defend this Rift Herald.
They're going to go on to the Elise here. Not 100% sure about that, as we have supportal combat in the bottom river.
It should crash through, so a lot of extra money here for Fate, but the Draven can actually proxy this wave. Right now, Life has prio for this bottom lane, so it's really difficult for Beryl to get back here easily. Viper doesn't stick around too long, but still getting a massive lead on the bottom side of the map. And see the path Beryl takes here. No 6. Croco coming over with him.
Yeah.
Viper is given such a long leash in these games to get advantages. He uses them so well.
Top lane, we're taking another look at this as Dirk purchased and a couple more longswords for Rascal, who not having the most fun time after the way the top lane did go with the level 3 gank. Gets your tank ahead, essentially, and then after that, Clid has not really gone to the top side. He didn't really have to. He has just played around mid and bot, which is where a lot more of the bread is going to be buttered, especially after the top lane gank went very well.
Yeah. It is going to be Infernal Soul, which is really fortunate for DRX, because it could have been Chemtech, which would have been really rough for your composition when you're already up against so much scaling damage here with this Kassadin.
Fate bought a Hex Drinker, so
Into a Kassadin matchup. So
yeah, so this is like, I mean, yes, it is Elise, it is Kassadin, you know, and it is Ornn, right? What are you gonna say? But again, it kind of just feels like the Crown from Game 1, where it's like, okay, you win. Like, I'm not gonna build damage. Now I'm just Jace that has less poke damage.
yeah, exactly.
What is he gonna do in this game now?
It's unfortunate because he's what Valdez.
When is the Jace spike? Tell me, Wolf.
Well, what essentially what Valdez is saying is you were given the power to carry and be the guy. You've died once, and you buy a Hex Drinker, so like this.
And it comes with great responsibility.
Yeah, the draft choice no longer has the impact it was intended to have. And so, yes, he will be stronger later, but so will Zeka in a much bigger way.
Oh, Rolling Death? No! Life takes it again!
Life, #1 kill stealer, man. Look at that grin.
What's going on?
#1 kill stealer.
First time I get it, you know, like you don't want Beryl to flash. Beryl's flashless and cocooned. I mean, he didn't do it on purpose, right? But, oh no.
I don't think Viper minds that much because the money is still going, a little bit of the money is still going to his pocket. He's got this lane controlled. Barrel's getting abused down here, but like I said, you pick the Draven into Barrel because you're like, I'm gonna get a cash in, right? Right? Not in this case, but still, a lot of power on the bottom side of the map. Mid, Fate's losing out control, right? And Zeka's gonna have his Rod of Ages very soon here. We're actually close to 14 minutes, so he should be picking it up very soon by his next back, which should be shortly, you have to imagine. And Fate looks like he might get a plate out of this. They have the rotation up of Croco to try to siege this. And obviously this could make it very easy to pick up some money in mid. And actually it's chasing that Kassadin down the lane, but yeah. This is a little bit tragic for Viper. As Cocoon here.
So close too.
It's
It
definitely
looked
not
like an execute.
아, 까비.
He's like, oh crap.
unlucky.
괜찮아.
He's like, it's okay, it's okay.
막티게 잡네.
This is what I say, like, you
Nah,
can see his
don't
face on the player cam, like he was definitely like, oops.
Yeah. Both players know, but what are you going to do? That's sometimes the way it goes. Soraka out-executes a Draven. It's quite unlucky, to be honest. Like, he's just trying to get a silence now. That's the way it goes. So,
Herald spawns in 10, and you're trying to push this Kassadin now as Jace doesn't have TP. Zeka, by the way, does have TP.
Maybe Fate's going to spike in the next series. Can you tell that I'm? Can you tell that I'm tilted?
You're being
I'm
a bit of a
really tilted.
You're being a bit of a mean caster right now. Oh, it takes a turret shot, takes a second turret shot. Okay, now I'm being the mean caster. Look, I mean, he can't do much here into this Kassadin, who could easily just walk away and TP into the fight if he decides to go up. So he's trying to stay down here. And the composition of Hanwha Life Esports is still low range, hasn't spiked yet. Kassadin doesn't even have Rod of Age. It's going to be a very late Rod because Zeka actually went bottom instead of going back here. And Hanwha, they want this advantage. They have an Ornn Horn, and they want to use it. This is a great team fighting comp if they can get Zeka, or rather Viper, excuse me, the gap closer.
Lid's trying to get in there, but the knockups are good. It is not stolen away as a stun goes on to King.
There's the cash in.
And there's the cash in. We finally do get it, and no eye will be kept here for the side of DRX. So a couple of kills, no Herald as DRX desperate to try to get something outside of a couple of Drakes. And instead they lose a couple more lives.
Dom has to be the hero of this game if there's any chance of DRX winning it, and those chances seem to be diminishing at a very rapid pace, an exponential pace. Yes. 11:32.
League of Draven.
And, I mean, this is top turret, now under massive threat. There's nobody catching this wave. The commitment mid from Dom there to try to... Like, he comes over here. No Jace, by the way. He's like, I think we could win this. Maybe we could steal this one away, and they will secure it. But there's so much follow-up here. And Krako's like, all right, I press the emergency R button, we're out of here. But nope, King blocks the first part of it. They can chase down. They get the knock up here onto Rascal. It's just one of those fights where you have to respect the damage of this Draven. And you don't have a really easy way out. Yes, you do have the Krako ult, which is what they thought was going to be good enough, but just blocked, and the chase is on.
Yeah, and take a look at this now. We do have a second item purchased, an Essence Reaver for Viper. He was able to get essentially 1,100 gold, right, from the cash out, so he is in an amazing spot. And in this spot, where you've got a Maokai and an Aatrox in your face, you're feeling much better compared to game number 1, as now Rascal getting flashed on by Viper. He has to flash away. This does mean that Viper a little bit less mobile.
He's less mobile, but who's going to catch him? You know, is the question. Rascal, if he tries to come in here for the flank, he dies. I actually think the aggression there is correct. Now, the longer this fight goes here, before this Kassadin is really online, that Jace damage is going to stack up. Is so Hano Life going to try to go around here, grab vision with this Bloom, and then wait for that Kingen engage.
Yeah, as long as the poke is hitting, it's going to be a good spot here for DRX, but Kingen is trying to pull the trigger, and he does, as the Maokai ultimate is actually huge. It zones everybody away for so long, and now Kingen a bit left alone, and he's not going to get out of this one. You see some low health bars on the side of Hamo Life Esports, and they say, well, I guess we can't really get on top of the streak.
Yeah, doesn't like they're going to be able to contest it. Could try to go for the steal here, but this is a 3-stack. He's thinking about it. Don't advise. Do not advise. Okay, he doesn't go. But they gave the shutdown to Rascal, which I think they would have liked to give it to Dom, but either way, still a lot of money going over here on this shutdown of Kingen. Lots of gold being picked up here on that mid turret. And it's sole point. So DRX can... They've bought essentially a lot of time in this game, and time is not a flat circle in this game because... Well, I mean, in terms of the scaling
Maybe
aspect,
not in this game.
Yeah, because...
In general, it is.
Yeah, I'm just... Hold on. Hear me out.
All right.
Because normally you think Kassadin, you hit level 16, that's the win condition, it's over. Doesn't always happen that way. The Kassadin can be behind. Kassadin is not behind in this game. But late game Ezreal, the poke in this composition, the low range Draven, and the Jace, as you can see here in this fight, as I will showcase in this fight, you know, can be very problematic. And Kingen decides, okay, we've taken too much damage from the Jace, I'm going to flank here. The ultimate is great coming through from Krako. And Viper, his range is just too short. He can't follow up. There's no way to get onto this. Zeka's not strong yet. DRX win the fight, that's sole point. And all of the problems in terms of the kill score, the leads, like these things, these 4,000 gold lead, they are significant. Don't get me wrong. But this game is still winnable for DRX if these fights are played out like this.
Yeah, and Infernal Soul could come online extremely early. I mean, we could look at a 23, 24-minute Infernal Soul in this game, and you're playing a poke comp, right? So consider the Infernal scaling on not only the obvious Jason Ezreal, but Heimer and Maokai. And not to mention your top lane will also
Beryl,
as Beryl's dead. You know, we've seen this before. I'm not too surprised. Rascal is going in here, you know, a little bit of a 2-on-2. Doing a bit of damage here to Kingen, trying to prove that this Aatrox will eventually work.
That's a rough one. I mean, that Heimer is so much of how you're going to play around these sides, how much you can do with, like, what they wanted to set up potentially with Krako there is just not an option anymore at all. And he's just going to go topside. Really unfortunate. He's going to find someone.
Okay, that's going to be Life just left alone, and he will be rooted up by the Nature's Grasp. Even throws out the Wish. That's not enough. And, well, Zeka is Kassadin, so he will get away, even though he tried valiantly to help out his brother.
Squishy Enchanter supports punished on the Rift Valves.
Yeah.
I said, okay, I can't make this play anymore. You got Beryl, but I'm going to get Life on the other side.
this Kassadin is going to be pretty massive, especially with the Ornn, which, as we do, Zeka is getting a little bit bullied, but at the end of the day, did he get that blue? No, looks like it was stolen looking at the Maokai buffs.
Yeah.
He had a blue, but it wasn't that one.
Yep. So, turret going down here from this almost pick onto the Kassadin, the pick onto life. A lot of money given to this Jace. Actually, Zeka does TP in here and will deny it, so I spoke too soon on that one, but it will be his TP down. As DRX are now grouped around Baron, and it's very early, I think, in this composition for this.
Uh-oh, he's not going to get the kill. He finally does. Kingen looking for a bit more, but the Aatrox, very scary now. He is going to go into the World Ender. Kingen does have Flash, and yeah, with not a lot of vision in the jungle, Rascal's like, well, I did my job. Took out the turret. Let's back away.
Yep, we'll have to ult for it, but nothing else. Not too bad. As this is going to be Barrel's vision here, trying to clear things up, and I mean, this is one of those moments everyone will laugh at Barrel, but
he had a lot of vision.
He had a lot of vision except where he needed it to be. And then we go to the other side here as Krako commits to this pick onto life, who commits ult as well here to try to survive, but it's not enough. Zeka's not strong enough yet. But now he's got a stopwatch. 6 stacks on that Rod of Ages. He is very quickly getting stronger every moment he spins insides here, pushes Fate out of the lane. And as we go into this next fight, DRX so desperately wanted to just lock this one down.
Yeah. The Rod is not going to hit max stacks by the time this Infernal is ready.
It's picked up very late in this game.
Yeah, he did go for the tier and got a little bit delayed on the map.
But he has
that second Rift Herald.
You know, he has his second upgrade of his ult. He's still very strong. He's not as strong as he could be.
So they're trying to pick off Rascal here right before this goes. This Infernal Drake fight happens. They've got 30 seconds, a lot of damage already from the Kassadin here onto Rascal. Maokai ultimate used.
Now DRX have a lot.
Stop them in their tracks.
They have a lot of prio on the Drake now, but it's very short-lived. Like the Drake hasn't spawned. It's not spawning for 15 seconds, so you don't get that much out of this attempted collapse there. The TP is committed from Fate. Krako, no ultimate here. HLE should feel amazing about this exchange.
See how it goes. Australia is in, and they are trying to just dunk on top of Rascal, but he will flash away. Clint in a rough spot, but a big knock-up from Kingen. Immediately a kill does come out from Fate, and finally Zeka pulls the trigger, but it's a little bit too late in this fight. They've already lost their front line, and Zeka will go down as Duckdom just shreds them at the end of this fight.
He's just caught by that teleport there, and even with Kingen having a big ultimate there, there's no follow-up damage. Viper's range, again, is somewhat of an issue here, and Duckdom is doing a ton of it. And DRX gonna take Infernal Soul here, 23-30.
Wow.
And I gotta say, this game is very quickly kind of snowballing away from HLE. Rod of Age is not done yet. That's not really what this is about. It's about, okay, Draven has a massive lead, got that second item early, but what can he do in fights if he cannot actually close the gap? Lid here gonna try to get some information, but he's like, oh, they didn't even start it yet. This steal is gonna be rough. He's got Smite and Repel.
Well, they're going to see that. TP into the bottom lane here from Kingen. They will have to let this one go.
So Baron and Infernal Soul. It's looking very good for DRX right now. HLE will grab with King in this bottom turret, but Clid? Question mark?
Well, Soraka is coming up here with the Kassadin. He's buying a lot of time, but he's going north. So, okay. Well, he's just going to essentially give that one away. You see his reaction to the cam. He is not happy.
His stopwatch is broken for this too, and there's no play. Kingen
He just assumed they were all going to back after the Baron, but they didn't. You got to be sure.
You have to be sure, or you will be punished. This game has fallen away from Hanwha so quickly. They had a 6-0 kill score. They were so ahead.
Okay, they're trying to punish Fate here, but it's very under turret.
Very under turret.
Yeah, it's about as much under turret as it could be.
For the next 4.5 minutes here, DRX are going to have, or for the next 4.5 minutes, DRX need to maintain. They have for the next 2 minutes. Ultimate map control here with this Baron. Clid being down really hurts. As this fight is just so difficult to execute. Look how far back Duckdom is. He's exchanging blows with Viper. And then when the teleport comes through, Rascal Flashes over the wall. Kingan's ult here, pretty massive, but look who's doing damage and who's not. Zeka's not doing damage. Duckdom is doing a ton of it. Kroko's up in the thick of things. Zeka flashes the wall, but it doesn't matter because that's going to hit you no matter what.
Yeah.
Trying to turn on this, like maybe if we pull Kroko too deep, but he loses flash there. Kroko does get the kill. And Clint over here, trying to defend this turret, is just punished.
Yeah, and he could have like stayed in the rappel, maybe wait and jump to the bottom side. Maybe he gets saved by Soraka, but instead he just, I don't know.
It's Kraken Slayer Ezreal with Essence Reaver. 3 items now online, so much range.
Yeah, he's pretty unkillable. I mean, this is very interesting, and I think it's part of the reason why we see so much Maokai priority as well in these drafts nowadays, because you're just never going to get on them.
Yeah, you
it's
could just
so
keep
difficult
turrets with these ults, and that's going to be another turret down. They can force the inhib.
We saw it in the last fight too. It's like they went all in onto Rascal, and immediately 5 members are rooted in zones. Like, what? How are you going to get in on them? The Ezreal's super safe. The Aatrox even is super safe. Fate finally buys some items. He's doing some great damage. Kroko also on Maokai. He's tanky. He's rooting everybody, but he's also doing a ton of damage. Sometimes the most in the game. So
This next fight over the Elder Drake, which is fairly early because we did have DRX of the 4 stack here, and a fairly early take, is going to be the game-deciding fight. And the questions we have going into it are, who's going to have Cryo? Seems very DRX focused at the moment with the amount of control they have on the map from this Baron. And will Viper do damage? Look at this graph. He's at 8,200 compared to Fate's 18,000. Duckdom's 13,000.
And Kroko's in seconds.
Barrel ults him. He has to cleanse.
Yeah.
And, like, this is not Viper playing badly. He has the Syzygy now, the upgraded Eclipse. He has 3 items. He is extremely strong when he hits those autos. But he has to be able to hit them onto critical targets. The Jace, who's a million miles away, he's not touching. Duckdom, he's not touching. He's too far away. Barrel's got turrets in front of him. And this Draven pick, once again, kind of comes back to the pick in Game 1 where you're like, can he actually get in there?
Yeah. You
even
remember
with the tank?
You were talking about Game 1. It's Draven v Maokai. We're seeing it again. Draven v Maokai. Like, Game 1 was even more egregious because you have to go through Cho'Gath as well. In this game, you're dealing with an Aatrox, which I feel like is definitely an easier target, but also, yeah, I mean,
if those kills go over to Viper in the early game, I don't know if it really changes the reality, but maybe he has those cash-ins faster. They fight for the Drakes a little bit better earlier. They prevent the stacking from DRX. They can passively let Zeka scale without forcing some unfortunate fights. Because remember, this was a 6-0 start. A 6-0 start, and they have gotten 1 kill since they have not won any decisive team fights.
Yeah.
And if you just get one of these Drakes, you can avoid some of these fights that went poorly for them and hope for the late game cast and win condition. But because DRX get the 4 stack, Hanwha have had to take so many fights they don't want to, and they still haven't won them.
Yeah.
So nothing is gained.
it's insane. Like, imagine if in this game this was a Chemtech Soul. Like, it would have looked entirely different.
Totally different game.
Maybe DRX get the Chemtech Soul and Life Esports still have a chance in this late game. Now, I'm not saying it's only just the Infernal Soul, which is why DRX is winning this hard, but
DRX had to, I mean, Hanwha
Draven had 2 items at 16 minutes, and Kassadin had a free lane.
Yeah, and
like,
this,
what else can you ask for?
This was also, like, Life Esports losing fights on Drakes that got DRX back into it because they were not willing to give with Infernal Soul. And that's correct. That's the right play to make. The execution wasn't there, and this draft has range problems. I mean, Kassadin has to get on top of people to do damage.
I feel like you're going to be saying that in your sleep tonight, Wolf, because it's been so true all day. It's like being hammered into the brains.
I just want to make it clear because it's not like, oh man, Viper's playing badly. He just can't hit stuff.
Yeah. Well, he can Whirling Death. They're trying to get Beryl here, as that's not going to work. The Maokai angle, very interesting. It's going to zone away a bit, but it's not quite as high value as some of the other alts here, as Kroko maybe trying to save his Heimerdinger a bit.
Yeah, this is going to be a long fight. They could try to kite back here and set up more of these barrel turrets here, but the ones on the left side now pretty useless. He needs more time to get that cooldown back offline, and this is actually pretty huge that there's no Maokai ult now here.
And if it's a long fight, this is going to happen, right? The poke is massive now. It's Infernal Soul.
They're trying to get on
DRX's comp.
Trying to get on top of Zeka here. He's doing a ton.
He's getting poked out at the same time by Beryl. Yeah, he's just going to be zoned out. He does have TP. It's could be pretty important in this one.
Keep your eyes on that Croco ultimate. If that comes back up in this fight, it's going to be massive. So his health bar is important, and where he stands and how could potentially be picked is very dangerous for the side of DRX. Zeka going for the flank angle here, level 18.
Yeah, level 18 Cassidy. You've got a fed Draven. Hanwha Life, can you find an angle to do damage? Can you find an angle to engage? Because you need it. You can't just get poked out. And look at this, Viper almost died. He almost died in one combo.
Now they can just take this. Croco's ult's coming back up.
He's got some life steal. He's able to hit Rascal one time, who does take a massive chunk. Hanwha Life Esports giving themselves a chance to get into the pit now.
DRX having fate on this flank angle, looking for Kled.
Oh god, he's so low.
There's the Mount Kyle.
Oh, they're getting out of the backline though. Duckdom in a little bit of trouble. Zeka goes forward. He's gonna get knocked up. There's that Gnaw. It's gonna help him. A massive knockup from Kingen, trying to zone them away, but everybody jumps in, and it's a steal from Kled. They get the Elder, and we see Viper now has the front line, and he has targets to acquire because everybody jumps into the pit, and they can't get the Elder Drake. Zeka now frontlining, he's able to do it for his team, and Viper will just try to run them down, and he will get the execute here onto Croco, as Rascal will be forced to flash, but he's barely staying alive.
So many structures up here still. We're very late into the game, 32 minutes here nearly, but no additional buffs here. Looks like Hanwha Life Esports is just going to be happy with a single bounty and Baron as they try to come over here and take this one away. They had to go through Inner and Inhibitor turret. There's no possibility to end here with the Elder buff, but now they're going to have Exodia here. And Rascal coming over for a little peek. I don't know about this one.
Yeah, I mean,
especially with Elder buff, but maybe he can get something done.
If he can he can only take a couple of hits from the Draven, so.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of this Baron. Nice try, Duckdom. That last fight was insane because if Klid does not...
Oh, they're okay. They're waiting for Klid to come over just to make sure. As okay, there's the smite. It's okay. The Whirling Death was interesting. Still trying to figure that one out, but either way,
if this smite from Klid does not go off, I think DRX smashed this fight.
Absolutely.
Zeka over here on top of Duckdom, but look at Viper when the ult comes out. It's actually blocked for him, and he's able to close the gap here. He's just trying to help Klid secure this with smite. As Kingan's just like, I can buy some time here. Then it still becomes a 50-50. He gets it. Viper's at full health. He gets back. He's got the front line. He just two-shots people. It's crazy. If they miss this smite, though, this fight goes completely differently.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Zeka would be dead, Life would be dead, and Viper would be alone against Elder Drake.
And they did so much to try to buy that space for Klid, and ultimately it was a 50-50. Ultimately, Kingan's knockup, doesn't matter, still a 50-50. He nailed it on the Elise again.
Life died to a sapling.
That's what's going to happen.
Maokai in a very strong place right now. But, I mean, that immediately, you talked about Exodia. They're not really able to use the Elder buff for killing a lot of champions outside of the Elder buff fight, the Elder Drake fight, but it puts them in position to now win this game.
Yeah, Zeka, I mean, if he gets a combo off on somebody here, they will die to the Elder in the last few seconds of it, but it's now fading away. The Baron buff can help them siege up here.
They're not able to get through. Klid is going in. He gets the flash cocoon. He's going to lock up Fate, as Fate eventually will go down. They leave him alive there for just a second, but it does not matter. Ezreal ult.
Duckdom has to carry this fight somehow if they're going to have any chance of surviving. Hanwha Life know there's a possibility of losing this one even with the Jace down. All that extra Ezreal poke damage is too much. They're going to just back away, try to get more structures off of the map. We are going to have another objective fight, I think, in this game, Valdez. I don't think it ends with this. And Hanwha Life just slowly pushing back here, grouped as 5, trying to get a second inhibitor. Not being too greedy, respecting Duckdom's damage, and the fact that Jace is going to respawn here in 20.
Yeah. Still have a minute on Baron, so
Zeka empowering these ults.
Going in. He's got Zhonya's. He's looking for kills as Beryl has to flash. And yes, this will just be a free inhibitor for them as 5v4 with Baron. They do take it down. As Zeka's like, what? How dare you? I will get on top of you, and yeah, now he's just going to run away.
So teleport for Rascal coming up soon. Zeka has TP, Kingan has TP. These TPs are going to be really important because you could threaten stuff with these minions, obviously the super minions here. As yeah, this is just so difficult to fight here as DRX. Fate's just caught, unfortunately, trying to rely on these turrets. I mean, there is so much long-term damage in this comp for DRX, but the Baron buff here and the minions there, that's rough. Look at the control ward purchases for DRX. All of them. got that in that 7th slot in the inventory, or 6th slot, excuse me, in the inventory. And you are looking at a situation here where DRX need vision to hit that poke because they need it before the fight starts. If anyone gets picked,
they have to hit it, right? They have to get something done. The Maokai ultimate has to be used to try to save Fate, but he is all alone and one shot by Viper, essentially. Down goes the Heimer. This game is over. They're able to hit the spike, and they are able to now just dive directly into the team.
hello!
Yep, that's a Norm behind them, and now they've got Wish and Kassadin and a Draven right in front of them. Now Viper is a little bit out of position, but it doesn't matter because Zeka is here. He's going 1v5. He's just trying to take them all down. He still has Zanya, so that's totally fine, as he will actually get sniped there by DuckDom. And they don't have any waves.
They don't have waves, but they will shortly. DuckDom doesn't have an ult. 20 seconds on Jace, barrel up in 10. Looks like this game is going to end with this next push of super minions. There's just not enough damage here to stave off the pressure. Everyone's too healthy. DuckDom's trying his best. Viper doesn't care about range anymore.
Yeah, even the Maokai, you see Krokos trying to throw in tree, and so they're actually going to back away. And, I mean...
40 seconds on this Elder.
Yeah, they lose that fight, they lose Elder, maybe they lose the game. Elder against a poke comp, well, against a poke comp with Elder, not a fun spot.
This is where things go really disastrously as they're trying to clear up vision and set up for what will be potentially the last fight of the game, right? Fate gets caught here. He's instantly deleted. Zeka's killing Barrel on the backside, and they're all chased down. And if they're not playing more mobile champions here, like, this is the end of the game, 100%, even with the TP coming through here.
Here we go again.
Barrel.
That time it's going to be Beryl, as he does get taken out by Clid. And that is right before the Elder Drake fight, the second one of this game.
Now, even with the support down here with no turrets, I mean, Barrel was struggling to get in there to set those turrets up. That's why he died. There's still a lot of poke.
This is Kingen. I mean, he's really tanky. You're not going to be able to get through him. He has Stone Plate as they throw everything into an Ornn and maybe a moment of tilt. 4v5 not going to happen. This should be Hanwha Life Esports game, as they are able to take a massive Elder Drake fight. Clid is able to hit the smite, and now they should be able to push and end this one.
They didn't play it slow. They didn't use their poke. They're trying to use everything on the Ornn and try to burst him down. Well, as you say, he has Stone Plate.
Well,
and he catches. Doesn't matter, I think, ultimately. But Rascal just going to watch the fireworks.
Yeah. Down it goes. That's the Nexus. Zeka very much happy with the way that this game did, and not punished for his Kassadin, and not punished in the game either. I think he's able to do an insane amount of damage towards the end of that game.
When you look at the Hanwha Life Esports players' faces here, you can feel some of the relief, but it's not a satisfying win because you know that this was on a knife's edge. You had a 2-item Draven so early in the game. You had a 6-0 kill lead, and the game almost slipped through your fingers. Clid got the X in the POG spot for me because he hits that Elder Smite. Without that, this game looks completely different. I think that Hanwha Life Esports likely lose it. Might have a few more tussles, but the game does not look the way it did if that 50-50 doesn't go his way. He also played a very nice early game pass. Top side, takes out Rascal early, then makes an impact bottom side to get that Draven ahead. Clidemption, man, on the Elise. The guy has turned things around. His Sejuani, still winless, 0-5. It's still his most played champion. But like we said, Hanwha figured out their identity. Put Kingen on tanks top side, put Clid on this Elise, allow him to make impact, and put Zeka on carries. Zeka, we keep talking about, like, oh, you can't let him have this champion, you can't let him have that champion. He's just good at all of the meta ones right now that make huge impact. So he gets the Kassadin, gets ahead, gets that early kill, and yes, the game did fall away from them for a while there, but when it mattered most at the end, when they were given that Elder buff, he popped off and carried. He did exactly what Kassadin is designed to do in this draft.
Yeah, he had a lot of great angles, even outside of the Elder Smite, but that really was the gigantic cherry on top that's even bigger than the sundae. So, yeah, it was massive. As you said, like, Elder flips, man. They're just a big thing here, especially in Korea. We see it all the time in Challengers, and we see it occasionally here at the LCK.
And some things haven't changed for DRX. To talk about them for a moment, Barrel's still... He's held on to that LCK logo too long in the intro. Maybe he should cook a little bit less. He's been picked a lot, but one thing I will say about DRX is they looked like they had a good plan coming into today. The Cho'Gath pick worked out for them. They looked much more cohesive. It's a hopeful loss for DRX, but is it too late? Because their schedule for the rest of the round robin is really tough coming up.
Yeah, including this Hanwha Life Esports, which they got so close to taking out. Such an important match for them, and they got really close. Like, they had a plan, but once it gets into game 3 and they have a lead and they're in a great spot and they're still not able to clutch it, it's still very worrisome for the side of DRX.
These are those fights that you talked about. If it's Chemtech Seoul, you just walk away from this. Hanwha Life couldn't make that choice. A lot of these fights go poorly for them because of it.
Watch this fight. This is the one for me where it's like, they can't
Very
get onto
disjointed.
any of the carries ever. Like,
Yeah.
Life can't really get in there either. Zeka can't do damage. Viper zoned away.
Just destroyed in this fight.
Yeah.
And this is where it started to look like, oh man, the power of Elder Soul gives them such a great win condition.
Hope we slow it down here. I actually didn't get to see like the final smite number.
Yeah.
Very curious about this. The zoning from Kingen is massive, but Krako still gets in. We don't slow it down.
It looks like it was about 15:54 when he presses it, but I can't know for sure.
Which is too early, but again, that's Elise things, right? He'd probably Q-smite right at the same time.
Yep.
Hits it at 1500.
They have a ton of damage too on top of that to worry about when you have this insane Draven. Like one Draven auto is...
It's like, yeah, one Draven auto is also like 5 people flashing the pit at the same time. Like, how do you stay cool in that moment? It's just insane stuff.
오른쪽 같아 오른쪽 같아 나왔어
And Clint had, you know, a big frustrating misplay on the top side of the map right before that, right? He still stays calm under pressure.
Yeah.
That's the experience this player has. We showed the histories of all these players, and I think a lot of people are surprised based on Clint's recent form of how consistent he has been throughout his career and how long he's been a top player.
He had a lot to say here at the end. I couldn't quite catch
뭐야 여기야?
what he was saying, but seemed a little bit frustrated, perhaps with himself, perhaps with how difficult this game was. Because this is one of those solo queue games where you're like, oh man, I gotta step away. Like, oh man, like that was super stressful. We got the win, but ooh, like let's go take a break.
You could see everyone is sighs of relief. The pressure is off. You won it, but you know there's going to be a lot of conversation in watching tape of this game and this series and some of the drafting we did see. That was, I think, very face-up, and Hanwha stuck to the plan. They stuck to their identity. DRX had good ideas to punish. I like the R5 Renekton here for Rascal, but Krako didn't shadow him. Or sorry, what did I say, Renekton?
Renekton,
yeah.
Understandable. R5 Renekton.
I like the R5 Aatrox here. He was not shadowed by Krako. He died early. I really love the Cho'Gath. DRX, a hopeful loss, but again, is it too late?
It's a rough one. It really stings. They were ahead. They let it slip from their grasp. But either way, guys, we have said enough. That was a very fun back and forth Saturday showdown. Let's see what the guys on the space have to say about that one.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the cast on the day. Saturday Showdown actually delivering us the 3 games. However, the last 2 weren't necessarily the same as the first. If we were a best of 1 region, maybe we'd look better. However, maybe the team that should have won the series doesn't actually win the series. You know, the dichotomy. Difficult juggle.
I liked the DRX draft. I will not talk about Barrel's individual performance because I think that if you don't have anything positive to say, you should just
Not say anything at all.
Not say anything
I
at all.
personally didn't like the R5 Aatrox that much.
No, because,
but maybe
well,
I'm affected by
so
a
the
certain former LCK commentator.
Yeah, well, so there's 2 things here to me that are kind of where the draft pivots. And the Soraka, I do think, was actually a great find and really showcases that if she can get to late, it's very powerful. The Kassadin here on R3 or on B3 should not be allowed. You should not be able to get away with this. And this is a Hanwha Life saying, we're calling your bluff. We don't think that Fate is going to be good enough to punish us here. And as it turned out, they were right. That actually worked out. The Aatrox here used to be a counterpick into the Ornn, but even when Aatrox was at its heyday, I think that the Ornn often did fine, right? You don't have prio.
Oh, he almost always won.
Well, and also, well, the win rate was absurd. Yeah, and additionally, even in the scenario where you would pick it for, which is early lane control, didn't happen because Kingen least level, or rather Rascal least level 1, then lost control of the wave level 1. So as a result, Kingen could just stack multiple waves and dive in with Elise like early on. So from that point on, Rascal was fighting on the back foot, did a great job and then getting back, but
he did.
In theory, I really like the DRX comp, right? Like your mid game is impeccable. If you can get, you should be able to get there with a lead because you have prio on bot side, you have prio on mid, and in theory prio on top, and then you can get the early objectives. But how the actual game played out was I don't know.
It was super weird. And if you're looking at the drafts, just face up on either side, I'm looking at like the most greedy draft of all time, Kassadin, Ornn, Soraka. All these like, if we make it to 60 minutes, you're never gonna beat us. But let's jump into the highlights here and go through the objective control that DRX did show, because they got to a very early Infernal Soul.
Yeah, and because of that, I think the game is close. Because to me, ideally, with this DRX comp, you get an early lead, like they didn't in terms of goal, but it did in terms of objectives, crucially. And then you're right at the victory. And we actually saw that they were close to able to pick up the first 3 Drakes due to some unfortunate positioning and just good early game control from Hanwha
This
Live.
fight was also really good.
And then this fight, as you're pointing out, really well done, right? The hard engage from Rascal just as Flash, able to make it out. The entirety of Hanwha Live knows we need to take this fight, because otherwise we're in really deep trouble. But then they get the soul off of this, and I think that at that point they have about 15 minutes, 10 minutes to win the game. Because, as you point out, at some point the combined power of the Ornn, Kassadin, and Soraka becomes too much, and it becomes really hard to win the game unless you're playing a lot better. And that's the type of moment where I do think that the picks on Barrel, for example, really come and take a lot of momentum out of your game. Because with a poke comp that gets an Infernal Soul, you should not be giving up objectives, right? Like, the opponent should never be able to walk up again. You have counter engage for when the Ornn does come in. So
Yep.
if the team plays well from that position, I think as DRX, you should be able to win.
However, things did end up going wrong. And as we get into it, this is like the inevitability of an Elder Flip in this series.
I want to highlight that I do also think that Hanwha Live played this very well. They realized that if we play it slow, we're going to lose. So instead, as Zeka buys a ton of space here, our only option is we're flipping the fight. Like, we're just going to flip. We have an edge because we have Elise. So let's try and get it 50-50. If you win the 50-50, you win the game. If they lost this flip, game's immediately over, right? Their opponents get Baron. It's a poke comp with Elder Soul. So I actually think that this was a really nice Hail Mary from Hanwha Live. They play very far forward, and the moment the Elder gets low, they fire off the Ornn ultimate. They're hiding behind the Elder as well, which makes the poke harder. Additionally, Rascal got chunked by Zeka. Zeka, for me, a big MVP in that fight. And as a result, he had to back off. And then here, it's a triple for Viper. And Hanwha Live finding a way to turn the Elder Flip in their favor. But if DRX was a better team, they would have lost that game 100%. And I don't think they're going to be happy. And if DRX was a better team, with that lead, they probably also shouldn't have lost.
Yeah, and I have a little bit of a sneaking suspicion that there might have been some people that saw like Infernal Soul poke composition and they're like, all right, well, I'll write down my POG for Croco. So if Clid wins POG, there might be some thinking to do about the people that may not have seen
I know he stole it, but Zeka and Viper to me are the main ones. I think Zeka actually not the most highlighty Kassadin game, but did create a lot of space, and Viper's positioning in a game like that I think is really tough and really important. You're a very short range character into a lot of poke.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at who picks up the player of the game for this one. It will be Clid. So, got to stick around for the whole game, you know? No, I think Clid, he managed to get the one smite that won them the game, and the rest of the game was so messy that I think it's the most important point. Plus, this was a good play.
Did have a great early gank. Had some nice gank moments, although in this case, you know, we can also, as mentioned, feel like we're not going to mention. It's fine. Overall, does get the stealer on the Elise. Another reason why I think that the pick has been rising in priority so much. Being able to actually get yourself a little bit more of an edge when it comes to these objectives is really, really big. And overall, I think Hanwha Live, a lot to look out for, but important is, as the casters mentioned, I still think Hanwha Live they're a bit messy. Their front to back still is very good. And for DRX, they also are improving, mostly, on the top half.
And it's weird, because oftentimes this is seen as being a negative, but the thing that I look at for, that's a lot of,
What you gonna do?
Get POG. It's kind of, I guess, how that one works. The reason I made the joke is because if DRX won that game, it is like 11 out of 11 Croco votes. And if somebody else accidentally does the wrong vote, I'm like going into that room and I'm changing the votes because of how much he carried. But can't give POG to someone that loses the game. A little bit unfortunate. Yeah, so not very clean. But to finish my thought before we get to the interview, I think Hanwha Life Esports were playing with a lot of confidence, and they know that they're better. And oftentimes in League of Legends, confidence is a very powerful tool. Let's go and have a bit of a word with Viper and Clid of Hanwha Life Esports. So Ji-sun, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by Viper Clid from Hanwha Life Esports, the victorious winner of the Saturday Showdown. Clid, you said this is the opening week of Hanwha Life Esports, and indeed, you guys are on a 2-match winning streak. How do you feel, Viper? It was a very, dicey start off, but we were able to focus up until the very end and secure this win. I feel great. It feels great to continue our winning streak, and yeah, our performance was a little bit iffy, but I'm glad that we, kept going until the end, got the win in the end. I mean, Hanwha Life, earlier in the season, you guys are not having a greatest time, but after the previous win, I could see that you guys were ramping up. Yeah. In the previous series, we were able to get a very important win, and we were able to gain the momentum back because we knew that we were able to do this. Like, our playstyle is this. Like, this is what we want. So we are slowly performing better, and Clid also agrees. I looked into some of the stats, and DRX plays around top, and Hanwha Life plays around bottom lane. A very, opposite playstyle of two teams. Yeah, so in the T1 series, we kind of had experience of the similar comp we had this today. So we were like, if we go as we did in the previous match, it's gonna be pretty okay. But actually, DRX played so well, so it was a little bit hard. I want to go back to game 1. Kingen. We saw Kingen Sion one more time. However, DRX kind of read it like a book, and they also went for the counter Cho'Gath on the top lane for Rascal. When I was in Genji, also Rascal, he always played Cho'Gath into Sion. So I was like, maybe he would do that, but I wasn't expecting him to, play it today. And just like you said, Clid, we had the exact same matchup more than 600 days ago by Rascal. However, game number 1 was really close, but DRX ended up winning the game with a backdoor. It was Hanwha Life that won the previous team fight, so how did Hanwha Life players kind of see the situation? We were a little bit rushing after the team fight, so we had to push because we had an open nexus. So we actually wanted to make a rotation towards the Baron, but DRX did a great job of, just attacking our open base. And then we kind of realized you guys really don't want to let them play Varus. And game 2 was the shortest game of the Spring Split. It was a stomp. So what kind of feedback went back and forth after game 1? I think we were leading game 1 as well. We almost won the game, but we kind of realized Varus definitely has a great value in the end. So I was like, maybe, I should play Varus on my end too. And then in game 3, DRX picked up 4 dragons in a row. They got the soul. Were you not worried about it? Well, because we had Kassadin, I was not too worried, I was never happy to let them just take it freely, but still, we had Kassadin on our comp, so we couldn't really contest for Drakes. However, you guys went all in for the Elder. Were you confident about the Smite fight? Well, to be completely honest, I was just so lucky. Elder pickup decides all the follow-up results of the team fights, so I got really lucky, and then we were able to win the fights. There were so many skills getting thrown at me, but I was keeping my eyes on the Elder. It was glued to the Elder. Viper, we're having some weird picks showing up as a support. Any thoughts on that? Right now, supports are having a lot of fun. I can tell. I hope you don't do that in solo queue. Don't cook it in solo queue. Please don't.
또 하나 제가 궁금한 게 있는데 소라카에 대한 이야기예요.
I also want to ask you about Soraka.
오전 전패를 하고 있었습니다.
Soraka was 0-5 up until you guys played it today.
별로 안 좋은 것 같아요.
Soraka is bad too. I don't like it.
좀 팀에 좀 의존적인 거.
She's relying on her teammates. You know, these days we are having a lot of ADC supports because they are really strong in lane early on. They can push the lane, but Soraka is way below them. Then why were we able to see Soraka on Hana Live's comp? And you guys are the one that stopped her losing streak. Because I played well, obviously.
네, 알겠습니다. 그러면 클리드 선수.
And then
엘리스에 대해서
Clid.
볼 수가 없을 것 같아요.
I also have a question about Elise.
3패를 달리고 있습니다.
12-3.
엘리스의 불러도 과언이 아닐 것 같은데.
You are the king of Elise.
비결이 있을까요?
Any tips on landing the cocoons? I mean, I played it a lot, you know. I have a very high mastery on that champion, so it's like getting better every time.
이렇게 잘할 수 있다라고 말씀해 주신 것
Practice
같습니다.
makes perfect.
알겠습니다. 이렇게 해서 하나생명 오늘
With this additional win of Hana Life Esports, you guys are continuing a winning streak, and your next opponent is Bro. Any word on your 3-match winning streak incoming?
최근에 브리온전도
I mean, I watched them play, and they were performing really, really well. So we will do our best to not get caught off guard, and we will make sure to get the third consecutive win. I also think Bro is one of the strong teams, and our Hana Life Esports cook, she promised that she's gonna make a great dinner if we get 3 wins in a row. So we will make sure that's gonna happen. And that's gonna be it from Viper Clid, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the absolutely amazing translation as per usual. Hopefully they do get that delicious dinner. However, they're going to have to go through Bro, who dispatched DRX in very similar fashion to how Hana Life Esports did it here today. That's going to be a banger, Chronicler. What do you reckon? Let's bring up the standings and have a look at how things have changed as Hanwha moved to 6th.
And overall, DRX in 10th place in the LCK. Not completely unimaginable as we came into the split, but
came from the top and now we're here.
Yeah, definitely a very, very rough go for a team of players that should be able to, at the very least, contest a little bit more of the, the upper east standings. That's not the case. That's where Hanwha is right now, and I would not be surprised to see them overtake Brion when those two teams face off against one another. Because overall, do think that Hanwha look better and better, and on paper they should be the stronger team, but Brion has shown if you have inconsistencies, they can get some early game control, they can get a lot done.
Certainly, but it was at the beginning of the week a 1-3 Hana Life Esports, and now it is a 3-3, so a fantastic week for them. However, now it's time for T1 to get back on the horse. Nongshim as well, not finding victory in their first series, so could be a moment of redemption for either of these teams. We're going to go to a break. When we get back, the final series of the night.
아 요즘 왜 이렇게 손목이 아프지? 직업병인가? 아무 붕대나 감아야겠다. 에욱! 손목이 아파?
아니 나는 요즘 집중을 하다 보니까 손목이 돼버렸어.
목 좀 많이 쳐나오지 않았니?
목이 람머스가 됐습니다. 저한테 근데 한 방에 치료할 방법이 있습니다.
네? 그런 게 있다고?
잠시만요. 인간지대의 끝이 도래했다.
아이 뭐해! 저라고! 롤쭉 새끼 이거 뭐하는 거야!
내 목 펴졌는데.
좀 괜찮아진 것 같기도 하고. 페린턴 이거 효과가 있구나. 이거 나쁘지 않은데?
그래도 두 분은 약과입니다. 저는 하도 오래 앉아 있었더니 전립선이 그만.
해린턴 나도 겪어봐서 알아. 그 느낌 뭔지 안다고 지금.
벌써부터 그러면 어떡해. 괜찮아. 운동하면 돼. 운동을 극복하자.
스쿼트 하자 스쿼트.
내가 필요한가? 커지게 해주면 되는 거야? 커져라! 그게
오늘의 주제는 프로게이머의 건강. 이대로면 괜찮은가인데 우리들뿐 아니라 장시간 게임하시는 분들 되게 많잖아.
게이머들의 건강 이미 좋지 않아.
좋지 않아?
기울어져 있어. 지금 우리도 봐봐. 책상 위치가 높아. 네, 좀 낮춰주세요.
아니요. 낮추면 저희가 불쌍해져요.
올려주시죠. 이렇게 제가 희생할게요. 네, 4명이 희생할게요.
뭔 3명이야? 아니 신발 빠져나가는 거.
너랑 좀 차이 있어.
무슨 소리야? 아니 우리 다 신발 벗고 해, 신발 벗고.
나는 우리 프로게이머 할 때 어디가 제일 아팠냐면 나 목이 진짜 아팠어. 이 거북목 현상이 점점 심해져가지고.
나도 선수 때 생각을 해보면 허리가 진짜 많이 아팠어. 허리 진짜 많이 아프고 우리 같은 경우에도 그랬고 현직 선수들도 최근에 데프트 선수가 우승을 했었잖아. 데프트 선수 같은 경우에도 계속 아팠던 게 허리가 아팠다는 얘기야. 허리 디스크. 나도 처음에는 몰랐어. 근데 형이었나? 찬영이었나? 막 손목이 아프다는 사람들이 좀 있었거든.
그치.
나는 프로가 끝나갈 때쯤에 손목이 되게 아픈 거야. 이게 운동 선수들 같은 경우도 우리 일반인보다 건강이 훨씬 안 좋다고 하잖아. 뭐 연골이나 이런 게 다 마모가 돼서.
맞아.
그래서 막 건강에 좋은 건 다 했거든. 막 한의원도 가고 뭐 경험고도 보고 웅진단, 유기농 블루베리 콜리 그리고 막 블루초 별의별 거 내가 돈으로 먹을 다 먹었어. 안 되더라고.
운동할 생각은 안 해.
약에 의해서
음식 먹는 것 때문에 살찌는 것도 하나의 문제라고 생각하거든.
그치.
이게 뭐 연습하고 뭐 이런 것도 이제 밤늦게까지 하다 보면 야식을 먹는 경우가 되게 많아. 내가 프로게이머 처음 시작할 때가 58kg였거든. 끝날 때쯤 78이 되어 있더라고.
20kg가 쪄버려. 둘 다인 것 같아. 둘 다. 정말 극단적으로 말라지거나 극단적으로 찌고 난 두 가지 경우 다 봤어.
여러분 얘기 들어보니까 게이머들의 건강이 되게 안 좋은 것 같아요. 혹시 그 팀 차원에서 우리 게이머들 건강을 좀 돌봐주는 이런 게 있나요?
저희 때는 없었죠.
저희 때는 뭐 스타트업이었기 때문에
각자 알아서 저희는 다 사비로 했어요. 근데 신생 때 킥복싱 호상이랑 다닌다고.
맞아. 그 좋은 곳에서 살면서 토마토 김밥 먹고 하면서.
근데 요즘은 소속팀이 DRX 있다 보니까 물어봤는데 타옥에 자체적으로 헬스장이 있는 경우가 굉장히 많고 그리고 뭐 안마의자나 안마기 뭐 이런 것도 다 구비되어 있고 체력적으로 뭐 이런 것 좀 봐주긴 한다고 하더라고요. 근데 그것도 강제할 수는 없어서 그런 걸 권유한다. 딱 요 정도 느낌인 것 같아요.
저는 이제 미국도 가보고 중국도 가보고 이제 중국도 없었고요. 미국은 팀 차원에서 이 헬스 비용을 좀 지불을 하면서 좀 데리고 다녀주는 경우가 있었고 이제 담원에 있을 때는 대표님께서 다 같이 뭐 필라테스나 요가를 해보겠냐고 제안을 좀 했는데 선수들이 그런 걸 별로 안 좋아하긴 해요. 귀찮으니까. 이게 아까 말한 것처럼 당나귀를 강가에 데리고 갈 수는 있어도 물을 마시게 할 수는 없잖아요. 안 마시는데 머리를 쳐줄 수는 없잖아요. 당나귀의 머리를.
구체적인 이런 건강은 다양한 방법으로 해결을 하고 있다. 이제 게이머들 정신 건강은 어떻게 생각하세요?
정신 건강은 모두가 피할 것이다. 리그에 뛰는 선수들이면 이제 커뮤니티나 이런 데서도 이제 자신들의 이야기가 많이 나오잖아요. 근데 좋은 이야기가 있을 때는 기분이 좋지만 안 좋은 얘기가 있을 때는 또 기분이 엄청나게 나빠진단 말이죠. 근데 선수들이 커뮤니티를 안 보냐라고 물으면 무조건 봅니다. 왜냐? 도파민이 유출되거든. 쾌락 버튼. 쾌락 버튼. 오늘 촬영하는 이야기가 있나 한번 보러 가볼까? 기분 좋음도 느낄 수 있지만 패배를 했을 때 아니면 팀 분위기가 안 좋을 때는 그만큼 기쁨이 있으면 나락도 있다.
팀 저도 본인이 잘했으면 검색했지. 단체 생활이잖아 결국에는. 게임하다가 트러블도 좀 일어나고 그러다 보면 스트레스가 계속 쌓이잖아. 나는 옛날에 잠꼬대로 챙공 이런 적도 있었어. 잠꼬대로.
이거 근데 좀 레전드긴 했어요.
챙공에 대한 압박감이 너무 많아. 그 당시에 또 클테명이 쉘을 또 너무 야무지게 잘해가지고
제가 자다 들었어요.
이 형은 도대체 스트레스를 얼마나 받는 걸까? 근데 요새는 힘들면 정신과를 보내주나?
패배를 겪고 막 이런 게 이어지면 질수록 정신건강이 진짜 많이 피폐해져서 심리 상담을 받으러 굉장히 많이 가요. 저도 갔었었고.
나도 좀 심리 상담을 한번 받아봤어.
프로게이머 세계가 냉정해서 그런 것 같아. 사실 이게
맞아.
쉬는 곳이 아니라 그냥 계속 증명해야 되는 세계니까.
그치. 다들 건강 때문에 뭐 힘들어하고 있을 거 아니에요. 후배들한테 여러분들 한마디씩 좀 따뜻하게 해주시면 어떨지.
후배들아 몸 아끼렴. 앞으로 남은 수천 수만 판 생각해.
나이 들기 전에 최대한 바짝 열심히 해야 돼.
건강을 챙기라는 게 아니라 열심히 하라고.
근데 피디님 저도 똑같이 말하고 싶은 게 할 수 있을 때 바짝 벌어.
다들 너무 돈만 보고 있어.
아니 근데 이건 진짜 은퇴하고 싶은 마음이 들더라도 실력이 유지된다면 끝까지 남아.
맞아.
끝까지 루탄에 남아.
그래, 잘릴 때까지 버텨야 되는 거야. 잘릴 때까지. 그러려면 체력이 돼야 되니까 필라테스나 유산소라도 진짜 하면서 책도 좀 읽고 몸을 정돈할 필요가 있다.
오케이.
힘들면 DM하고 상담해 줄 테니까.
근데 나도 최근에 걱정을 하고 있는 게 있는데 태신상이 됐잖아.
그치.
근데 한평생을 게임을 했다는 건데 전자파가 남자의 건강에 안 좋다 이런 얘기가 많잖아.
아무튼 성기능에 대해서 물어보는 거야.
그러니까 이제
건강.
까봤더니 없더라.
근데 나는 아닌 것 같아. 나는 건강해. 나 아침에 건재하고.
이거 중요하긴 해. 아침에 건강하냐 안 하냐.
아니,
굉장히 중요해, 굉장히.
그거랑 아무 상관이 없다니까. 이제 그 형이 말한 건 발사대 역할인 거고.
끼어있다!
전자 아이들이 이제 전자판 맞고 이렇게 픽 쓰러져 있을 수도 있다고.
근데 나는 소름이 돋은 게 형우가 이 얘기를 할 때 표정이 너무 밝아.
자기는 건강하다고 그냥. 괜찮아.
이미 나는 강하거든. 내가 표정이 진짜 너무 밝았어.
자, 여러분들이 이 주제에 대해서 이렇게 열을 올리실 줄 알고 거물급 게스트를 초대했습니다.
거물이요? 거물이요? 얼마나 거물을?
자, 선생님 들어와 주세요. 자, 선생님 들어와 주세요.
진짜 거물이 박수 형님이 여기를.
각종 유튜브에도 많이 출연하시고.
시끄러워 진짜. 저는 닥터정울주 비뇨학과 대표원장 과추영 홍서입니다. 반갑습니다. 근데 이 복장이 다 뭐예요 이게?
컨셉이
닥통?
제가 교수입니다.
교수?
말이 제일 많아요.
누가 게임 제일 잘하는 건가? 진짜로.
티어 일단 티어 수로 정해지긴 했어요.
저는 솔직히 말하면 롤은 잘 몰라 근데 롤을 옛날 해보려고 하니까 하지 말라고 그 규모들 많이 소화된다면.
그럼 여기서 남성성이 좀 강해 보이는 사람이 혹시 있나요?
저희 넷 중에
누가 제일 좋아?
원탑.
누가 제일 좋아 보이냐? 근데 이거는 여러 가지를 봐야 되거든 진짜로.
볼 수 있는
뭐
필요한가요?
기준이 뭐죠?
아니 그냥 과상도 좀 보고 이렇게.
과상.
내가 얘기를 하면서 얼굴 자꾸 보고 있었잖아 이런 식으로 딱 받고 했는데 이 과추 얘기를 할 때 이제 자기도 모르게 그러니까 이게 좀 이렇게 의기소침하다는가
움츠러드는 사람.
그렇지 그게 내가 방금 전에도 과추 얘기 딱 그 순위를 정한다 했을 때 한 명이 이상한 행동을 했었거든. 카메라가 만나는
원산을 바라보는.
잡았다 이거.
짧은 찰나했어. 짧은 찰나에 과추하게 딱 했을 때 순간 딱 이렇게 머무난 사람이 있었거든.
아니 도대체
아니에요? 아니 나중에 지나 PD님 확인해보세요. 왜 그러냐면 아까 자기가 과추 얘기를 하면서 뭐 물어봤죠 이렇게. 이 친구 갑자기 이러더라고 이렇게. 성격이 한다고.
이건 좀.
그래서 이러면 내가 탈락시키는 거지 마음속에서.
딱 빠져있어.
아닌데.
어른들 얘기하는데 기지 말라. 내가 방송에서 얘기 많이 했잖아. 손 앞에 봐봐요 손이 이렇게.
손이요?
잠깐 봐봐. 이 친구 손가락 되게 길다.
뭐야?
봐봐. 지금 여기 보면 3명은 이 검지가 약지보다 짧단 말이야. 이 친구도 검지가 약지보다 짧잖아.
네.
이 친구도 짧고 이 친구도 짧지. 이 친구 봐봐.
저도 검제가 약점을 짧은데요.
비슷하잖아 약간.
약을 바로.
그렇잖아. 이거 쉬웠지.
자, 여기서 베스트는 누굽니까?
베스트는 내가 딱 생각했을 때 이 친구가 제일 좋을 것 같아.
아니요.
아닌데요?
아니야. 내가 말했잖아. 이거는 내가 그냥 과상이랑
마상으로
이게 그냥
실제랑 다를 수 있죠.
누가 안 봤는데
아니 형 화내지 마. 거기 차이가 있는데 왜 자꾸 화를 내는 거야?
선생님, 혹시 이 남성성과 관련해서 질문이 하나가 있는데 옛날부터 한 몇십 년 전부터 이 전자파는 남자의 정자에 영향을 준다 이런 얘기가 많았었잖아요.
많았었고,
이게 실제로 되는 건지가 너무 궁금합니다.
자기네가 뭐 전자파가 영향 준다 생각해요? 아니면 그냥 관계없다 생각해요?
저는 선풍기급 미신이 아닐까.
선풍기도 미신이지. 선풍기 틀고 죽는다라는 게잖아요.
네. 그리고 저희 게이머 세대도 이제 결혼도 하고 다 2세를 막 만들고 있는 거 보면은 문제가 없는 게 아닐까?
자기가 말하는 것 중에 가장 큰 함정이 있는 거지. 지금 모순이잖아, 모순. 나쁘다고 완전히 정자라든가 이렇게 기능이 없어지는 게 아니잖아, 이게. 셧다운 되는 게 아니잖아. 근데 우리 정자라는 게 우리 정상 수치라는 게 있잖아요, 이게. 옛날보다는 계속 떨어지고 있어, 이게. 환경 호르몬, 스트레스, 전자파가 어디 있었어, 옛날에.
이건 찬반에 논란이 없는데 무조건 안 좋다라는 거예요?
근데 안 좋긴 안 좋아. 근데 우리 그렇게 생각하면 돼. 그러니까 안 좋으니까 뭐 휴대폰도 못 쓰고 게임도 못 하고 하나 그렇게 못 살잖아, 당연히. 막말로 뭐 전자레인지 돌려도 뭐 그 전자파가 나오는 건데 미세먼지가 몸에 좋아 나빠 이렇게.
나쁘죠.
나쁘지만 육안으로 잘 익게 안 될 때는 돌아다니잖아. 그렇지만 팩트는 그런 미세먼지 마시면 안 좋은 거잖아요. 그런 개념이야 이렇게. 나도 그렇게 말하면서 휴대폰 보니까 이렇게 넣고 있는데 또 이렇게. 와. 나는 좀 죽여야 돼 전자파를 해가지고. 너무 공감이 가요. 기능 죽여야 돼. 근데 휴대폰 2개 넣고 다니잖아요.
저 궁금한 게 PC의 위치를 책상 위에 놓는 거랑 바닥에 놓는 거랑 차이가 좀 있을까요?
위에 나오면 머리가 나빠질까? 그렇게 앞에 설명하고 있는데 아니 그 나 전자파 영향 안 받을 거야 하면서 막 다락 같은 거 올려놓고 있으면 참 이상해 보이지. 이렇게 나게 안 된다.
프로게이머들은 어쨌든 꽤나 오랜 시간 동안 이 의자에 앉아있잖아요. 건강적으로 좀 문제가 되는지.
어디 건강?
이 남자의 건강이겠죠?
이만 지금 얘기하는데 왜 부끄러워하지 근데?
자신이 없어. 자신이 없어.
당연히 안 좋지 당연히.
당연히 안
앉아있는 게 왜 안 좋냐면 원칙적으로 왜 안 좋냐면 전립선이라는 게 이렇게 방광하고 마취가 있으면 그 중간에 반톨만한 크기로 있는 게 전립선이거든. 그게 위에서 창자가 막 누를 거고 뒤에서는 이렇게 방광이 짜부라뜨리고 그다음 또 밑에서 마저 오래 눌려가지고 있으면 이게 전립선은 거의 뭐
양날이네.
자기들 이제 게임 하나 건데.
네, 많이 하죠. 많이 하죠.
아까 물러났다면 뒷방 뭐
바둑도 드시는 분들 계속 두고 계시잖아요. 저희도 이게 게이머가 좀 게임을 하다 보면 밤낮이 굉장히 자주 바뀌거든요.
낮과 밤이 통째로 바뀌어 살아간다. 그러면 일단은 우리 몸의 리듬도 깨지는 거고 알게 모르게 자기 정서적으로 우울해지는 거야.
만약에 밤낮이 바뀌어 있어도 그 바뀐 거를 규칙적으로 하면
그렇지. 근데 자기가 지금 게임 생활한 지 몇 년 됐어요 지금?
이제
10년 됐다
10년 됐죠.
그러면 게임 생활 안 한 게 몇 년째였으면 태어날 때부터 지금까지 낮과 밤이 정상적인 게 더 길었을 거 아니야.
그렇죠. 그건
아니 그 낮과 밤이 바뀐 거를 못 바꾸잖아. 지금 못 이기고 있잖아. 우리가 그 외국 가가지고 시차만 약간 틀려줘도 그렇게 힘든데 그거는 몸이라는 게 되게 스트레스 받는 거예요.
선수들이나 뭐 방송하는 분들이나 남성 건강에 지금 좋지 않은 환경에 노출돼 있는데 이런 분들을 위해서 뭔가 간단하게 남성 건강을 지키기 위해서 할 수 있는 게 있을까요?
케겔이 돼주지 케겔. 한 5초 정도 이렇게 항문을 쫙 조이고
지금
걸렸나?
하는 법을 한번 알려주시면.
아니 그러니까 배에 힘을 주지 말고 똥을 끈다 생각으로 이렇게 5초 동안 쫙 조이고 5초 동안 쫙 풀고 이런 걸 하면 왜 좋냐면 남자는 전립선 있잖아. 그럼 그 근처로도 혈류가 잘 돌거든.
하시면 그럼 하루에 몇 세트 정도?
이게 10번씩 해봐봐. 그것도 힘들어요.
엄청 힘든데요?
해볼까요? 하고 있어요.
나도 아까 얘기할 때부터 하고 있어.
근데 이렇게 막 얘기하고 있는데 알고 보면 밑에서 케겔 운동하고 있는 거야. 되게 어이없다.
얘기하면서 케겔하고 이렇게 노래 하나 부르면서 해봐봐. 이게 케겔이 되는지 해봐봐. 아무거나. 봐봐 이 목소리 바뀌잖아.
경지에 오는 거면
봐봐 말 안 하고 게임을 하면 집중한다 해보세요. 게임 막 하고
게임 중간에.
근데 이게 케겔하고 두 개가 되느냐 잘 안 돼. 또
롤 잠깐 죽었어요.
해석하면 돼.
닉네임 바꾸자면 케겔로.
호동이
괜찮아요 케겔.
케겔 선수도 죽었습니다. 케겔 선수 지금 뭐 하나요? 케겔하고 있어요.
자 오늘 게이머의 건강 그 중에서 가장 중요한 성 건강에 대해서 다뤄봤는데요. 선생님 오늘 나와주신 소감 한마디.
되게 젊을 때 하는 게임이잖아요. 근데 너무 앉아만 있으니까 중간중간에 한 1시간, 2시간만 일어나가지고 이 정도 일어나가지고 좀 스트레칭 정도만 해도 이렇게 쫙 풀어주잖아요. 이렇게. 그 정도만 해도 괜찮거든. 60, 70대 20년 동안 잘 써먹으려고 지금 성을 준비하는 게 아니잖아 이게.
네네.
제일 많이 쓸 때가 이제 20대, 30대, 40대 요때죠 요때.
그렇죠.
그때 잘 챙겨줘야지. 나중에 지나고 난 다음에 뻘짓하면 안 되지.
근데 이거
진짜 중요한 말이네요. 선수들도 모두 귀를 쫑긋.
이 방송 나가는 직후 바로 그냥 다 같이 크게 운동하죠.
오늘 선생님 나와주셔서 정말 감사드립니다. 자기들아 다음에도 또 다뤄줬으면 하는 주제들 있으면 댓글 좀 달아줘. 협박 다녀스. 다음 주에 만나요. 안녕. 선수들이 우리 되게 샤라웃 해줬잖아.
맞지. 아, 그 맛이 역시 멋있더라. 나는 근데 아쉬운 게 왜 코스프레 그걸 안 해주는지.
선수분들 샤라웃해서 정말 고맙고요. 우리 다 같이 건강한 쇼맨십 문화 만들어서 다 같이 노력하도록 합시다. 감사합니다.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe as I dive in. Bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe as we fall. I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down the
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second matchup of the night. It is Saturday. We just did our Saturday showdown between Hanwha Life Esports and, of course, DRX. And now we move into our second one, T1 versus Nongshim. T1 coming off a loss against Hanwha Life Esports, but they said they were testing a bunch of stuff, whereas Nongshim on the east side of the bracket still looking for a second win.
With a win tonight, T1, after that small hiccup against Hanwha Life Esports, can reclaim top dog spot here in the LCK. They can move back up to first place. With a loss, that would not be possible, but again, the heavy favorites tonight, and even though there were some hiccups against Hanwha Life earlier in the week, I think it was more of Hanwha finding their footing and T1 having that rough draft in game number 3. But tonight, I mean, taking a look at the standings, you can see it popping up behind us. It's going to be up on your screen in a moment. You can see Nongshim are sitting down with DRX at 1-4. A loss here would actually push them back down to 10th. So really important for Nongshim here to turn the season around right now, because it's not going to get easier. And you take too many losses like this, and we don't even get to have a conversation about playoffs. T1, a win with a 2-0 is the only way they could solidify themselves in solo first place. If they win by a 2-1 score, they'll be tied with Genji at +6. That T1 Genji matchup coming up soon, by the way.
Yeah.
A very exciting one.
And T1, as you can see here, 1-4 and 4-1. Nongshim do have a rocky schedule ahead, facing angry T1. And, I mean, they said they were testing things, Faker and Bengi, in the interview, the post-game interview. And, I mean, to a certain extent, it did look like they were trying some new stuff. Especially like compositionally, like not just, a couple of new champions here or there, but honestly, I would have rather see that in this series rather than one against Hanwha Life Esports, because, on paper, these rosters between Hanwha Life and Nongshim's one just coming up from challengers from last year, definitely the weaker one. So T1, maybe they come in here and they don't practice any more new stuff and they just smash them now.
Yeah. These stats just don't get easier. They don't get better. 17 LCK games versus 791. Faker is the longest standing pro gamer. Fiesta has played 17 games. Feels like an unfair comparison. It's the GOAT versus a rookie. And thoughts on 80 carry supports? We've had a pretty wide champion pool here for Keria so far this season. This is not uncommon, by the way, for Keria. He does play more different supports than basically everyone else. Sometimes Barrel tries to compete with him, but he's played a lot of 80 carry supports. Umberglaive right now, the lethality build's very strong in the bottom lane, and I would not be surprised if we see it again tonight.
Yeah, I would not be surprised at all, especially going up against this roster of new guys, essentially. Some of them have been around for longer than others, but some of them, spent some time in challengers and came right up. So definitely will be a bit of a challenge for them just to come in and, for guys like Fiesta going up against Faker, his role model, essentially. They're going to have to put all of those emotions aside and just play clean League of Legends. And we'll see if they can show us something new tonight. They have been pretty strong, especially when Sylvie can kind of get things going for the bottom lane, as it is for a lot of teams nowadays. Sylvie definitely has been one of the standouts for this roster.
Yeah, you are getting the opportunity to play against T1 here. That's the dream. That's the goal. Becoming a pro gamer and to stand on stage with legends who've been there before you, and legends who will stay after you, potentially, as well as Faker has outlived many a pro gamer in his career, the oldest player on this roster.
In pro gamer career,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and he's outlasted, let's say, and
yes.
For Keria here, he has showcased a new type of meta with the 80 carry bottom lane. We've heard rumors of it in scrims, right? We've seen a lot of teams talk about it. It's been discussed before the season. But Keria said this is standard, this is normal. He popularized it. We're starting to see it pop up around the world. And we could forgive a loss against Hanwha Life Esports for T1 here earlier on in the week, because Hanwha finding their footing, right? T1 trying some new stuff. Faker playing his first professional game of Yone. Didn't go very well for him. T1 took away that final game, but I expect a big bounce back here this week in the second matchup for T1, and pretty much everyone is unanimously expecting this to be a 2-0. As we zoom in on the jungle, you mentioned Sylvie being the most consistent part of this roster, and it's true. Kill participation at 14, the highest in the league. His early game pathing has been aggressive. He loves his Vi, he loves his Elise, and I think the guy has a lot of potential. I think we're going to be talking about this guy for years to come.
Absolutely. And, you know, sometimes it's not great if, like, your top laner has the highest, you know, they're like first place for kill participation, as I think Rascal was. But if it's your jungler, that's great. You know, that you want your jungler to be setting up stuff. You want him to be, especially in this meta, you know, get the Maokai, get the Elise, get the Sejuani, whatever it is, the Wukong, and set up plays, set up ganks on the bottom side or into the mid lane, and get your laners ahead. As Dundun, as always, is just having a great time, regardless of situation. It's just the way it goes. It's not going to be easy. He has to take the Zeus test today. Used to be the Keen test, but I think Zeus currently the strongest top laner in our league.
Fiesta, I think, coming into this season as a lot of people considering him to be the weakest part of this roster. I think he's had a lot of great games. He's solo killed Showmaker earlier on this season. And I think ever since that moment, this team has just had, I think, a lot of fun on the Rift, regardless of win or loss here. And you've got to take this as I'm a rookie squad, almost like this is a promotion team that came up from Challengers, because that is essentially where we are in terms of where the experience is on this roster. Yeah, Challengers champions, but the skill disparity between that league and the pro league here of LCK is massive, right? So playing against now the greatest of all time in Faker for the first time as Fiesta, and a group of veterans who have went to basically every finals all year in 2022. You know you're going into a series, you're probably not walking out with a win, you're probably not walking out with a game, but what can you learn if you're Nongshim is, I think, the greatest goal.
Red side has been the side of choice today. We have had some teams select blue, but as was showcased by DRX in their first map against Life Esports, they got that amazing Cho'Gath counterpick to the Scion. They knew the tank top was coming. They were able to counterpick it excellently, and they were nearly able to do it in Game 3 again against Life Esports. So Nongshim themselves will also select red side, and I'm curious to see what their strategy is going to be for this set.
We'll see the only successful champion for Dundun, K'Sante, the only one he's won on so far in the 3 games they've taken away first for T1. So they've definitely done their draft research, and we'll be taking close look at some of these strong solo laners. Will be the removed Kassadin. And on blue side, we are seeing some teams move towards solo lane bans because of the red side counter picks.
Yeah, and T1, you know, they kind of failed to counter the Kassadin. It needs to be said, and you know, if it didn't work, just go back to the drawing board next couple of weeks, figure it out, and then get back in there. I haven't been too impressed by the Yone performance overall, not just from the players, but as a champion. So maybe they're just searching for more stuff. They don't really want to play the Tristana. So pretty interesting to see more and more teams just banning it away.
I think we'll see another ban towards the bottom side here. Will be the Lucian. So 3 Guma bans, and he still gets the Ashe. And
Wait,
this is the world we live in, where there are just so many strong picks. Now,
no.
Ashe as an AD carry, which she will likely be in this type of draft, does lose a lot of power later on. I think Nongshim planned to give the Ashe with no Varus here, and that was their game plan. Now, you can still play Heimerdinger with this. You can play Karma. There are ways to make this Ashe oppressive in lane, and her arrows are so incredibly strong. And Keria is honestly the best Ashe player we have in the LCK right now, but it's probably going to be piloted by Guma in this draft. We'll see how, as this goes forward, if that changes or not, because there's a lot of other picks that can go with this.
How about the Draven?
That's the one that sticks out, as if they are going to lock it in, probably will lock it in here now with Owner's perfect record, Sejuani, 4-0 this season.
Little grimace as he locked that one in. He's like, oh boy, Sejuani.
Another one of these games.
Just riveting.
Okay.
The Ezreal.
Didn't expect that one to come through, so it will be Keria, in fact, if this gets locked.
Yeah. Gotta see if it gets locked. Because, you know, Ezreal for the side of Nongshim could be the choice. Zeri Ashe.
I think this is actually a pretty good lane. You have a lot of damage. You have also slows for Zeri, so she can continue to Q whatever the enemy laner is going to be. And Vital and Peter need to react very well here. They only have one option right now, and others will be removed. Like, for example, Nautilus, you could try to all-in this lane, potentially removed in the second ban phase. So they got to make a tough call here. And if you grab your second solo laner right now, why'd you pick red side? They're going to get the Nautilus like I was talking about first. I think this is a wise choice because it's 100% ban in the second phase, and you want to make sure that you can keep that R5 pick viable here because you picked Jace so early in the draft.
Yeah, pretty interesting. You said viable. I immediately thought of Vi. That could have been another option, but I don't think we're going to see Elise top and anytime soon in this league. As Azir also going to be taken off the board, taken away from Faker.
Love the Samira. Man. So smart. One of the only
God, they got us.
One of the only champions that could really go toe to toe and actually all in early, and is great for the team fighting comp that Nongshim are looking for with a lot of lethality damage. The Jace.
You would be sacking lane pretty hard. I think you're kind of doing that anyway, just because Ashe exists, and also it's Keria playing it, and also you're playing a melee support. Yes, can all in, but
this is an all-in lane for sure. You either sit back under turret with Nautilus and hope that you could stop the dives that way. This is Sejuani, so you're feeling okay, or you all in at level 2 and you're hoping for the best possible scenario. We'll see what AD carry they get. As Fiesta's Akali is also removed, it's his #1 pick so far this season here, and with nothing removed, and the Jace showing. Pretty easy call. Draven Nautilus, a lot of damage in this lane, but you are so reliant on Peter to make sure he hits that hook. The play happens, and you take one of these champions down early.
Oh, Aphelios. Forgot about him. We did collectively as a league, and it seems like they're going to give Aphelios Nautilus a try.
It's a lot of CC with Aphelios here too. In the early level 1, you can try to poke away at the Ashe area, but it's very difficult to do. It's a tricky lane to play, saving that 5th counter pick here. Ooh. A lot of scaling in this draft, a lot of setup for the Victor. I know we don't like Victor because of the win rate, but I think in this draft it makes a lot of sense.
Not just because of the win rate, but that is one. You know,
I think he's insanely good in this draft, to be honest with you, though, Valdez. Like, I think you've got so much slows between the Ashe, the Sejuani front line, any sort of frontliner for him here too, and the top lane gets a little bit stronger. Not as much with the Fiora in team fights. I think the Renekton is the call.
I like the Renekton. Definitely, I think the Renekton's good here.
See what is going to happen here for Nongshim. The Renekton also prevents some sort of weird Jace flex here into the mid lane. Sylas still up. Some great ultimates to steal here in team fights. It's not the Omega amazing Sylas angle, but it is still very strong here. And if you can get some early game power with this Jace, the Nautilus fights that you can try to lock the Zeri down with Aphelios when he hits his Immortal Shield Bow, which I assume will be the build we'll see from him. It's been a long time. There's some power. Gale Force also a strong option, but
probably one of those two.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the time, Gale Force is for surviving. You can execute somebody with it, but you're usually just getting some mobility on a carry that doesn't have a whole lot of that. And in this draft, you know, if you get hit by an Ashe arrow, it's not going to save you. Nothing will.
Yeah.
Especially if you take the Ghost. He's got locked in right now for the all-in in the lane. Not going to have a cleanse. I like T1's draft a lot better. It's a lot more meta. Now, the Zeri Ashe lane might seem a little bit weaker than a lot of the other Ashe lanes, but it's actually super oppressive. And if you mess up one time with the melee support here, you're going to be slowed forever. Zeri does a ton of damage. Ashe does a ton of damage early. She's going to get her lethality online. You get that Umbroglaive. Vision is gone, and T1 just run away with the game. So the game could be decided at level 2 in the bottom lane if this is committed to and messed up by Peter. So much pressure there in the 2v2.
There definitely is, and, you know, as you mentioned, if he can't hit a hook, if he misses one, if he hits a wall, that's pretty much it. Like, that's pretty much the end of the lane. It's going to be really difficult before any hooks are thrown out as well, because it's double melee, you know, maybe Draven can shore up some of that, but it's going to be a little bit rough, as this is like the Spider-Man meme, they're both pointing at each other. We'll see if Faker can make this Victor work. You know, as you mentioned, I think this is a better comp to pull it into.
Yeah, it's not just picking it for lane bullying, it just works with the composition on the front line they have.
Yeah, absolutely. The Sylas makes his return. Was not seen in our first series. Let's see how it does here up against T1 for Fiesta this time around as we hop on the rip for game number 1.
No Maokai in that game, or in that draft either, surprisingly. Yeah. Just one of our currently our highest involvement champion here in the LCK.
I would assume it's because, okay, this is very annoying for Sylvie. Welcome to Ash Kingdom. So Sylvie, no flash here. I would assume it's just because the Elise was showing and they're like, well, don't really want to play the Maokai into the Elise. Like, we have seen teams do it. We did just see it in our last series multiple times. But T1 decided, nah, Owner's pretty good at the Sejuani. We'll just put him on that instead.
I mean, you're not taking cleanse on Jace. He gets caught by Sejuani. That's the end of that. Same to be true of the Aphelios in this draft now, too. As Ashe could do so much at level 1. She finds somebody with some teammates. The slows just get you so ahead, and you can force a summoner or get a kill. I mean, this is what you do. And Karia's like, I already have 120 gold.
Hail of Blades, too.
Yep.
Gonna hit him over the wall. What is it? Carrie can just chase him through the jungle.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you guys try this at home, we usually say don't try this at home, but actually play Ashe support. And if you find somebody at level 1, just chase them all the way back to their turret.
Unless it's like a Xinjiao or something.
Yeah, well, obviously, use some good judgment, but...
You're asking a lot of Twitch chat.
Karia has just returned to lane with all of his stacks. He did not have 120 gold because obviously couldn't get all 3 stacks back that quickly, but he's got a lot. He's picked up... Might be. Anyway, he's building a ton of money on each and every hit of those autos. So that's what I'm getting at here. He's farming them. He's pushing them out of lane. Faker's got already a ranged advantage here against the Sylas early. And so Fiesta being pushed out of lane, no flash for the Elise. These are just huge edges you get just by existing as Ashe in the right place. Being at the right place at the right time. Having that knowledge that Karia has.
Here comes Owner up to the top side. He's going to run straight into Sylvie. He's also low a little bit from the jungle. And Sylvie just taps him once with the red buff, throws in a little tarantula into that little brush. And he could get aggressive if he really wanted to. His top lane is going well in terms of pressure, but his mid lane is not. So looks like he may.
Both junglers identify the bottom lane as a wash.
Yeah. So he should kind of know where Owner is. I mean, he doesn't see him on Wolves. He doesn't see him at all. So there's really one place unless Owner went for a back. As now, Owner has not revealed himself just yet. He's going in onto Sylvie here. The flash misses, but he's got Zeus coming in from the top side. There is the stun. And again, Sylvie doesn't have flash, so they can just immediately flash on him as another flail will come out. And Sylvie is trying to get through the acceleration gate, and he will get away. And that's 2 flashes used by Zeus and Owner to try to take down the spider.
Jinjin pushes the wave in, goes over and grabs acceleration gate so he can get out, hits both cocoons, and gets away without flash. So 2 flashes expended here, and you feel really good about this as Nongshim. This will be Faker trying to come over there and stop this.
Insane win rate.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a great Victor player for all time, so... not unexpected, but still very impressive to see. As Peter did not look for the all-in hook or anything like that, he's just gone Dematerializer and he's just staving off the pressure. That's been his MO since the early start of this lane. And we do see Nautilus's try to all-in lanes like this and either win or fail in the early game, and the game is decided there. I'm glad that's not the game we are casting now.
Yeah. There is no tie. Well, I suppose there is if you kind of just hang out and nobody really punishes each other and you're kind of just laning. That's essentially a tie, unless one side scales drastically better than the other.
Back here for Karia, grabs boots and some extra health here. It's going to be more oppressive in the lane, and that extra speed is massive. See that Guma doesn't need to back or anything like that. That's totally fine here alone during this back timing for Karia. And the utility that this Ashe is going to bring to this draft is immense. When you already have so much lockdown, you can, like, Sejuani Ashe is the duo, it is the combo. It's the one way you can make another jungler that isn't Maokai look like the best jungler in the meta, is having an Ashe alongside it.
Yeah. Just Hawkshot is a really good ability. It's just really, really good. Not to mention everything else that she brings in the current meta, with the Umbra Brigade, etc., etc. As we do have Nautilus going top, this is one way to kind of just leave your Aphelios and try to make something happen. As Karia is here, might be looking to slow down Fiesta, who goes in for the all-in. And and might need to flash. He does get onto the minion here. As Chaos Storm thrown out, Fiesta in a bit of trouble, and there he goes, has to flash.
Yep, so picking that one up just with a little roam to the mid lane here. Once again, take the timing of your AD carries back, find some value here as the Ashe. Did see Peter try to roam as well, but isn't going to be able to make the same impact, doesn't want to stick around. Just headed back to lane now, and looks like it's going to be Imperial Mandate early here. We have seen this sometimes for the Ashe players. Instead of going for the early lethality, just picking up the boots and that health crystal here, just making it look like that's going to be the case. He's got 15 extra gold of cookies he probably won't ever need this game in his inventory as well. Not to mention the pots. You know, he's sitting pretty right now. He's not really under any threat. And this is not the same type of snowbally lane where you have to go for the lethality and try to push those advantages because you're laning with the Zeri. You've got that scaling, so why not go Mandate first and just empower the Zeri in other ways?
Yeah, definitely one option. Owner had an option to go down to the bottom side, but take a look at the current vision state of T1. They're like, well, mid lane's gone. We don't really know where Sylvie is, but he's probably down bot. We know he's not on red, so that gives us more information. And so they're just playing it very passively, probably until Keria gets this hawk shot. Actually, Jonas Strong is highlighting this very nicely.
Yeah.
We're all on the same page here.
Yep. And the second that they buy enough time and just kind of huddle around that control ward, like, okay, well, the dangerous time has passed, and then we'll go back to lane. And this is one vulnerability that you have with this draft is you're still running a Zeri Ashe lane. It's an Elise who's very powerful at ganking, and if you step too far up the lane at any moment in time, you are vulnerable. But if you just never make that mistake, if you always play safe, yeah, you're not going to have the same power a lot of Ashe lanes do, but you're just fine. You're doing all right. Not going to fall behind.
That one ward that was placed by Zeus giving so much information to T1. It's allowing Keria to do this. Like, he does have his jungler nearby as well. And maybe that's part of the reason why Owner was trying to press this advantage. But Nongshim's smart as well. They say, well, our jungler's not around. Keria's getting very aggressive, so we're just going to back away. No Drake take here from Owner. I thought maybe he would start on that, but not the case.
Nope, not just yet. Roaming Peter once again towards the mid lane, while the back timing of his AD carry is off. There's going to be some free farming here for Guma Keria. Keria wants to hit level 6 here pretty soon. Really critical where he can make an impact even while he's protecting the Zeri in lane if Zeri wants to stay there. Can, of course, just go up alone. He doesn't hit 6 before this Herald spawns. This is going to look to consider going up if there's a big commitment here for Nongshim. You could see where he's pathing right now in the lane towards the top side of it. And neither team actually committing hard just yet to that, as Sylvie's going to start up the Drake during this back timing. I think Nongshim are hoping they're going to be able to take this one quickly enough to then go up and contest the Herald to look for both objectives in this early game.
Yeah, seems pretty likely. The Elise just exerting her power, but look at mid lane. Faker's going to get that push and get first roam down into the river. As, okay, the ult comes out from the Sejuani. Peter in a lot of trouble. Look at that Chaos Storm damage already coming out here. Fiesta going to steal the Sejuani ultimate, but his entire team is already too low to really contest on the back of that. And that will be first blood given over to Keria.
Yep, Keria hit 6. He's got that arrow, and this just keeps happening, Valdez. Don't let Ashe happen in League of Legends on this patch, or next patch, probably either. But
that was the first mistake for sure.
We don't have a lot of data on that one just yet, but I will tell you I think it's going to be strong there too. You banned all the AD carries, you stopped Guma's power, but you forgot to stop and think, what about the power levels of Keria on an oppressive support here? And we do see Ashe, like I said, normally used with lethality and getting advantages for the AD carry so you can get plates. Nope, he's just a utility here. Just utility, keep the Zeri alive.
Yeah, he's going in here. He's got the dominance. That's a lot of damage. There's the knockback. Zeus had flash, but he knows that Dindin has flash as well, so he didn't want to go for it as Dindin knows.
He asked Keria, he's like, can you throw this?
Dindin, one player that knows about the power of Keria's Ashe.
That was smart. Still going to be no flash lost here by either player, but plate gold over the Renekton.
Keria getting a bit aggressive this time around. This now, there's an Elise nearby, and yeah, he's just going to accept his fate. Nothing can stop that kill from happening. Doesn't even bother flashing.
They knew the likely trajectory of where Carry would be based on the arrow angle and the fact that he's missing here under turret. Now they can look for Guma. This is how you play this comp.
Well, Guma, let's see if he can do it. 1v3, doing a pretty good job so far. He flashes, but the repel, again, very, very strong, and they finally do get the kill.
Good aggro.
Oh, man!
Oh, he stepped out because he's got only one shot left. It was until that moment, great juggling of the aggro on the turret.
It was all going so well.
Guma did the smallest wall ride dash in Zeri history and had a great flash there. Really impressive jukes from him to actually get that extra turret shot off. I think that situation could have been much worse if he didn't play it so well. So it's a kill for the Aphelios, and kill for Peter on this Nautilus, but it's traded back. Guma picks one up himself. Keria dying there, leaving his AD carry out to dry. Uncharacteristic mistake, but I don't really want to say it's a mistake from Keria as much as it's a good punish play from Nongshim to catch him out there with the tools they have at their disposal.
Yeah.
This comp has so good pick in the early game.
Arrow coming through. It's not going to hit him. That was really close. It's now the wave is pushing towards Sylvie, who is up in the top lane and looking for an opportunity to gank the Renekton. Owner spotted. Mid lane has been pretty interesting. Faker going very, very low. He's still looking for the trade. Dodges the chains, and the Chaos Storm might be enough damage. One more tick maybe gets him as Fiesta flashes afterwards, thinking Faker would flash in. Not the case, and Faker wins the trade.
Fiesta bold to think he can come over here. He's just kind of scanning back. I thought he was going to maybe try to make something happen. Flashless here against Faker. Decides, is he still?
I mean, if Faker goes up a little bit, that was so close.
Faker doesn't flash, man. Never afraid. Not for a moment.
Uh-oh, Sylvie in a bad spot here. He doesn't have flash. He's going to repel it here to the ward, but he is just dead. We'll see who they give this kill over to. Faker's like, no, we're not feeding this. Zeri, what the hell? I'm going to carry this game.
Yeah, Fiesta got away from me twice. I would like to take the money I deserve. This is all set up by me, by the way, and Faker doesn't flash. He's just so calm. And this is what we were talking about. You talk about Faker's history, how many games he has recorded in the LCK versus the 19 of Fiesta. You just see it in these moments. He just never flinches. Not for a second. Knows he can win that trade. Forces a flash from Fiesta.
Uh-oh. Guma in a bit of trouble. He's trying to trade it back, but the amount of CC is just too much.
2 kills now for Vital here in this game. This is becoming a problem.
Din in a bit of trouble now. This Renekton very tanky. Tries to knock him back into the turret to trade one back, but it is not quite enough damage from the turret onto Zeus. And a nice little gank there from Owner in the top lane.
Even though Keria, died earlier and Guma gets caught here, unfortunately, alone, they're making such a big impact here on the top side of the map. They're winning skirmishes. Keria has basically been involved in a lot of these really critical plays. Like I was going to say all of them, but that's not fully true. But the threat of his arrow has kept Din back, for example. He's trying to make plays all across the map non-stop here with this Ashe pick, even though it's not an Ashe kill lane where you're trying to get turret plates. He's making impacts early on. Why Ashe is such a strong support is grabbing him hook. Like, it's been a while. Guma's like, man, these champions haven't meta for so long, I forgot I could just get 100 to 0 like this. Yeah, this is just a clean setup here. Owner comes over. Dundon, the valiant attempt to knock him back in the turret. Not enough.
I think maybe there was a chance he gets Zeus if he just flashes, like, against the wall, above the turret, but a very low chance, very low probability to actually trade that one back. It was just a really clean play from the side of T1, even with the wave gone.
Owner's got ult again. Got to be so careful trying to hold this turret.
Faker's putting on a lot of pressure actually in the side lane, trying to show off that Sylas is in fact punishable.
Arrow, by the way.
This is not always the case. Yeah, the arrow does sail wide.
Just everyone at home, watch Keria's ult cooldown, and if it's available, just watch when it isn't, because you'll be like, maybe there's so much going on in this game, there's so much pressure in all 3 lanes, you might miss it, as he's trying to stave off the pressure here and keep this turret alive. And Dundon actually gets a lot of power from that missed arrow, knowing that it's on cooldown and Sylvia's here to back him up. They're going to grab this turret.
Yeah. should be able to. Although Zeus wants to say something else about this. They are going to do a bunch of damage to him, and trying to turn this around, especially with that teleport, Zeus is just going to respect it. And that's teleport down now on Fiesta, who will no longer keep that bottom lane safe, as now Vital looks like he will be okay for now.
Yeah, interesting call. As Faker's like, well, that's a whole turret, and denying some more CS here. Definitely a bit overzealous to commit Fiesta up there to the top side, but I guess they got nervous, because if that turns, it becomes a disaster. You just want to make sure you can guarantee it. Definitely it ends up being a questionable call in this case, though, and Faker is going for Crown. Now, I know we are, like, Faker's basically just trying to make people mad now.
He's going for Crown Lichbane.
He's like, I'm going Victor. People don't like that. I'm going Crown. People don't like that, but I'm still going to win this game.
Going Lichbane. People don't like that.
Going Lichbane. Get a little bit of movement speed for my Victor in this comp. And people don't like that, but I'm going to max out my damage. I'm 600 gold ahead. Just trust me. Trust me, esports fans. I mean, who doesn't like Faker? Even if he's like, even if I do all these things, you'll still love me.
You know, probably true for the majority. As Sylvie, just seeing what's what. He's been down a level here to Owner for quite a while. Struggling to have a big impact in this game, unfortunately for him. This is Sejuani. We'll see if they can CC down Sedge, as it looks pretty likely he will get low enough, as Peter does a good job. But here is Guma, and this is a lot of damage from the Victor. A huge Chaos Storm on the left side of the map is just going to zone them all away. As now Fiesta trying to run away from the Zeri. Might be able to get away for now, but Sylvie maybe not as lucky, as T1 considering, do we continue to chase, or do we just take it, as a really nice flash laser comes out from Faker.
There's something about how Faker's playing this season. It's just...
Yeah, so what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing, buddy? Okay, baits him in, I guess.
I mean, that's what he was doing, but still the risk was high.
I thought the rest of the team would be there for T1, but I think they were trying to take the Rift Herald.
They were. Still going to be able to do so, it looks like, here, as Owner has respawned and is coming over. As his Aftershock gets a lot of value in this fight. He lives for so long, and he's a tanky Sejuani. He's got Aftershock. And Faker is in the top lane and has a flank angle here. And when the collapse happens, that's when Faker makes a call. Notice him come around here. He's got a blast cone he could use to get to the fight faster. Doesn't even need it. And he's just like, I put my ult down and the fight is over. I have appeared. I am Faker. And the ult pushes 3 players away. And there's so much chase power in this comp with the Zeri. They have an Ashe, so Nongshim are just not going to mess around with any more of that Victor damage with Ashe slows. And this is why I love Victor in this comp. Flashes for the kill, stylish. Then Fiesta makes an interesting decision that ends up being a trade of kills here, and Dindin picks up some value out of it. So, questionable, but still not the worst possible scenario.
Yeah. And, I mean, if you look at the side of Nongshim, Vital is 3-0. He has a lot of damage. He did pick up that Dirk as well. See if he does build a Collector, but that's another story. But, yeah, the Dirk just good for the lane. See what he builds out of that as Arrow coming out here. Fiesta, a little bit of trouble. Going to be stunned up for about 3 seconds. But he does have mercs, so he will just back away now.
Yeah, the shield bow is going to give you a little bit more staying power into this draft, but the Gale Force might save you in a lot of different scenarios where you can, you know, maybe dodge some of that CC. As Fiesta need to leave immediately. Post haste. Still not safe, by the way.
Poor Sylvie, man. Yeah, I think he's just dead. He flashes. Chaos Storm is down. He is just going to die for the 5th time. He has been bullied so much since level 1. Remember, he had to flash away from the Ashe kiting.
And his job has been to try to let Fiesta and Dundun play the game. But it's really hard because there's a lot of long-range CC that can pick him, and his solo laners get away, but he won't be so lucky, right? As you're saying, Fiesta, you're still not safe, he's backing out, and Sylvie's down there because he's like, my Silas needs to farm, right? I need to shadow him so he can do things. He's spotted here, he thinks he has a safe back, he does not. And the predictive ult here from Owner, right into the choke. You flash left, you die. You flash into the choke point, you get hit by my ult. You lose either way, I win no matter what.
It's a rigged game, Wolf.
5 assists on the Sedge, 5 deaths on the Elise in this game. Just shows the story of how much more impact T1 can make on the map with their long-range CC.
Yeah, I think, you know, again, I'm sure the guys on the space will cover it a lot, so I don't want to belabor the point, but don't leave Ashe up if you're on red side. That's kind of illegal in this meta. But
It's
other than
Keria!
that, yeah, it's also like probably our best support Ashe, but either way, it was an interesting try, you know, as you mentioned during the draft, maybe they were just trying to, you know, do something specific, as here's Keria trying to set something up. Going 1v1 versus a Jace, who is 5 levels up on him, just trying to set up a pick.
As Collector, Gale Force, what year is it? 3-0 Aphelios.
Oh boy.
And
Collector into the Mountain Soul.
Collector into the Mountain Soul.
Oh
Collector.
man, I can hear so many keyboards being smashed right now.
Yeah.
Just like collectively across the universe.
Some angry co-streamers, perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, it's, you know, it makes sense.
And look,
not the Collector, the collective anger.
Yes. And maybe it gives you that extra damage you need to take out the Zeri who's trying to zip over a wall. Maybe Faker goes too far forward and you have enough damage to take him out here, but it's a big maybe. And the Gale Force in itself just makes you less survivable. And like, you're going to get caught by stuff.
Which maybe is bigger? The what we said after, oh man, the arrows just keep on coming.
He's got flash too, he doesn't need it.
Dindin's so dead here. Yeah, he's not even gonna flash. He's like, what do I do? Okay, well, he is gonna flash now, interestingly. Zeus,
Fiesta!
He's got the slice, there it is. Perhaps the dice soon enough, and they say, okay, cool story, bros. We're just gonna take the Baron then. Zeus will die, and Sylvia's bot, so that is Baron.
Yep. You see Fiesta TP down, you see, I mean, you know Elise is coming or it's not going to be a good ending, and you can just go take Baron. Vital and Peter, good luck with this one.
200 years moment? What year is it exactly? I don't remember. What is this Aphelios doing in this game? Not sure, but the Baron is taken. Nice knock up here on a Faker, as he will take a bunch of damage, but does flash away. He's burning down. Will survive just barely, even through the ignite of Peter.
I mean, you could see that Nongshim know what they can do if they go to contest, and like the damage is there and they play it well, but the cards are stacked against you. Now they're going to try to grab some bounty gold here bottom side since Fiesta teleports.
It's a great game, Wolf.
I mean, they're at least going to try to turn this into a positive teleport. I said try.
Yeah. Is that a bigger maybe than before? Or how about a bigger maybe than when they left the Ashe available and we're like, maybe they've got a plan? I don't know, Wolf.
Carly adjustment's not getting called, maybe, you know.
Hey man, we've got Chronicler on the desk. I'm sure he'll give her a draw.
Big maybe, Valdez. We're so close to getting at least some of that bounty gold. And they come up empty, unfortunately.
Yeah.
2 minutes and 15 seconds until this Drake spawns. The timing of the Baron with this is basically perfect as he walks back into it unknowingly. And they will both have to commit flash, but I know who I feel better about not having a flash. It's the Renekton that has a great setup, has a Sejuani to play around. The front line is immense. A Jace who's super vulnerable in these fights, and there's so many ways to kill him. Yeah, losing that one feels terrible. As Vital and Peter play this pretty well. There's the root onto Faker. Vital over the wall here is hoping, okay, we've got the damage here. Cocoon goes through, ult comes through, Faker dodges it. Like, you can see it's just not fair. Like, their arms are too short or something, you know? It's just not fair, but it's just... Their opponents are just a little bit better than them, but Nongshim are doing the right things, is what I want to say about this.
Yeah, I mean, in some respects, in some scenarios. I mean, what are you going to do in that scenario? Either you turn around or you just get kited and die anyway, so...
Got Faker's flash, okay?
Yeah.
Call your mom, you got Faker's flash.
Maybe not as cool as, you know, getting Showmaker, you know, a kill in the 1v1 for Fiesta, but it's a rough time for the side of Nongshim. That's going to be a bunch of damage now onto Dindin, who has to back away. And from ahead, this Victor is having a grand old time for this gigantic front line, who is just laughing at this Collector all the way to the bank. And yeah, they have the Baron. They don't get the inhibitor, kind of surprisingly.
Yeah, it will be open now.
Safe for the Mountain Soul, I guess.
Yeah, it's open, but you don't want to force that all the way, take some extra damage from some Jace poke, and then have to recall and lose control of the Baron fight, or the, excuse me, the Drake fight. And so, Mountain Soul Nongshim get there a little bit faster, but notice they don't have their AD carry. This composition has no front line outside of the Silas that has Rod.
Well, this is going to get arrowed. He has to flash away. Owner did not have his ultimate.
So as said, Nongshim have no front line.
Yeah.
T1 find the flanking Silas, who's, I mean, pretty obvious where he is. He's pushing mid, and he wants to be able to collapse in with the rest of the team, but that's how you play these types of comps as T1. You turn on the flanker, you push them out. Fiesta's TP'd, but not into the fight. He still has to walk through. They have an immense amount of vision here. Faker is just trying to track the Silas right now. They can play this super slow. No need to rush.
I swore I saw Dundun accelerated Shock Blast Owner. Oh, that's right, I did. It just didn't do any
Doesn't
damage.
hurt him.
It did, like, negative damage. So, yeah, they're just going to stand in front of this. We'll see if, perhaps, Sylvie can redeem himself a little bit with a smite. Look at this! T1 are actually turning! Imagine not flipping in 2023, Wolf! What am I watching? As they dive straight into the Aphelios, and it just doesn't matter. Even if he loves that position, he is just not in a position to carry from here. This should be a clean ace, as they're looking for Sylvie, they're looking for Vital. They will get Sylvie now, as Vital looks like he'll keep himself alive for just a little bit longer.
Wish he had Gale Force. He's like, I got a Gale Force for it. Got a Gale Force for it. Can I get the execute? How many minions
This
can I
is
take?
Just yeah,
They
they're
actually should be able to get the execute, but they're going to lose the game.
They're just, yeah, he's just stopping him from backing. Zeus is never engaging. Well, not yet. Maybe once he starts running into the turret.
Zeus does have flash.
Yeah, I think he will try for this. No, he has to go around the inhibitor. Okay, runs it down, makes sure he doesn't back. And this inhibitor should go down at least.
Oh, at least finally again, he's doing the right thing, you know, but it's at a heavy cost. As this fight is just, it's clean. You know, the turn is real, like you said. So what are we watching? It's clean League of Legends from the team that is likely to finish tonight in first place again after a bit of a hiccup this week. Frontline amazing here, and Aphelios has no place. In this meta, has no place in this fight because the team is too far behind. There's no front line for him. He's low range, and he's going to walk all the way. Please don't show that part. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, might have been more interesting than what we're going to watch now because well, actually, if that arrow hit, that would have been a lot more interesting. A gigantic jump up in the goal difference graph. And we're going to have Baron here in just 15 seconds. You can see there's zero vision for the side of Nongshim.
Well, he went... If you build Collector, then you go Last Whisper, does it make it okay? Where you're like, oh, yeah, a little bit of extra lethality here, and hoping to go for Collector and go through that armor, then you're like, but also some armor pen? Does that cancel it out? Does that make it okay? You get an LDR, you're like, that puts me back at zero, right, Valdez? It makes it okay, right? Like,
yeah.
He's hoping so, but, you know, he's like, I can kill the squishies and the tanks.
And just do everything.
Can you get to the team fight? Can you get to the objective? Oh, no.
T1 are...
A clean team of League of Legends, runner-up, MSI runner-up Worlds.
Oh, the Gale Force dodge. Yeah, I mean, they're playing this pretty clean, though, like, pretty safely. You know, maybe that last matchup actually did have a big effect on them because there are ways, especially now, I mean, Faker has a death cap on top of everything. He can probably two-shot the Aphelios. They probably could just run down mid and end the game, but they're going to take it very slow. They take the Mountain Soul, they take the second Baron, they're going to group up, do everything by the book.
Yep, 4-man for bottom, inhib if they can. Baron buff, going to make it pretty easy. And then you get 2 inhibs before Elder. The timing of the mid inhibitor about, 30-ish seconds away, but you should have the push there. You grab 2 inhibs, this one's going to be down for much longer than the Drake itself. The spawn timer on that, 3 minutes. As, one mistake here from Nongshim. The game ends, we don't even get to talk about that Elder.
No mistakes, even. Sylvie just out of the fight immediately. Not able to do much against that. Owner just bursting him alone, essentially, with some help from Keria. And the slow and steady tumble into the base will come through. Very nice arrow once again, straight into the gravity well. That is the end of this chase. And Zeus just going to go under the turret straight into the Aphelios. Maybe not the best call, but it's fine because Guma is just so fed. He's pressing his buttons. They're going to smack him down with their wallets here at the end of the game, as you always do. And that'll be game number 1 here for the side of T1, as Faker decides, well, I'll give you a little gift. A little parting gift here for game number 1.
Valiant effort from Nongshim, trying to run this Aphelios Nautilus comp into the Zeri, as if they could play it on even footing after giving the Ashe Sejuani. Question is it Ashe or Sejuani who picks up the POG, or is it Faker never pressing flash throughout the early game? I kind of feel like this, for me, I want to give the vote to Keria. Like the early game from level 1, he had made an impact. His Ashe arrows were all over the place, but Owner tanked a lot. The front line was good. Zeus had an amazing game of Renekton. It's just one of those games where you look at it and go, this is just a difference in tier, right? Our number 1 team against, like, if T1 win this, Nongshim becomes number 10, they become number 1. So the gap in terms of even the standings couldn't be larger here. You could just really feel it. I'm going to give it to Keria, I think.
Give it over to Roach. You know, give him a little shout out, just write Roach on the sheet. I don't know. I mean, T1, it was just kind of a team performance. Everybody really performed. Even Zeus in the top side had a really easy time against Dundun. No problem there. Owner was everywhere. Guma had some 6 team fights.
You look at the Zeri in this game and you're like, it could have been anything. It doesn't even matter that it's a Zeri. It doesn't even matter about the scaling. Faker did all the damage with the front line he was given, and Guma could have played Teemo, it almost feels like, in this game, and it would have been fine because they had every single objective on lock, and it was about Ashe Arrow, Sejuani ult, you gotta back off, Renekton's coming in, the walls are closing around us. If you're Nongshim here, you're gonna hope for a better draft in game 2.
Yep, and the walls are definitely closing in. T1 take game 1. We'll see what happens after this. We're gonna go to the space and a break. We'll be right back.
유지만 하면 얘네 타박대기도 까면 좋아. 이거 상관없다. 미드 바텀 유지하자 그냥. 이거 바로 끝낼만 더 하겠다. 근데 이거 포킹 볼게. 풀탑도 돼. 미드 라인 할게. 공합 날렸어. 쌀 내공이다 이제. 제이스 볼게. 나 괜찮을 듯?
나 살짝만 더.
제리 괜찮지? 나 죽었다. 어떻게? 제리 펜타킬 각도 나와. 상대 개피. 제리 코드라 킬하면 될 듯? 오케이. 제리 코드라 킬하면 될 듯? 가져? 펜타킬 할래?
해봐. 간다 이거.
맞았다. 에반데?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Chronic. I almost called myself Chronic.
That's
I'm
okay.
not. That is in fact you. We're going to break down that T1 versus Nongshim game, a game that was seemingly elementary and chronically.
I want to play a game with you.
Oh, okay.
Can you guess what the answer to this riddle is?
Oh, weirdly enough.
Yeah. What could it be?
I wrote the.
Wait, you actually wrote that as well?
Yeah, and we didn't actually. We didn't talk about this before.
I told him I was going to play a game.
That's all he said. I'm actually not kidding. I kind of ruined the game by writing down this game.
I should have
my
communicated.
game.
Well, the lesson here is better communication is important. Just like you should tell your coach, don't let Ash through against T1. Well, in general, probably.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Like, nameplates are not as relevant in this point, but it's Carrier.
Yeah, I don't know. We also highlighted the Aphelios. I don't think Aphelios is in that bad a place right now. I don't think this is the best spot to pick him. I think the Victor pick does really kind of put him into a lot of trouble in the later game, and also Ash is not great, but I just want to do the yellow because I do think that right now we are seeing a lot of aggressive divey comps, and Aphelios might have a place in the meta, especially considering the changes that are coming up on the next patch. But this one, Ash was picked, and then we lost all our faith, and then Sejuani was picked as well. And every single highlight clip, if you go back, literally, like either Carrier or Owner fires an ult, and then the other one, about half a second later, does, and then they win the team fight.
Yep, but it all began with Carrier winning a couple of different positions on the map. Let's have a look at it right now as we go through the level 1.
And this, friends, is why when you're in solo queue, you're gonna be there starting level 1, okay? Because this is what can happen. In this case, obviously everyone is here, and it's the power of Frost Shot and the level 1 in general that I think is pretty strong here from the side of T1. But the fact that Carrier is able to expend this much pressure this early on, and then also wins an early advantage for his mid laner, is revolting. He goes back to lane with, oh man, like
120 gold just
at the beginning of the day we were talking about this, right? Like how good Halo Blades, Ash, and Sickle are, and we're seeing it here. Literally, he's so far ahead of his lane opponent. He gets his upgrade, right? Like I think it's like a minute and a half, 2 minutes earlier. At that point, Peter was sitting at like 320. Got 400 after a cannon, but then he's gonna have to wait for a really long time. So at that point, Carrier already is an Umbro, and he's like been placing wards for like the last 15 minutes. So just very tough time for Nongshim here.
Yeah, and honestly, that was the part of the draft that I had the most issue with. I think outside of that, like what have you got? Renekton, Victor, Zeri, Sejuani, picks that we've seen win and lose, just be picked all the time here in the LCK. The only outlier was the Ash pick, and that was enough to make a lot of the difference in this game. Let's bring up the next highlight though, as this was honestly T1 finding a great angle as well. And red-white don't fight, but in this case, you kind of can.
Yeah, everything gets thrown into Owner here crucially. So Guma just can do whatever he wants, right? Like he's not threatened at all. Then we have Faker also walking into multiple people, and this I think really showcases that at this point T1 sure is ahead, but not by that much. And this is where you really see the difference between these two teams. In lane, obviously a lot of struggles. Sylvie having a really rough game, and I gotta say these are the type of games he's had in challengers every now and then as well, where it just everything goes wrong. I also think that being an Elise with PTA, you're going to have a really strong feeling, especially if you're a young and inexperienced player, that you need to get stuff done. Like PTA skills even worse than normal Elise with Electrocute, so it's understandable, but man, T1 punished it well. Owner really running the map, and for Nongshim, it's T1. What are you going to do?
Yeah, and this was a T1 that didn't allow Nongshim to have any avenues back into this game either. This is a T1 that looked entirely in control, and that is a difference between T1 and what we were seeing in our previous series, where there are those shaky moments that can be capitalized on. Let's have a look at the POG though, and it is going to be Carrier that picks it up. No surprises over here. Would have been my vote. I think it was your vote.
It was my vote. I was very hesitant towards voting for Owner because he completely ran Sylvie, and if you're going to see here as well, there's a lot of combos that are the combination of these two, why they prioritized it over the Maokai as well, right? Because we were wondering if they were going to go that direction, but Maokai Sejuani just simply too strong, and plays like this are you're only able to do because you just, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like look at that. They did that like 3 or 4 times in this game. It's just really hard to play into. There isn't anyone on Nongshim that can catch those because yes, Nautilus is a tank when he engages, not if he is getting engaged on. So no one can catch those. And as a result, just a really straightforward win here from Nongshim. I would love to see some owner votes, but it might be very carrier oriented here, which is also fine. He did an incredible job. Meaning, look at that.
Yeah, Carrier going to join the young duo of Pays and Closer, who have managed to pick up a heck of a lot of POG points. I think Pays being a very surprising one. Everybody else voting for Faker. Yeah, it was the Ashe this game, in my opinion. But still, I think Faker had a great game. And I think we had the conversation where I was like, if there's Faker votes, I ain't kick Wing about that one.
Oh yeah, really good team fights.
Yep, certainly did. The victor worked out in this case. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is a best of 3. So let's throw it back to the casters and get into game 2.
Thank you, Space People, for that wonderful breakdown. As we are getting ready to jump into game number 2, please don't let Ashe through if you are on the red side. It's pretty much that's what sums it up. As T1, yes, looking a bit angry, a bit like they're trying to clean up their play from the last series we saw.
Yeah, I mean, it was very clean. There were very few overextensions, like you said, and it almost felt like too careful. They could have won faster, potentially, but it doesn't matter as long as the Nexus explodes in the end. But it's definitely not one that gets your hopes up if you're a Nongshim fan. But look at the players still smiling and laughing. Not all of them, but some of them. And you got to keep your wits about you. You're playing against the #1 team in the LCK. If you lose game 2, you become the worst team in the LCK right now in terms of standings. The gap is wide. The experience gap is wide. We're walking into the series knowing it's not going to be a good one. And even if by some miracle, if you get a lead, like, you didn't have to play perfectly to hold on to it. As the first ban on game 2 is going to be the Ashe. We're learning.
Blue side.
We're evolving.
They could have just kept it open and picked it themselves, but I guess Peter doesn't like strong supports. So, Caitlyn.
I mean, Ashe is still a good ban on blue side here. You can fish for other stuff. You can look for Maokai. I think it's okay. Do see a Kassadin ban as well. Last time we saw a lot more focus on Guma's champion pool from Nongshim. As Heimer is removed. Could still see a Varus first pick here, but the Maokai really does leap out at you as a very strong pick. It's going to hold a lot of different compositions together. Don't do this. This is not the answer. That's a better answer. Still very...
That's also, yeah.
It's very risky. The Varus is the one. Thank you.
They found it. They found the Varus button.
See what T1's response is going to be.
Elise or Maokai?
Maokai seems like the easy call. Jace here early in the draft as well. All those pickups that is flexible.
What if they just picked the same exact comp that Nongshim had in the last game?
They could. Doesn't mean that they should. As, okay. Carrier has played a lot of Karthus support and solo queue, and this hover always is teasing us. He hasn't locked it in yet. Could see Draven Callista. Definitely a strong duo to push into early landing phase, but tougher against Varus. When you have the Heimer ban, you feel pretty good about being able to play something like that. Taking the Sejuani over the Maokai here, actually. With the pick setup they're looking for, and Nongshim, because of the Heimerdinger ban, just prioritizing K'Sante over the support here. As with T1 having this one face up, you know, could ban that one away in the second phase easily.
Absolutely. So pretty interesting. We're moving back towards some picks from the top side of the map, coming into the top side of the pick ban once again. For the first 2 weeks, it was always just jungle and bottom lane. But things are swapping here in week 3.
Some mid bans now for Fiesta, the Akali that we saw in game 1. Here now a second time. And for the side of Nongshim, you want to just hurt the bottom lane's potential. I think banning Draven or Callista is a pretty good call here. Draven the stronger one to ban because it works with more different champions. You don't need to specifically target the Callista. Now, Caitlyn's off the board here. Now you've taken Silas, so 2 of the best counters for Faker's Azir here now removed.
Great into Azir. just great in general, regardless of what game 1 showed us from our Silas.
And Carrier's got support counter pick. So what do you do here now as Nongshim? This gets really scary. Ban the Soraka maybe. Kalista, they banned both, okay. I was like, yeah, you probably pick one of these two. No, they picked both. They're like, just don't want to deal with the Draven Kalista. Not going to happen. Not going to allow it. What's the plan here, T1? Probably show AD carry first, and then we'll see what the creative pick is going to be.
Are they willing to play the Zeri into the Varus is another question. We have seen that struggle a bit in times.
Yeah, no Yuumi in this draft. Karma is available. You could try to play Ezreal Karma. And there's no Heimerdinger, no Ashe, so feels like it's fairly safe. It's a little bit boring compared to what we have seen, like where's the new cool pick carrier, but it is strong in this case, and T1 are willing to lock in what's boring and safe in this draft to take a 2-0 win.
Yeah, just like Ashe. I mean, Ashe, not that boring in terms of she does bring in a lot of action, but we haven't seen her a lot nowadays. The Karma steal away. Yeah, the plays by Nongshim.
I was wondering if we'd see this. It's a very strong pushing lane into the Ezreal.
Is it time for Xerath?
No, but it would be very fun.
What? Why?
I feel like it's more likely we see something weird like Keria just plays Lux Ezreal or something like that. I would love to see the Xerath though.
How about Vel'Koz?
Too risky. Vel'Koz?
Twitch.
Oh, it's
okay.
Twitch. Okay. We've been waiting for this one. Let's see how he plays it compared to how Barrow played it, because it's a completely different lane, and there is a lot of pressure in this lane. You cannot actually just roam early and leave Ezreal into a Varus Karma. Guma will not be able to survive. Now, Maokai is very difficult to gank pre-6 this lane. He can do it. Obviously, with Twisted Advance, if Keria just AFKs away from the lane and just leaves Guma down to his own devices, you can punish there. But this is a very risky Twitch. In terms of, like, minimizing just looking at the 3v3 in the lanes, the impact here is going to be very low very early on unless Keria makes a really cool play happen early, level 1, level 2. I am very excited to see how this one goes because Barrow really became a second jungler in his game and his team fell apart and it did not work. Keria, we trust a little bit more right now with these mad scientist strategies.
Support Xayah or support Twitch. And he chose the support Twitch. So there were 2 choices only. On this sign, at least. A couple of Peter fans.
Vital.
A very big brain.
Yeah, Vital crossing the T there like that.
Mm-hmm. Very cool.
Cross. Faker's 10-year anniversary, by the way. I mean, this has been brought up a lot, but every time you see the sign, you're like, wow, yeah, it really is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's one of those things that hits you every time. You're like, whoa, yeah, a decade of League of Legends.
Yes. Pretty insane.
Yeah. Some big fans here of Nongshim, hoping for the best tonight. It's a tough matchup. It's your toughest yet of the season.
Yeah.
You're down at the bottom of the standings.
Red match.
True.
It is, yeah, that is very true.
He's like, yeah. Hey! Draven banned in game 2, sadly, but some great artwork here.
Big fan of this one.
Yeah.
That is the Happy Bee.
We like Happy Bees here at the LCK.
Yeah.
We haven't talked too much about the Fiesta LeBlanc pick, and I think a lot of this is due to we're not sure how it's going to play out because there is some power. This comp is squishy outside of the Sejuani, so big potential on the LeBlanc. It's all about execution.
Yeah, you'll have to make it work in lane first. We'll see if Nongshim can get through that in this game at number 2.
It does feel kind of bad, Valdez. Like, the LeBlanc comes through, it's kind of its own hype pick, right? It's very unique, and we haven't seen it too much, and then we're just like, yeah, anyways, Keria pick Twitch!
I mean, in a way, yes, but also we have seen a couple of LeBlancs recently, even picked up by Chovy, and even that was just like, oh, well, I mean, it's
Showmaker,
okay.
Showmaker also.
Yeah, but we like see it and we're like, oh, this is cool. Like, because we've seen so much LeBlanc in the past as well. And we just see it, and it doesn't have like a huge performance, and it's not like game-breaking or big game-changing. So we're just like, okay, LeBlanc's back.
So
right.
There's some mind games here now. Where is the Twitch? You know, Keria went to the top side of the map here, put some pressure onto the Cassante. We've seen same thing from Barrel, right, in the past. Now he comes back down here. You're not 100% sure where he is, where the Sejuani is. You have to respect the damage output here at level 1. They're just going to sit under turret, or they have vision, and say, all right, let's wait till these waves crash. And I think Keria will spend most of the early game in lane. So unshockingly, but, you know, with this matchup, you can't really leave lane and do a whole lot like Barrel tried to do because Ezreal will just get pushed in really hard.
Yeah. And we've seen Ezreal's farm well alone in the past. Everybody remembers Ghost from old Dom 1 PS. Here we go, trying to get in there. Very early trade, looking for the level 1, and they're going to get it. Again, you know, Q's down. Varus, he shot off his E. It's like, okay, well, now we just all in.
Yeah, so the lane matchup is cooldown based for Nongshim with their mantra Qs and just Qs in general versus the poke here from Varus. So auto attack's not as strong. The lane for T1 is about damage and autos.
Here he is, level 2 now, looking for a little bit extra damage. As up on the top side, Zeus did this to Kingen. He's looking to do a little bit more there against Dundon.
Every time these abilities are on cooldown, Guma can look for the trade.
Oh, flash on in from Peter, looking to get the trade onto Guma. As not really going to work for him, as he gets extremely low. It's very difficult to trade into this duo.
See it, Q's down. Keria is like, all right, just going to come in here, get some of these autos, be very annoying, build up this support item. Sickle just allowing you to farm towards those wards so early. We'll see a level 3 gank from Owner. We talked about this. If you're left alone...
Sylvie cleared the top side of his jungle, and now he's looking to gank mid. Very interesting. He's going to delay, you know, coming to the bottom side of the map, which is where a lot of the pressure is going to be. Look at Faker trying to bait him in, and he will do that as Owner is going to get the jump on Sylvie here. A lot of damage already. More focus onto Fiesta from Faker.
This is why Owner is such a smart jungler. He just sees, he's like, okay, if Sylvie's not here, he's probably going mid. We're not going to push the issue on the bottom lane there. We don't have to. We have a nice lead right now. Just going to go mid and make sure Faker's okay. Push Fiesta out of lane. And his read is correct. And they see Sylvie. Faker reads it well too. They're communicating. You can see how they move together. And they're clearly sharing information in a matchup where that can go very poorly for the Azir if an early gank does succeed.
Yeah, and Zeus should know that the Maokai is basically just going to be on the top side of the map unless he wants to back and just do nothing. So he's going to put down a ward. He's going to knock him into the turret as Zeus is trying to trade onto Sylvie. Actually, he has to be very careful. He's going back and he's got the range advantage now. Accelerated shock blast as Zeus just kind of laughs at both of them.
Yeah, 1v2 casually. Just not interested in having a longer conversation about this. I need you guys to leave my lane immediately as he chases them. He will have to expend his flash and trades it for a ghost, but I mean, Keria now, with the control he gave his laners early, or he gave his lane partner early, can roam around a little bit. Now, it's always a question. Is he in the lane? Is he hiding in the brush? Or is he helping out the around the map? This is one of the scariest parts about Twitch.
Jonas Strong just making this even more interesting as he's keeping the Twitch secret. He's trying to give us the Nongshim experience.
Now that he shows, Vital and Peter can push this really hard. And this is the moment where you feel like, okay, we have the information now. But until that moment, he could be literally anywhere. You just have no idea.
Yeah. Might be a plate here. Keria shows bottom side, clears the ward. And yeah, I mean, now that Guma's got his E online, he's got a couple of levels. He even got a little back in. Should be totally fine to just go solo, but also, as we know, Owner and Keria are in the area.
Baited!
Yep, there is a Sejuani here. Flash comes in, but Sylvie is here as well. There's the freeze on the Karma, and Peter does not have Flash. So down he goes, first blood to the Twitch supports.
And who says that Varus counters Ezreal? Guma's actually winning the 1v1 on the other side as well. Oh, until that moment, but...
Cursed. Oh, look at this as well. Fiesta trying to take aggressive trades against Faker, but...
Oh my god, no way.
This is something that Faker's done many times before. I mean, well, Azir versus LeBlanc. Fiesta dies.
Yeah. Scorch, I believe.
I don't even know what else to say. Like, that is the play. Fiesta dies.
It wants to dodge the Comet and still burns down. Unfortunate, Valdez. Flashless now on the LeBlanc. 16 CS down. It was your dream to face Faker.
This was the counter pick into Azir, by the way. Not to mention this bottom play.
So, Peter knows Curry is there. He showed, he cleared the ward. Peter comes up. He doesn't know Owner's here. No flash. Really just a miscalculation. And yeah, this is just, it's not the trade you want. Gets the root and then stays here. Meanwhile,
okay, they're going to try to go here onto Zeus, who is in a little bit of trouble. They do burst him down, as that is a whole lot of CC between those two. But guess who's here? It's Keria. He's level 3.
I don't know if he should be, though, Valdez. I don't know if he should be.
The Twitch is like, oh, God, I got to run away. He has only the bow for the extra attack speed. And, yeah, you know, maybe that was a little bit overzealous from T1's top side.
Yeah, a little bit, but it's, you know, it's all in good fun, and Keria's trying to make an impact here at level 3. We saw the same with Barrow, where he falls really far behind in experience because he's making an impact everywhere else. The goal of this Twitch is to get enough ahead with your early gold, or like grab enough gold to grab your early ward item, like upgrade your sickle, and then go around and basically get both of your solo laners ahead. That's the game plan here. As control ward is set up here for Dindin, and Blast Cone allows Sylvie to come in here, and they think they've got him cornered, but actually the Jace is super vulnerable in this case. Dindin pops ult, and Keria, he gets knocked in here, will have to flash.
Yeah. Very disjointed, very nice timing from the side of Sylvie to get over that wall at that exact time, and now no flash to the top side. Zeus is going in on a Cassante. Spite onto the ranged minion. As, okay, trying to trade it back here onto Sylvie, but not quite enough damage from Zeus, who will go down to 0 and 2 now on the top side.
100% kill participation here for Sylvie. We talked about the jungle matchup as the key player one, how Sylvie's been the more consistent, one of the more consistent parts of Nongshim, and you know, now in this game, he's 100% kill participation. He's made an impact. He has punished some of the overextensions here of T1, and they've kept the gold basically dead even here, despite some of those earlier problems, despite a dead Fiesta and no flash. The top side of the map is going very well for Nongshim here, and this is a support Twitch that has a lot of damage, but utility-wise not going to be as strong as a lot of the other options versus a Karma here. And he's finding himself a little bit down on experience because of all the roaming.
Yeah, does mean that Guma is up a level on Vital. It's not the biggest thing you look for with 80 carries, but still going to be nice for Guma.
Don't know where Keria is.
There's the Ignite. It's up now. The slow comes down onto Keria, which is Vital, as now they're trying to snipe him down. Very nicely handled from the side of the Nongshim bottom lane.
And that sheepish grin from Keria on the player cam as well. He knows he's doomed. He doesn't have flash, and they're very well aware of it.
Now Owner's just kind of running in here as he's going to get rooted down. Tries to trade onto Peter, who just flashes away from that one. That's another kill to the side of Nongshim. Guma does have some potential to clean up, but it's still a little bit too early for the Ezreal.
Yeah, certainly is. Fiesta going to come up here top side, unseen. Remember, Valdez, when I said, if by some miracle Nongshim get a lead in this game, well...
Nice knockback. They have a lead.
Yeah, now you have to hold on to it, though. This is what I was saying earlier. Like, even if they get ahead, this is not a very experienced roster. Now, they have a lot of experience with each other. They have played together very well, and we know Dundun stole that finals away in Challengers because of the coordination with the side laning. This is just Zeus being super greedy and is punished. Not much to say here. Sylvie takes the kill, but it's Maokai, it's all right. And then on the bottom side, this is actually such a sick play. They know Keria has no flash here. Peter actually roots him. Chains of Corruptions come through. Fade away arrow shot just so Guma can't actually get him under turret. Then Owner comes down here very late at level 6. Tries to ult to turn this one around. Peter's got flash advantage. Keria did not have, and it just goes, unfortunately, very poorly for T1. But now we're looking at a 200 gold lead. 5 kills to 2. T1 got that
the Infernal, yeah. It is going to be very, very nice for them.
LeBlanc is not a champion yet in this game.
Yeah, Peter now, no flash for him at this point. As flash is available for Guma. And where is the Varus? Trying to do a little dance here against some of those Ezreal Qs, as that one is going to sail wide. There's the Chains of Corruption. Has a ton of damage, and now Guma's got a flash.
All right, T1 flying a little bit close to the sun on this one. That was well played by Peter. He knows the E is down, gets the root, coming over with his AD carry. And that's a root, forcing a flash from Guma. And now this is going to be bottom side control, as Fiesta is still just trying to exist.
Oh, Fiesta.
Just trying to exist, and it is, it's a hard time.
Yeah, couple plates already. Owner still here.
The one place where everything is sunny, everything's thumbs up, it's red colored on the gold diff big time, is in the mid lane, where Faker has a 20 CS lead, a kill early, plate gold.
I would love if he just went Crown into Lichbane again and just made the internet go insane. Also builds a collector third.
I think in this game...
Probably not.
I think in this game, Crown is very weak into the Varus, but...
And the LeBlanc.
Yeah, true. I think he's probably just going to build... well, we'll see. I don't want to count chickens for Hatch, but... If he just goes Ludens, I think it's pretty solid here. All the squishy backline champions and extra damage on the LeBlanc for those trades is...
Fiesta,
where are you going?
He felt safe, you know. He has Sylvie nearby, and... Yeah, T1 are going to spot Sylvie now as Fiesta does come back. A little bit of poke there. Zeus is getting traded with here pretty aggressively by Dindin. Zeus not really having any of that. He'll take the better of the trade.
Really awkward for the matchup here for Cassante into Jace, because Jace is ranged, well, most of the time, and so you can't really pull him into your turret. So when you take trades like this, when the wave is out away from your turret, you just don't feel confident to actually ghost in and go for the ult and push into turret like we've seen into so many other melee matchups. So Dindin just really left out to dry by his team here and can't do much into this range matchup, just trying to CS under turret. Has 2 kills, but still it's a product of the matchup, not the lead in this game. Doesn't have a mythic either. That's not doing him any favors.
Hey, Keria hit level 6. 13 minutes into the game. And his AD carry, Gumayusi, is also down in levels to Vital, which I suppose that happened after the last couple of trades, and he had to leave the lane pretty sheepishly. Turret?
The punish here for Nongshim attempted. T1 show the respect. The turret survives with 72 health. I think wise not to overextend there with that big rotation up. Guma pretty behind here on the bottom side of the map. That Dirk is paying off in dividends here for Vital, who's just pushing these waves in, threatening the Ezreal nonstop, knowing the Twitch isn't going to show up because he showed in mid, has to back away. This game is winnable for Nongshim. And it's just, can you hold your lead, right? And it's not a gold lead right now, but they have spikes on 2 of their champions coming up here. The Cassante is about to be really strong in team fights. The Varus is already strong. The big problem is that this LeBlanc is kind of a paperweight for now and will be for a long time.
It's going to be a little wild. Faker is going to pick up that turret and put down the Azir turret as well. He's very confident. He has flash. He's level 10 compared to like Vital and stuff like that. We are going to have the ultimate coming out here, trying to get the flash on in. Nice sweep away, but the damage might be too much here from the side of Nongshim, as he will go down to the LeBlanc, just barely.
This game definitely leaves you with a weird taste in your mouth, doesn't it? A lot of overextensions here, a lot of aggressive plays that are backed up by the theory of, okay, we have a lot of people in the vicinity, we have the support Twitch that can roam around really quickly, we should be able to set this up with the Azir turret so that we kill this, instantly Sundisk turret, we're safe, we can push through. But a lot of hubris, a lot of over-aggression here in this game for T1. They will be able to grab second Drake here. As Nongshim are unable to identify it's being taken, they do not collapse.
Yeah, I mean, they got the kill, and then Sylvie went topside.
Yeah, it's a solo queue, got to get the gold from the turrets kind of moment.
Like, okay, Keria's got a great angle as well. He even has his ultimate. Guma extremely low, trying to layer in that damage, throw out the poison, but Keria not quite able to pick up a kill just yet. They're still chasing, but they're going to let him go.
On the knife's edge, some of these fights for sure. Still going to be better for Keria. Guma here, going to force double back. They grabbed second Drake, it's Ocean Soul. So not too important in terms of the stacking here. But Nongshim could have gotten so much more out of that overextension there in the mid lane than they actually in reality got. Dundun damaged a turret, but doesn't even put it down or threatened.
Fiesta got to be careful. He has no flash, so could see some craziness happen if Faker really wants to push it, as we have seen him doing. He hasn't even completed his first item, but he's still going for this as Fiesta goes in, and Faker's still looking for those angles.
I actually thought Faker was going to ult him when he distorted back. Doesn't actually commit, just wants to play it safe and come down here and put some damage on this turret.
He's got owner now.
Yeah, he's being shadowed. Fiesta is really in a rough spot.
That's Ezreal, by the way. He can use Arcane Shift to get away. That is a lot of damage, though, and he's going to go down!
That's Ezreal, by the way.
That's Ezreal, by the way. Very, very squishy. Keria will be able to pick up the kill on the backside of this, but immediately goes down.
Vital is playing this game really aggressively, and he understands the vulnerabilities of this Ezreal. And Ezreal Twitch, is it a thing? No? Should it be a thing? No. Is it a thing in this game? Yes. Will it be a thing after this game? Probably never again, actually. But Varus knows how to identify when there's an opportunity, when there's a moment. Guma dodges one of Varus' big and painful skill shots, but cannot dodge the second. Because, yeah, down here, meanwhile, Owner does commit. And Fiesta's looking for chains here.
Nice.
Really good prediction. This was really cool from Guma, and then he steps forward, and he's too close. And he has Keria nearby, and even with the flash, the arrow still goes in that line. Should have flashed in a different direction as Keria just barely finishes off the kill, but will pay for it with his life. So lots of gold traded on the map. How many kills are we up to now? 12. Still with T1 having the better macro here, having a 2 Drake lead, and a significant gold lead, 400 at this point in time.
Yeah. The fact that they were able to get that turret, or rather the second Drake, I should say, is extremely nice.
And mid-turret.
Yeah.
Because that gives Keria a lot more breathing room.
Yeah. Fiesta, he's like, wait, I'm playing LeBlanc. I'm supposed to be like really slippery, and you're not really supposed to be able to catch me, and I'm supposed to be the one poking you. And Team are like, no, we're not going to let you do that. Spending a lot of focus and time on the lane that Fiesta's in.
Faker did go Leandri's, no one's upset. I don't know if we mentioned that yet, but that was one of the questions, because he was sitting on so much money. He didn't back for so long that he didn't buy it. Now he's got almost a Void Staff too. So lots of damage on this Azir. The one consistent part of this for T1 so far in the second game is Faker. He's very upset that we did not vote for him in game 1. Not actually, but...
Not playing Lissandra this time, because that actually did happen.
Yes.
Got upset, played Lissandra, had an insane game.
That Genji series.
Should vote against Faker more often, just so we see games like that more often. If that's what it takes.
Gotta say, game state here for Nongshim better than I thought it would ever be in this series. And yet still, T1 have a lot more leverage. They have a lot more control over the map. They have more longevity in this comp because, yes, Guma did die. He's lost his flash a few times. He's been punished a few times by Vital. But he's still Ezreal going into a late game scaling game where they have 2 forms of poke and consistent Azir damage. And this LeBlanc still so significantly behind, now a whole item behind, that where does this come together here for Nongshim outside of T1 overextending for fun, let's say? You know, that's kind of how some of these leads have been gifted. The punish has been good. Well, they haven't been able to turn it into anything malleable that you could say, okay, I've got control over the game now. This Herald will do a decent amount of damage to this turret.
Some decent damage there. Here comes the Rift Herald as in goes Fiesta, trying to poke a bit. That is a extremely squishy support. If you are going to play the Twitch, you basically don't have a health pool. Some nice poke coming out from Zeus as well, but doesn't look like T1 are in a position to really challenge this, especially with Keria just out of the fight.
It's a solo Drake here, solo Ocean Drake. Keria finished his Nashor's Tooth, by the way. T1 normally trades these for Barons, but I don't think they have the damage in this comp. And they're just simply going to come over here late for the contest, and we'll just have to give this one away. But again, not that significant on its own. T1's still kind of pushing, posturing towards Baron's Leandri's Azir, and
oh, no scan on that ward.
This is the T1 way.
They're like, oh, we're safe. Okay, that's going to be one ward that Keria spots.
TP for Fiesta is up.
This is very obvious to the side of Nongshim. this is happening, and so T1 will back away. Fiesta going pretty deep. Not able to land any chains either. Zeus has flash. He will have to use it as well. Shim, though, with no more Nature's Grasp.
It is very funny that T1's tendencies in these games are so, because they're so clean, you could just read it from a mile away, and that ward wasn't cleared, so it's really easy for Nongshim to come over, but you just know T1 are thinking, okay, we let the Drake go, we've got to go for Baron. It's just a T1 move, and not really correct in this case unless your opponent just drops the ball, doesn't see you. They get pushed away, the flash has to be expended. T1, it almost feels like in this game in some ways have forgotten how to lose, or how it feels to be behind, rather. Not forgotten how to lose, but like, you're behind in this game with a comp that you expected to just steamroll with this Twitch support, and you're like, all right, well, we can't do Baron here. We have to give this Drake. We're still in a good spot in this game, still a gold lead, 1,000 up, but let's not get too overzealous. This game is kind of the opposite of game one, where T1 was just like super safe, no errors, and then T1 is like, all right, let's just go in deep. Let's just make every play. And now I think it's going to get to the slow part, a little bit more measured.
Perhaps a little bit. I mean, it's a very even game outside of the Drakes. And, I mean, Nongshim, you know, maybe it's just their, okay, well, I'm going to have to hold that thought as Fiesta, you know, he went in for one, just stored too many, perhaps, as Faker really going to punish him on the backside of that. Not able to get the kill as here comes the ult. Oh, man! That was so close.
Doesn't have to flash, luckily, has his distortion back up. Ooh, scary moment there, Valdez.
Okay.
Predicting a flash.
Yeah. I suppose it would have looked cool.
He's had some really cool ones this series, so we'll give Vital the benefit of the doubt here. He's like, oh, he's going to predict my flash. Just won't do it. It's not going to hit me. Here comes
consistent, not cool ones are the ones that win you games, though. You know.
True, true.
It's just the ones, the guy's standing there, you're like, okay, I'm just going to hit him.
Keria, be very careful. This is one of those games that makes you want to like hold your breath. Like it's it's one of those games that feels like we're watching a game of golf where it's almost turn-based.
Uh-oh. Yeah, he's not in a good spot. Dindin is even going to proc the Ghost. As maybe he can get over a wall with this. He is going to bring the Sejuani with him. Try to get over there, as that is a nice little dash away. And Sante gets away against 3 people.
Guma loses flash here during this. And I don't think Nongshim could start a Baron, but Kasante lives. Guma's flash is down. Small victories, Valdez.
Faker, nice turret, but kind of on the wrong side of this.
Small victories, Valdez?
Yeah. Sylvie.
He doesn't want to advance, or maybe he doesn't have it. Definitely could have been an opportunity there. Force Faker's flash. Faker just walks out of this one alive.
Faker's doing a good job of really bolstering his damage per minute numbers. It's like if he sees an enemy, he's going to go at them regardless of situation.
Yeah, the flowchart for Faker is definitely all the boxes to say go in. It is a game that leaves the mind perplexed. You know, it is a game of League of Legends that makes you wonder what could have been, or what should have been, perhaps. As Guma, you can see he's holding 1,300 gold behind his opponent. Vital having now the Eclipse with the Ghost Blade online. Muramana coming up soon. Is going to be hitting that 3rd item spike, unfortunately. Not in time for this Drake fight, but it's not Soul because they were able to pick up that last Ocean. Double TP committed, however.
Yeah. This Maokai is pretty scary. Sylvie's doing a lot of damage already, and he's able to soak a bunch of the poke that's coming out from Zeus, from Guma, from even the Azir. And this is what you can do. You throw out the Nature's Grasp, and now Owner's in a lot of trouble, and there's no real follow-up just yet in the Twitch. Keria has popped the ult, though, and that is going to push them back for now as Faker looking for the potential punish, but not going to go in on this one just yet. Still just able to do a ton of damage and push them back.
Yeah, no deaths, but a turret goes down. Fiesta.
Zeus dashes in. It's almost like he's trying to bait this one as Faker. Uh-oh, Dindin, that was very confusing step forward.
Indecisive. Okay, a lot of these health bars very low, though. Can Vital actually finish the job? Is the question. Sylvie's got a sapling in the brush. T1 might just have to back away from this Drake.
A lot of damage here on Faker. The flash and the chains are gonna hit, and Fiesta will be able to get the shutdown onto Faker, as the rest of the team is gonna come in here and try to burst down this Ocean Drake. Should be able to.
High risk here from T1, high risk. Really high risk for low reward.
Sylvie is here. They're just gonna back off of it. It's getting relatively low, but all of T1 are low as well. And to get in and take the Drake down, that is now 2 Ocean Drakes to the side of Nongshim against a bunch of poke.
Yeah, I mean, the way that this could have gone wrong for T1, if they stick on this Drake and they get wiped there and it's a Drake coming through, it's disastrous. Is this ult here, you know, somewhat skeptical about the usage of this because of the objective that's up, but ends up grabbing a turret and they get away, nobody is punished, and then the turn onto Faker, not ideal from Dundun initially, but then they are able to turn this into a good play. As whenever live comes up like this, you get scared that T1 is doing a Baron.
They're doing the Raptors.
They're not doing Baron, not yet.
Very scary moments as they take the jungle camp.
Gonna be a scuttle of vision here for Nongshim. Gonna clear this ward out. T1 have to play around this. Dundun does not have teleport. T1 should be aware of this. Zeus does, so he can match him in the side, and then T1 can play around that poke with the Andres damage with Gumusi on this Ezreal.
Both teleports were used on that last fight in the mid lane, which is pretty annoying for Nongshim. I mean, they get in position, but at the same time, you're down 2 teleports now, and T1, we know how scary they can be when they get control and then they kind of just teleport onto an objective and take it down as
he gets his
3 items for Vital.
Yeah, he gets his Muramana, Ghost Blades right back to mid. He's trying to get to this objective as fast as possible. Fiesta's starting to get online in this game, still very behind Faker, but has a Banshee's Veil. And he's getting some poke done. He's more utility, weirdly enough, in this game, and I think as a threat to follow up from Vital's poke, a strong champion as Dundun stays down here. Zeus hides with that teleport available. T1 just don't have enough control over this pit to actually force this. Even with Dundun having teleport disadvantage, it's really risky.
Zeus is really laying into the Cassante here. You can see even Dundun can't really go into the Jace. The thing is that Zeus doesn't really have that much kill pressure because Dundun can just play it passively, right? He can just sit back. He's got his teleport now, actually, and he can just wait near the turret or at least back in the lane and essentially just farm it out.
See a rotation down from Keria. Very risky here, potentially, if he's caught by Vital. As the mid push is really good. Like, they have a ton of wave clear with this Varus pick. Guma stuck under turret. Owner alone here, clearing vision.
Yeah, the chain's not really going to go through, and Owner should be fine, I think. Faker is here. Peter not too much of a threat to help on that kill.
Still Nongshim with a lot of mid prio here with this Varus, setting up for something like this. Owner has to ult.
Well, this is one way to kill the Cassante. The Twitch is definitely going to help here as teleport has to be used. They're still going to go in on this as they teleport themselves. And now the Cassante's super low, so Fiesta has to back away.
Here comes the ult.
Into a 3-on-1. The ult is going to catch Keria, and now Fiesta back into the fight. He's going to burst down the Twitch, as immediately Keria is not going to have any more effect on this fight. And the rest of the team from Nongshim, all 5 members here trying to punish onto Zeus, who will dodge very, very nicely onto all of that poke. A very broken up fight here is Guma with the red buff trying to kite this one out. Flashes to the team. But a lot of damage coming through from the Varus.
I mean, he's got him trapped in here. You got to win this fight, T1, or no one's going home except in body bags here. There's no way out.
Oh, man.
Nice dodges again, but how do you win this fight?
They're just dodging everything. Fiesta hops in, hops back. And they will take down Zeus. The rest of the team hanging around the turret. And Dundun TP's back into this one with full health. As the Azir turret will eventually go down. And they are just corralling T1, who are trying to poke them away. Trying to keep them at arm's length. As Faker gets a massive sweep onto 2, but it's only 2 as everybody else is here. And Guma, unfortunately, is just going to get Cassante on the backside. Nongshim handled this perfectly. And we're in a really good spot now.
4 kills here and 1,000 gold in the lead as Keria's trying to catch any stray members who are low on health here with this cloak and trying to reveal the angle at which Nongshim is going to approach this Baron right now. But he's very vulnerable himself. We'll have to flash the wall. And he's out of here now. T1, 30 seconds on Faker, 10 seconds on Zeus. He has a teleport, but I don't think you can contest this. There's nothing Keria could do on his own.
Well, oh man.
Flash?
It's going to get flashed on, and the turret, or rather the ward here with the teleport might be enough as Zeus is trying to come in and take down Peter. Not quite going to get it, but Fiesta is taking the beating for him. And
Pulls him off the Baron.
Will be enough to take them off the Baron.
Still a teleport committed here. Nongshim had plenty of time to back off here as Faker still hasn't respawned. But man, T1 are trying to force some of these plays so hard with his Twitch support onto players like Dundun here. TP comes through, and at this moment, you can make the choice to either just try to back out here slowly or commit Faker's teleport in against the Maokai. You don't know where he is. This is why Maokai is so strong. You can fight in a side with Maokai almost always. Now T1 going to try to sneak this Baron in live. The rest of Nongshim should be able to identify this quickly. They're heading over.
This is not going to work. It's T1. I mean, they do this all the time. Right?
Yes,
okay, he's going to see him. Yeah, he's actually going in onto Faker. A little bit scary. That was a split call, by the way. There were a lot of pings onto the Baron when Keria went bot, and then Faker TP'd bot. So it was essentially Faker saying, no, we're fighting this. And unfortunately for him and the team, Nongshim were a lot closer as a 5. Very zone play where a couple of members. Zeus will be totally fine, but he takes a big chunk of damage.
He does take a bunch of damage, and the choke point control here goes to Nongshim. He needs an Edge of Night or something here because he's one of the best targets for this comp right now.
These fights are just so all over the place. Owner is totally going to get caught out as Faker was with him, but Faker zipped away and Owner can't do the same.
Guma has to back off here with his E. Keria hiding here, but I mean, it's such a risk to actually engage. Will he commit with the rest of T1 collapsing? I don't think it's a good call. But T1, you don't want to give this up either.
Dundun actually in a little bit of trouble here because Keria is behind him, but look at that! Fiesta takes out the Ezreal, and yes, Dundun goes down, but at what cost? As everybody on the side of T1 now is going to be totally wiped.
I think we're going to a Game 3, Valdez. I think we are going to a Game 3. T1 getting a little bit too close to the sun. And Nongshim say, we will not be disrespected in this game. We will play it and fight it tooth and nail. And there are going to be some sheepish looks on the T1 players' faces after this game. Twitch support, another loss here. And Nongshim Red Force 20 kills to 7, pushing to try to end.
Can they do it is the question. Owner the first to come back. And they've got a pretty nice wave. Sejuani can't really do anything against this. He's desperately trying to hold on. He does not have any help from his teammates who are not up here. He's trying to get on top of Vital, but Vital will have enough. And Keria, he's got an ult. I mean, he's got a chance. There's the Ezreal ultimate. This is a lot of damage on the members, but they just target down the Nexus. And we will have a game number 3.
Peter and Vital had an amazing game of League of Legends. Peter is flashing for roots on this Karma. He's punishing the Twitch multiple times, forcing flashes out of Gumayusi. The accuracy of Vital's arrows on this Varus saved this game. Made Guma look silly for picking this Ezreal comp here into the Varus. And so much of this game was just getting through the part where LeBlanc couldn't do anything, where Dundun couldn't do anything, and T1 overextending many times. And there was some split calls, like you said, the teleport call bottom. That wipe gives them map control. The next wipe on the Drake is just game over. And if you're Nongshim right now, you gotta be on cloud 9. You gotta be feeling so amazing because not only did you just beat the #1 team as number 10, but you embarrassed a team that tried to make you look foolish, a team that tried to play the Twitch support into you, and they made so many aggressive calls. They were disrespecting Nongshim, and Nongshim walk away with a W. You've got to be feeling so good about this right now.
It's just another example of any team that's in the LCK can win a game on any given day.
Absolutely.
Right? It doesn't matter what team you're playing against. T1 can have a rough game. Gen G can have a rough game. DK, it doesn't matter. Nongshim are a great team. They're up against great competition, though. And that's why they're down at the bottom. And on any given day, they have a great game. T1 takes it a little bit too far, and all of a sudden, they find themselves with a chance now to potentially take the series.
If you freeze-framed Fiesta dying after flashing Comet and it told me he would out-damage Faker in this game, I would have said, no way, it never happens. Never would have believed you. Even if you showed me this screenshot, I'd be like, that's forged, that's Photoshop. It's not real. He out-damages Faker in this game, does a ton of impactful damage later on. We have a series on our hands.
It's Dundun's father here.
The Dundad.
The Dundad is back. And the Dundad buff continues as they do take a game away from T1. They got to take one more, though. And I'll be curious to see how that third one will go. How much safer will T1 play? What risk will Nongshim take? As maybe they can take another one. Guys, we'll have a break and we will have the space once again.
노플이야 세주 노플.
아 얘들아 침착해봐. 일단.
아 무조건 끝나 무조건 끝나. 아 무조건 끝나 얘들아 이거. 괜찮아 괜찮아. 세주 노플이야 세주 노플이야. 해줘. 승모야 몸 해줘. 승모야 몸 해줘 이거 라인. 오케이.
아니야 라인 뒤에 많이 있긴 해.
어그로 끌다가 그냥 미니 나오면 웨이브 빼. 이거 세주한테 어그로 끌리지 마. 15초.
야 이거 라인 끌고 오지 마요.
세주 쪽 툭툭 치면서 봐도 돼. 타워쳐. 야 무시하고 타워쳐.
제발 타워쳐 줘.
타워쳐 치면서 얘들 약속 하나마자. 얘들아 타워쳐.
일단 타워쳐 봐.
타워. 세주 쪽 살짝 봐줘.
얘들아 약속하자 타워치자.
끝나. 얘 잡고 가도 끝나 얘들아. 야 우리 오늘. 야야 타워 얘들아. 현서야.
나이스.
야 괜찮네.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and that was a game for League of Legends.
That's Challengers.
I have a feeling that it was a little bit more like this. Let's hop into the draft first and break that one down. This had some picks in it. The Twitch really standing out. The second time it hasn't worked here in the LCK.
Yeah, and I am still not entirely certain if I want to have a strong opinion. I do think Twitch support and solo queue in particular is actually incredibly strong. I also think there were some optimizations to be made in regarding to the overall level of play of T1, because looking at this draft, I can see the idea, right? You have a ton of poke, you have some very, very big threats in the Azir and the Ezreal and the Jace. Can disengage fairly well as well, and you have the Twitch as kind of a wild card to keep your opponent on the back foot, but this also kind of assumes that Nongshim is going to run into Twitch shenanigans, and they didn't really ever.
No, they didn't. And we can move now on to our next segment, that is the power level of Varus. And Chronicler, can you take us through it?
Yes, after just watching Viper win on Varus, we have now drawn the conclusion it's V for victory. So is it Vital, is it Varus, or is it both? And I'm actually going to ask you these questions, Atlas, as we go into our highlight reel, because I want you to tell me, is it Vital, right? Is it just Vital playing well? Is it Varus, or is it both?
I'm concentrating. Okay, take us through it.
So, replay number 1. We have the Ezreal and the Twitch trying to get anything done.
Fadeaway jump shot, I'm giving that a Vital.
That's a Vital. Very good. That's 1 out of 1 thus far. See if you can get the rest as well. So, here in mid, is this a Vital or Varus?
Okay, that's a Varus.
That's a Varus. He didn't do anything, just pressed his W. Now this one, this is a toughie.
Okay, misses a couple. I'm a bit worried about it. Presses W and Q. That's a Varus. I'm giving that a Varus.
Oh, that's wrong, unfortunately. The answer is actually both. It's Vital and Varus, yeah. Because he hits the shot, which was very well done, but, you know, he also missed a bunch, and that was Varus.
That was Varus. So there were Varus bits involved, and there were Vital bits involved.
Yes, after Viper also won on Varus.
Yeah, and so did NV.
Good enough. I'll take it.
Oh, there is, I mean, coincidence?
I think not.
I think not. Pays. Dang it. All right, never mind. Let's go into our next highlight here as we can have a look at some of the shenanigans that went on in this game. This was, break it down for me, Chronicler.
Well, this is where the game truly went into its own, because T1 is trying to collapse her on Cassante. And you see that shot that Zeus fired is because he thinks that Dundun is going to back off. But little does he know that Dundun never backs up. And now here, already the game was tough but winnable, but like, they're stuck. You know, they're standing here near their Azir turret, but like reinforcements are not coming.
I mean, they
are, but
they're coming 2 at a time into 5.
Yeah, so what happens next is Dundun just backs and then TPs, and T1's like, okay, we can back off, right? Oh, well, no, wait, they're cutting us off. What do we do? And the answer is nothing. Don't try to out-shenanigan a Challenger's team. You're gonna win ST1 100% of the time if you just play straight League of Legends, right? Like, just, you're smarter. You really are. But trying to hand stiff a team, even when you're as good as T1, can just backfire. That's just the reality of it. And here, you know, Nongshim just have to play it slow. They have a man advantage. It's not like their poke is bad between the Varus, the Karma, and the LeBlanc, so...
Yeah. Don't have a lot for you as far as follow-up to that one is concerned. It felt like a little bit one of those games for T1 where they're having a bit of a giggle, they're having a bit of a time, but after that game, I don't think that there was too much giggling going on, and I have a feeling that we're going to see...
Game 3 will be very different.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Game 3 should be a little bit of a statement game, but it could also be a trip off the wagon. You never know, you know?
If Nongshim beats T1 after tonight, I don't know how I'm gonna feel.
And then does that mean that Nongshim are as good as Halma Life Esports?
Are they as good as Kwandong?
The circle of suck continues. All right, let's hop into our POG and see who picks it up There's about a million options, but Sylvie is going to collect it. I think Vital's a little bit robbed, or was it Varus? This was definitely Sylvie though, or was it Maokai?
We have a lot
Sylvie.
of these. We have a lot of these questions, as some champions have become very.
Was Dundun the right? Sorry, Dundun the right answer.
So this actually is a really sick play, going back especially because they really feel like they're trapping Dundun here, because Sylvie finds the correct angle to like blast going over the wall without any vision, and as a result, picks up the kill. And yeah, I think Sylvie, after a game like the previous one, it's really easy to kind of fall into the trap of not doing anything, right? Because he got pummeled. He was a really big lose condition for his game. That at least didn't get anything done. He was actually actively getting killed left and right. So I think really cool shout out here. Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, a lot of split votes here.
Wow,
makes
no
sense
Dundun
because
oh wait, one.
No, there's because Nongshim is a unit. You know, they're basically challengers Brion, and we're seeing it here.
A vote for anyone is a vote for all of them. For Nongshim. We'll see whether the Best Friends Club can continue their dominance as we move over to Game 3. Take it away, Valdez and Wolf.
Thank you, Spacers. As always, was it Varus, was it Vital, or was it Valdez? We will never know.
Damn.
But V is for victory. That's for sure. That's one thing we all know. Sylvie. You pointed that out, Wolf.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to know.
It all comes together.
V for victory.
It all goes back to the V. Vital.
This is Sylvie's family, by the way, speaking of Sylvie. And Valdez, T1 will choose blue side here. Despite the power of counter picks, they want to have a strong bottom lane here. They want to have a setup early in the draft that gives them a lead rather than counter picks, because they're not as concerned about that part of the draft. And we've been seeing solo lanes picked early here for Nongshim, so you're not as concerned.
Whoa.
Well, that's what happened in game
Camera's going nuts.
Reality went back. We actually like went the opposite direction for a second as how this series was expected to go. Now T1's going to have to bring us back in.
Yeah. If Keria can't make the Twitch support work, I think we can shelve it for now. You know, it's pretty cool. It's pretty fun. You know, we can see where it might have power. But it hasn't worked, and I don't think anyone else should try it. That's just.
I think we can all collectively agree that Keria played it better than Barrel.
That's true. Yeah. No more Varus. No more Varus or Vital games, but it will be Vital back, and I'll be curious to see what he does play in this game.
Notice they have not banned Ashe on blue side T1.
Don't do it to me. Imagine we just get game number 1 again.
I think they have to ban it now, Nongshim. Here, it could have been an option.
You absolutely do.
Kazante, by the way, still Dindin's most successful champion, now has 4 wins on it. The only champion he's won on will be banned one more time.
My God.
Oh, the Korean commentators also with the exasperated question marks. I could hear them from here.
Cloud Templar is about to just go down there. Okay. Well, T1 say, you know what, Ash, whatever. Lucian Nami, better. Lucian available this time. Wasn't in game number 1.
Same with the Yuumi. Looks like we're going to see a Yuumi Zeri game into Lucian Nami. We're going back to week 1. As yes, week 2 had a little bit of this. That was when you had that crazy moment that's now on the podcast as well.
About to have another one.
But this one is Zeri Yuumi though, not the Lulu.
So and just play Sejuani again. Owner has that look where he's like.
I think Vi definitely going to give you a little bit more dive power here. The Elise was banned, and that should have been the first tell that okay, they're probably planning on playing the Yuumi Zeri. T1 are like, all right, let's grab Lucian Nami. We're going to play that game. This is a huge test for Vital and Peter, and if they pass, they actually survive, play around the Zeri late game win conditions. They'll have beaten T1 in 2 completely different ways in games 2 and 3 here. Now, the draft isn't over or anything like that, but we've seen these 6 champions a dozen times. So we know we don't need to explain what happens here. What happens next, though, becomes a little bit more interesting. Kazante is removed. Now Rise off the table. Silas, very strong here. And also, the Fiora, still up for Dindin and Zayas. Jax, these split push win conditions we haven't really seen become important in this series thus far. But for Dindin here, it's been successful for him in a Challengers Finals. And that certainly could be one way to allow Vital to get to those later items. and win those late game team fights.
Definitely could be one way, as a lot of thought being put into this first ban here from T1. It will be the Jax that you did call out, so no chance for Dundun this time to pick up that champion. And I definitely want to see more mid lane champions taken out here. I mean, Silas Akali available, you have Azir available. So a lot of top tier stuff that both of these players absolutely can jump onto.
Gnar, gone here. Renekton could be the next pick that they're looking for here in this draft to try to control the early parts of the game. See what T1 want to ban, because Fiora is the same vein, obviously, as the Jax in terms of what Dundun can do here. Although, once again, for 3 games in a row, ban Fiesta's Akali. So, Fiora's up, Renekton's up.
Silas.
And you don't know what Faker's playing yet, but you weaken the Azir pick with the Silas. They ban the Akali. I think that's the game I'd play if I'm Nongshim here. Give Fiesta Silas and just say your Azir is weaker now. We have a tanky front line for the solution. And it looks like they agree.
Yeah. And so far, I mean, T1's comp is kind of the stuff that Silas was working very well into. So I'm a little bit worried for T1. Does Faker go back into the Victor and try to play out this lane in a very dominant manner again?
I think it's just going to be Azir Renekton, Valdez.
The Renekton?
No
the Azir?
No Gnar as a response, and could be a Renekton versus Fiora game. Ooh, the Jace hovered. A blind Yone.
I do not want to see this. I know Zeus is an amazing Yone player.
Rather see the blind Jace, I agree with you. This was one of the weak points that was exploited, though, I feel, by Nongshim in the last game, as Jace trying to push hard in the side lane into a matchup he couldn't get a lead in.
And guess what? Red side, R5, you get the last pick in the game. Sion can't be countered by a Cho'Gath, by a Aatrox, a Fiora, whatever you want.
And Dundun's name, Dundun Reliable, very close to Tintin, which is strong and sturdy, which is what he's going to be in this game as Sion. Maybe we should change his name to TNT.
As well.
Yeah, going to be reliable, going to be sturdy, going to be the rock for this composition. This is kind of taking a page out of, in some ways, Hanwha Life Esports' game plan here. And Jace firing Shock Blast into Wukong's resistances. Silas with, of course, his Rod of Ages completed. Sion, it's going to be tough to hit the Zeri in this game and get some early prio. How do you use it is the question that T1 has to answer.
Yeah, T1 definitely have some lanes where they can make stuff happen. You know, they got the Azir versus the Silas early. The Jace is still going to be able to have a good early game. The bottom lane has definitely, you know, it started very much on the side of Lucian Nami. It has pushed over to the Zeri Yuumi side, especially early on in the lane before level 6. And we've seen, in recent times even, Lucian's and Nami's die early to this duo. So definitely a fine line to walk.
That sign said T1's angry now. And it is Gumayusi's birthday, according to a bunch of these fan signs.
It's actually Gumayusi's birthday on Monday. Well, but this is the closest T1 match day.
Valdez, you know what they're saying, all right? They're going to celebrate it today because there is no T1 match on Monday. Might be one on Challengers. I'll have to check the schedule again. But anyways, we're going into this game, Valdez. Great draft here from Nongshim. Let's see if they can execute on it.
Yeah, it should be a very interesting one, especially after the way Game 2 went, as we are going to hop onto the Rift once again.
Week of upsets, Valdez. We almost had DRX upset Hanwha earlier.
Yeah.
We almost had Live Sandbox last night, Nongshim. Game 3 against T1. It's just trends continue, man.
Guess who's got a great level 1? It's Silas. He's not here yet. As Exhaust comes through, there he is.
The angle is real. Gets over the wall. That's a downed flash for an Exhaust on a Yuumi. Yeah. Feel pretty good about that exchange.
Wonder if we could have predicted Silas looking to make a play at level 1. What do you think, Wolf?
I mean, you kind of did. Honestly, it wasn't showing, but you knew it was coming down. You were like, Silas is pretty good at level 1. I mean, you're trying to act like you didn't predict it, but I'm pretty sure you did on live TV, and there's a record of this. So I'm just saying. I mean, it could be taken that you saying that wasn't necessarily a prediction officially. It's just perhaps a suggestion or a statement of truth. Like, Silas is good at level 1. This you know who's good at it. Like implying Silas, but not implying the level 1 exchange. But I'm gonna go ahead and say, like, yeah, I think we could have predicted it, and I think you did. This matchup that they opted into.
Yeah. Also predicting the Silas to be picked. I had a little rant yesterday about how I think Silas is extremely strong, especially before we saw Doran just pick Gwen into it and it have an excellent time against the Silas, against a very low range composition. Again, a very low range composition here from Nongshim. But, some less tools. I think Silas will be a little bit better into this comp compared to the Gwen one, that's for sure. I still think Silas is very strong, even though Fiesta did lose on it in game number 1. I think that was just a little bit of a team diff, and of course a Victor diff, as Victor did an excellent job. This is the level 2 trade I was talking about. Zeri, Yumi's nowadays having a fun time in this one.
I'm back. I stepped out while Valdez was doing the Silas rant. I didn't hear anything he said. Sorry, what?
That was like a mini one. That wasn't even like a real one. You gotta watch the carpet space, or rather the no carpet.
You guys should
see the real one.
You guys should see what this guy will talk about when a blast plant gets used when we're sitting over there on the desk. I mean, sometimes I walk away to grab some more coffee, and I come back and Valdez is still talking about it, like to the chair I was sitting in before.
Man, these blast plants.
I mean, that's what makes you. That's one of the reasons why you're a great league commentator, is you have passion about the game.
Back in my day.
You've got passion about the game. You have very strong opinions, and that's what we need. That's what the LCK needs. Okay?
I think pretty much everybody here at the LCK has that, and that's a good thing, generally.
Yeah. I mean, we do. You just have your specific ones.
Mine are just very pointed, very, specific, as you mentioned.
We did see that red highlight earlier in the draft about the Aatrox from Kronk. Never fully explained, Maybe that's one of his
I was waiting.
ones.
I'm like, he's going to have some great hot take here. I'm really ready to hear it. And then he was like, actually, Rascal played it really well. I'm like, what?
Who put that red box on the Aatrox?
Tell me why I'm wrong. I want to hear it.
Baker's having an amazing early game here.
So, what? Okay, 1 auto, and he actually took 2 turret shots to Faker. Pretty close.
That doesn't count as a caster curse, but Sylvie is coming up.
I suppose baited? I mean, here comes Sylvie and Faker now. And a little bit of trouble is going to have to flash. And guess what? I mean, Fiesta holds on to his.
Still not a caster curse, right?
No, of course not.
Perfectly timed stopwatch, by the way, for Fiesta here, instead of going for the boots, because what's so interesting about this is, for a long time, it's like, okay, first strike Silas, some extra money, you're going for the boots, you're going to save some money there, you get your Rod of Ages early, you feel really good. But then you build Zonia second pretty much every game, you become a tanky frontline, especially into a comp like what T1 is running. This time he's like, I'll save money on Zonias. It's actually a more expensive item than as it turns out. And I actually really like this rune choice from Fiesta as a result.
Yeah, he's playing Silas, he's taking stopwatch. What isn't there to like about this player? You gotta get some more fans for Fiesta.
He flashed a comment.
He's got a great name.
Yeah. He solo killed Showmaker.
He killed Showmaker that one time. He made Faker flash as well. I saw that. He even got the kill onto him with the little block.
I just wait for the day that in the LCK we have Fiesta versus Feisty. Might be sooner than we think. Might be sooner than we think.
Could happen.
As Vital is showing a lot of respect here in this lane. Walked up at level 2 against level 3. Guma was very scared, but didn't actually take too much damage. Bubble hits.
A little bubble, but what do you do when you're Zeri? You move forward. That is what Vital has decided to do, although that trade did not look nearly as good as some of the other trades we have seen.
You usually move forward to dodge the bubble, not after the bubble. In this case, as Sylvie is coming over, though, so trying to bait this one, but they haven't seen Owner just yet, and Sylvie will be revealed by the sword, so I think that is going to be the end of this story.
Fiesta, though. Watch Fiesta. This should be called. Sylvie is coming in. They're just going for the gank. There's the turnaround, and then Sylvie's just going to die too quickly. Oh, no, he's going to live. Jonah Strong.
Jonah Strong.
She baited me so hard.
Do that to us, Jonah. It didn't seem
got
right.
us good.
Something didn't seem right. I wasn't going to say anything. I was like, it doesn't seem right. Baited is so hard. Speaking of baiting.
Nope, gonna miss. Nice little dash.
Swing and a miss.
Good hold from Vital. Strike one. Here. Dundan's just having a great time.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Well, the early game, obviously, you're kind of a punching bag.
Yeah.
And by kind of, I mean completely.
He has Ignite. If he hit that and he ignited him, I mean,
yeah, he's
saves
on
didn't
seal.
flash. Who knows?
Okay, trying to get level 5 here, very close to it. As you can see, sitting at 90%. Sylvie doesn't have 6, and there's another ward.
He's back.
Here we go again.
And okay.
The bot lane is a 3v3 if you guys haven't been tuning into 13.1, the meta.
Especially with these picks.
Yeah, it is a 3v3 lane.
Yeah.
And, you know, with no 6 for Sylvie, it's just like, there's a little bit more damage on the other side. And this Wolf camp is not going to get him to 6 either. Still a ways away from it, so we're backing away. No early Drake take.
This Wolf camp isn't going to last very long as he takes it down very fast.
No, also
good job, jungler.
Taking him out.
Just doing the jungle thing.
Two-headed Merc Wolf, you know, is...
yeah. Wait, two-headed?
Yeah, you know the middle wolf.
It has two heads?
This is a serious question. It's got 2 heads, man.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the middle one's got 2 heads, so it's like kind of like 4 wolves in there. I'm not trolling you.
Are you? What?
It's got 2
How
heads.
have I never heard this before? Is this like a new addition?
The only reason I ever really thought about this was because when I first joined, people were like, oh, is Wolf in League of Legends, they're a wolf type thing? And I was like, well, there's Wolf Camp. And I looked it up, and it's Merc Wolf, the big one.
There's Warwick, even though he doesn't...
He's a werewolf, he's not a wolf. There's a big difference, Valdez. He's temporarily a wolf during full moons. And, well, I mean, he becomes a wolf, I guess.
That's close enough.
I guess he's not really a werewolf, though, is he? Because he's, like, fully transformed. He's never a human.
Yeah, he's, like, always a wolf.
Neither of us are right. Well. I'm just waiting for the next wolf camp to be taken.
I just want to see the 2 heads. Like, I didn't know there were 2 heads.
This is actually so ironically like the least action there's ever been in a Lucian versus Zeri game. Like, they all hovered bottom side, but...
It's, like, figured out now.
Yeah.
Both sides are like, no, we know exactly what happens here. When,
Level
like,
6?
Yeah. It's like, okay, now he dashes over the wall, and then what comes next is the Lucian Ami pushes into the turret.
But you got to be careful because Sylvie has 6 now, so they have to like push into the turret very carefully while being escorted. And this is when you could decide to try to push for plates or look for a Drake take. And they've chosen the latter.
This is on vision, by the way. Could potentially be stolen, although there's no priority.
Idol can get over there with the wall and the blast cone if he wants to come over there, but with the wave crashing, it's just not realistic. Sylvie.
I mean, he could steal it. Here he goes. He's certainly thinking about it. Nope, just going to watch it die as he's going to go in alone. I'm not sure why the Uni is not on him, and now he's just going to potentially die. Gets a second ultimate in there, and there's the bubble onto the poor Zeri. 2 kills now for the side of T1, as Faker is looking for more, and might get a couple very nice, as we are just going on a roller coaster here. If this is going to get out, somehow...
I mean, he's got a massive disadvantage, but if you're going to take a disadvantage, that is how you do it. That was clean. Pull into the Gromp. We're talking a lot about jungle camps in this game. Gromp mobility option. We hadn't seen it explored until just now. As yes, I believe Peter should have been on the Wukong if he wanted to go for this play. And he's trying to ult over the wall while the Wukong ult is there, so he's hoping to extend and get that route. But unfortunately... reach a bit too short, as we'll see.
You and me refers to Wukong and his clone.
Yes.
The Yumi. Oh.
He blast plants him away. I didn't actually see that the first time. I thought Peter just didn't attach. That is the most awful interaction that you could ever experience as a...
Love blast plants. Excellent addition to the game. That's going to be the end of Fiesta as well. They finally do get him.
It all comes back to Valdez's hatred of certain specific things.
Yep.
Well, this is a pretty big lead for T1 at this point. 2,500 gold up. Gonna catch this wave here.
T1, a lot of pings. You know, we're seeing a lot of like singular vision here from the side of Jonas Strong.
Where is Sylvie? No ult, so even if he was here, a bit risky.
Well, there is a blue wolf very suspiciously on the bottom side here.
Yeah, I see that. I see that. Ult's coming up in like 3 seconds here.
Very suspicious. I'm not sure about that guy, as now he's trying to go in, but he does not have his ult. Finally gets it. Is it too little, too late? Okay, they're going to trade junglers. As now Vital going forward. He's got the double buff, but he's getting burst down by Goomba, who already has the kill for us. Peter also going to be taken out. And T1, they decided, actually, Peter will live. Either way, T1 are absolutely dunking on the bottom side of the map in this game.
It was an okay start, but as it turns out, all T1 needed to beat Nongshim was some good old-fashioned Lucian, Nami, and Desaries. Just the old classic 13.1. And of course, LCK Summer 2022. You know, the normal answer, the big-time response, and Sylvie both hiding in the alcove there, avoiding all vision, while T1 are like very much like, he's definitely here, right? Like, I'm pretty sure like 100% he's here, and then barely gets his ult, and then still is burst down.
Yeah.
Tragedy at the LCK.
I think, like you were saying, he was trying not to engage before he had his ult, and it was like 2-3 seconds away, and then they just found him. It's so awkward for Sylvie, who unfortunately can't find much luck on the red side today.
Yeah, coming up empty. And this game is pretty thoroughly done at this point. You know, the Wolf, this game is over call that love it or hate it, you know. This one is looking like it's probably in the bag here, unfortunately. Because look at let's talk about, we've been talking about this lane, and I guess we'll talk about it a little bit longer, is bad news.
Yeah.
Bad news.
Any dive enjoyers?
They like put a ward here, they're like, oh yeah, Wukong really isn't there, is he?
Well, they're going to see him now. Might be a little bit too little. Late bubble. Not going to get him there.
So, okay, it's still bad news, by the way. It's just less bad news, as Vital's going to swap to top.
Going
and it's
top.
coming down, but they're going to lose some plates down here. Outside of this Lucian lane, where the majority of the gold difference is, Fiesta has been picked, right? He very far behind this Azir. Top side, it's not looking any better, okay? Thank you, Korean Production, for putting this graph up.
Flash comes in, Zeus will be rooted, and he should be taken out. There's not enough damage here, so...
Trading one back?
Finally.
It's a whole turret on the bottom side, but trading one back at least?
Yeah. T1 still extremely happy about this, as the culling will take down Dundun's shield.
The back massage is real.
Yeah.
It's like, thank you, I've been stressed out a lot recently. I was out of the meta for a while, I'm just trying to get back into it slowly.
Fiesta's like, I swear Silas is good! I know that he is!
Good stopwatch. Perfectly timed.
Oh, speaking of... okay. We're just going to pretend that didn't happen and move on. Sylvia's taking the Rip Herald somehow, because they were diving mid.
And Vital's going to get a whole turret and bounty gold for his team at 14 minutes. So, hey, small victories. And, you know... It's, you know, the new thing to say that's cool in games like this is it could be worse. There's just going to be a 2-stack Drakes, and hey, it's Mountain Soul. Unlucky.
Uh-oh. Sylvie is just dead again. He has Flash, but he's just not going to use it. Zeus looks pretty angry. That's a very scary Jace, who quite literally just slam dunked on the Wukong.
Yeah, I know you're in the area. I see that Rift Herald announcement, and I'm going to have to punish you. I'm going to have to be the Rift Herald police. We've taken a T1 early game objective. We do not allow that. And I'll have to pay the price.
Aria's going in to take the Krugs. Not actually, but he is getting some good warding.
A shot of Wolves, perhaps? Against Vital?
Will we ever get a shot of Wolves?
Like, hold on.
Oh!
Nah.
Oh, so close.
Valdez still doesn't know if I'm trolling him or not about the team thing.
Oh no, the Wolves are dead. Oh, they're gone.
They're gone.
Okay. Unlucky. Yeah, this is a game of League of Legends that we could have.
There are 2 wolves inside me. Oh no. There are two wolf camps inside Summoner's Rift.
There are, that's true.
Vital in a very safe place to be a Zeri because of that ability, but the turret will be deleted as a result of T1's massive advantage in this game.
You know, this could have been game 2 as well. Vital nearly dies, and T1 are just
hold up
around.
You ever seen the Scion flank? This is not Baus' stream. This is the LCK. This is not Challengers. This is not Challengers Battle. This is not Challengers Chronicle. Here he comes. Here he comes. There he went.
I don't even know what to say. He came and went like the passing of seasons. Din is everlasting, and T1.
He will come again.
Just
in a
laugh
few
at
months.
him. Yeah, that's well. You ever play a game of League of Legends and have over 1,700 gold more in turret plates than your opposing team?
Yes, but not in a pro league.
Yeah, it doesn't happen too often.
Okay, another punish.
Zeus did see him, right? I'm not sure if he did. He's just going to hop onto the minions here. He's not in a great spot, as looks like perhaps finally they will be able to punish Zeus on the bottom side of the map.
Small victories / could be worse. Still no look at the Wolf camp. Hasn't respawned yet. And, well, hey, a little bit of extra gold for the Wukong. Picking it up.
Do you think this is a build that people can get behind?
Which build?
I can't even speak anymore. Game 6. Faker's build? No. Oh no, he built an Oblivion Orb. No, that's
into a Silas. Oh, there's a YouTube video about it already in the works.
Not going to be happy with that.
I can name a few content creators who are already writing the script.
The content is being created right now, as we speak.
I can get
somebody's on ChatGPT right now making a script.
I can get behind everything but the Oblivion Orb, and then I think the Oblivion Orb is also not terrible because it's going to get value against the Zeri as well as the Yuumi in this case.
Yeah, in this case it's not like just the Silas, and then you have like it's like Jungle Wukong, who for some reason has like Lifeline or something. I don't know.
This might be the one where it's like Faker shows how you should, in caps, build Oblivion Orb as is here.
You won't believe what Faker built in Game 3.
Faker proves it is viable. This Rift Herald has got a long walk, Valdez. This is a Rift Herald like on a pilgrimage. Will the Rift Herald ever reach the turret?
This is like there's got to be someone in there.
You could make it not. You could make a Disney movie about this Herald's journey.
Well, they found
Zaya said it's gonna be rated R. Actually.
Yeah.
No happy ending in this story.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Well, he got some gold for it. The bounty has been collected. The story ended pretty quickly, though. There's the wolf! Does it really have 2 heads?
Look at it.
It
Look
does.
at it closely. Yep.
Oh my god.
Two heads.
How did I
4
never
ears,
notice
2 snouts.
that? I mean, I'm a mid laner, so I steal this from my jungler all the time.
Yep. It's just one of the secrets of League of Legends. Valdez is too focused on the negative aspects.
Season 3, like that, you go to Raptors and then you go. Maybe that was season 2. You go to Raptors and then you go to Wolves.
Now I don't think it always.
Raptors.
Yeah, I don't think it always had 2 heads, but I'm not sure when the second head was added.
Maybe the update of the Rift.
Yeah, probably.
Probably. All right, this is a fun game. Can they kill Din?
No.
He has teleport barrier at the moment.
I don't think they can kill him.
Emoting in the bush.
But I don't think that him living is a problem. You know?
Yeah.
It's just T1 deciding like, don't have to make this too hard. Can you please leave this turret?
Okay, they're actually going to sweep him up. Period takes more damage than Din does. Okay, this calling might get him.
They asked him
really
politely,
wants to kill him.
They asked him politely to move, you know, and he said no, so they had to try to kill him.
How are Nongshim winning this trade?
Because of the Scion being very tanky. They are going to get this, by the way, bounty inhibitor turret plus inner.
All right.
Well, maybe not quite, but almost.
This is an official Keck W macro moment. I mean,
look, it's it's T1.
Should not be happening in
it's
this
T1.
game.
We know their macro is really good. This is
not in that moment.
No.
Everybody makes mistakes.
Yes. Yes. T1 played game 2. That's a recorded game.
Okay, well they're gonna find Fiesta, who decided that the Grump was worth it.
He has Zonia's, and his rod is complete.
Oh, and they're gonna find Zeus here in the brush. A little bit of Yuumi action now. That's a decent amount of damage, and they will get the Jace. And here's Din. Little Zeri moment, perhaps. Vital. Oh no, the blast plants. Oh, might not matter. Vital flashes into 3 people and decides, witness me. And he will go down. Guma baits him in, I suppose.
Very close to being a disaster for T1, but they end up turning this around very nicely. And so Guma's bounty is not obtained. The bottom turret still stands there. And over here, you know, we don't get Inhibitor. The punish comes through. Fiesta has a lot of armor because of his Zonia. It's very difficult to take down. Has the Rod of Ages just completed. And then suddenly, there's a Sylvie in that bush.
People are doing Baron, by the way. We should definitely be focusing on this.
Yeah, and there's a big rotation over with Vi ultimate stolen.
Hey, Sylvie not going to get in as they use about 7 things to try to push him away. Definitely the right idea, as you definitely do not want to be flipping Baron at this point, especially after what just happened on the top side of the map.
Karia's ult very well placed. Baker has to flash here, but gets away with his life, and Baron buff now to start to make these macro plays from T1 a little bit more effective, as they've got the 44.4k, very deathly gold number here, locked down. Oh, I feel much better now it's ticked over to 5.
Nice.
And, I mean, as Vital, you're trying to get any gold you can. You don't have a Fiora or anything to buy time. You don't have much to offer in terms of defending Baron here on top side, so might as well just push another lane.
Yeah.
And hope that T1 make another macro mistake with Baron.
Split pushing.
Split pushing Zeri.
Yeah, he knows they all back, so he'll be able to get this one. As we'll take another look at this trade.
Over the wall, ults in. Blast cone denied. But it's not a fair fight. Guma dodges the W, flashes, and that's that. Over here, just a Nami ultimate, well placed. Baker decides he wants to go in as well to block Sylvie, and then does have to flash. Because it's getting a little bit scary with the Sylas over here with the Vi ultimate. I think it's a good choice to flash, but his ultimate makes sure there's no steal potential. They have the Nami ult as well, the tidal wave to keep everybody else out. It was very clean from T1.
And that's what you like to see. T1 have a pretty insurmountable lead in this one. Faker is very fed, but definitely want to see them close it out cleanly from here. So at least that's what you would expect. And
they will, Valdez, don't worry, surely.
Surely, of course.
No doubt in my mind.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Where'd he TP to? Oh, no, he just went back. But could he TP after backing?
No, I thought that was just Thrift Splitter. I think it is. Not sure. Either way, they're trying to get on top of Faker.
I think it is the Rift Sculler, the red ward that you see there. There's no flank wards. That's why he backed that way and is not TPing for the flank. He's got Fiesta's got this ult. Maybe with a flash? Perhaps.
It's got a little angle. T1 have some decent vision coverage, but they don't have it over the wall. Bit of an issue for them. Taking it much slower now. Definitely the right call.
Very safe here to push mid. He's got his Azir turret set up. Fiesta's ult just to use this to get his cooldown back.
Knock up on an owner, but unfortunately, you know, chasing that's a lot of damage though. No more back massage.
Sylvie's clones are not
daggers.
Safe. Sylvie's clones are not safe today, Valdez. They have been completely owned.
Just get absolutely wrecked, clones.
Okay, T1 acceleration gate value rushing to this soul fight of the Mountain Soul, and Nongshim have a lot to break through before they can get there. Only one inhibitor down, so one wave to focus on, and then luckily for them, it's the closest to the Drake. We might get one fair 5v5 fight here. Maybe Nongshim get one final chance, one opportunity. Will they seize it? Fiesta, does he have a teleport ward? The answer is no.
These are feeling a little bit weak, but they are going to go for this one anyway, as they do get some vision, and that's the Mountain Soul.
Tried to TP down to the bot wave, and they can grab this bounty turret, but the base is open for the taking, and I think I know who wins this race.
Guys, your base?
The win condition is the Nexus.
No, Krugs. I must take Krugs.
Notice Dindin is the one who understands the Nexus win condition. He's like, I've killed that one before in a big match. I'm going to make sure I try to defend this one.
Please back. Okay, they do. Finally. And the Nexus turrets are here. There's no Baron, so it's not going to be as fast as it potentially could be. Still got 2 minutes on that one, so T1 not going to take any chances.
Yeah, some request pings for assistance on that top wave. They want to just go over there and push that one through. It's the one place where the map is not completely locked down here for T1. In a minute 30, the objective will spawn. We're going to have a little bit of a slow lull state here. The good old 9,000 gold lead lull state. Mini lull state, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, just a micro lull state. Nano lull state.
Nano lull state, yeah. That means it should be starting very soon. The action, that is.
Lull state light, if you will.
So you can't connect it to the TV, or?
No, yeah, it's not. No.
Yeah.
It's kind of like diet lull state.
Diet lull state.
Or lull state 0 with lemon.
Or with lime.
Or with lime, as is the case in Korea, yes.
Yeah. I'm a fan. I like that.
The series has just kind of killed my serious analysis mode, Valdez, and
that's just fine. We're here at the LCK.
Like game 1,
T1 are winning a game 3. It kind of makes sense, you know.
Yeah, and like game 1, they're dotting their I's and crossing their T's as they should.
Yeah, game 2, you know, put the fear of the challengers in them, as Chronicler was trying to say.
Okay. A possible flank, I think, is the only way Nongshim win any team fight. They've got Dundun on one side, Wukong on the other with Flash. Got to somehow kill this AD carry. Guma's at the furthest back. Good spacing here. Hide on bush.
So T1 definitely, if they are going to go for an engage, they need to hit the back line. I mean, this is pretty obvious, right? But at the same time, you don't really want to get the Silas in. You really want to get, like, at least Vital in. So that's going to be rough as the engage does come in on Taguma. They're trying to 100-0 him, and they will not be able to. A nice try by Nongshim. A desperate attempt as the Zeri is kiting back very nicely, but the damage, the wall, it's just a little bit too heavy as Zeus will smack him in the face with it. And that will be the clean ace. Nongshim, nice try, but a little bit too far behind. T1
Baker
will take the 2-1 victory tonight.
Baker doesn't even have to ult its only carrier with the tidal wave to say no to that very aggressive dive as Zeus angrily takes his headset off. And this is a series where, you know, it could have been cleaner. It could have been easier.
Nongshim, they're still smiling.
This is the losing team walks away more satisfied than the winning team. As game number 2, again, leaves a weird taste in your mouth. Game number 3, definitely a lot of anger. You could feel it. A clean game of League of Legends from T1 from start to finish. Dotting their I's, crossing their T's, playing it safely. But it's a series where you know Bangy's going to have a thing or two to say about how that one was played out. And look, T1, with this 2-1, by the way, tie with Genji, will not reclaim first place tonight. They, of course, did win the head-to-head, but still not the place you wanted to be on. You wanted the 2-0 going into this evening of matches.
You absolutely did. I mean, again, you know, we've used this excuse for many a team, and perhaps it is why we have the Circle of Suck. But it's still early in spring, right? And T1 are still trying things. They're having a bit of fun. They took it a bit too far in game 2, and again, we show this off that any team in the LCK can take a game on any given day if you give them a chance, which T1 did. T1 were ahead. They gave Nongshim a chance. And perhaps they do it now so that they don't do it in the future. Perhaps they can, from here on out, be a bit cleaner, because that's what we expect from our best team, from one of our best teams here in the LCK.
Now the smiles are coming out, and it's like, as soon as Faker puts the thumbs up out, that's when you know it's all right. And then you see the ceremony.
It was a pretty aggressive thumb, though.
It was.
You saw it. He was like, "Yeah, we beat him. We proved we are the better team."
For me, it felt like it was one of those moments of like, it's okay. You know, this was
it's under control.
This is a weird one, but like, don't worry, guys. T1 fans have nothing to fear, because that loss in game 2, I'm gonna put my hot take out there. I think it means nothing to the strength of T1 as a team.
Of course.
I think it means absolutely nothing. I think this team showcased back in game 1 where they got the Ashe support pick, and in game 3 where they played a clean Lucian Nami game, that they are one of the strongest macro teams in the LCK. They will take a small lead and explode it into 7,000 gold, the advantage. Just a happy game. I think Atlas's read on game 2, the happy gaming, got the better of them. And this is not a moment where someone in the red says, well, I don't know, maybe actually Faker could be a slipping. No, it's not that game. Don't even try to push that narrative forward.
Well, someone will try, but it's not true. Either way, we see from the beginning that Nongshim, they got pretty dominated down here. T1 did a good job of taking this very classic matchup of 2023, that is, and showing what they could do in the 3v3 bottom lane that we have nowadays, and they were able to extend their lead in a massive way.
I struggled to vote for POG. Like you gestured to me like you have to vote for POG, and I was like, oh, that's right. That is part of my job. That is
The
part
fans,
of my role.
because T1 gave third game.
That's what I wish there was a fan thing, but I think that would win.
Should be like
every
a
time.
coach column and like a fans column. But the fan one is like yes or no. Like you vote on it every time. It's like yes, did the fans win, or no, did the fans not win?
But I voted for Guma. I think he was the most consistent player in this game. I think Zeus definitely got caught in sides a little bit. We did see Karya with some really amazing moves, but I don't know if the game was defined by him. Although in these highlights, I think maybe he was the better vote. Faker here with Karya, just making sure there's no contest.
나 괜찮아. 오 마크했어, 오 마크했어.
I'm okay. Guma's like, I'm good, I'm okay. And he is.
Yeah, I mean, nowadays especially, there's so much CC in League of Legends that you can feel like, even in my play-by-play, I'm like, uh-oh, like, they actually found him. Are they just going to burst him, and that's a potential, like, comeback? But no,
There's a lot of
far
CC.
behind.
But there's a lot of CC on the other side of this as well.
There's a lot of damage, there's a lot of CC in the game, and the wallets were just so heavy for the side of T1, so a nice try, you could say. But a little bit too little, too late. As that's very sad for the Sylas. Not the best Sylas showing here from Fiesta.
We spent most of the game in the side lane hitting turrets, and
yeah, we're getting pushed out by Faker and Owner in mid.
I think Fiesta, weirdly enough, I mean, he got the flash out of Guma in the early game, and he side laned really well, and he caught T1 a little bit off guard, actually, with how well he was siding. I'd go as far as to say that I think, considering how far behind his team was and how impossible the game was, he made a lot of great choices. Wasn't enough to save them, and the damage number is very little, but not the worst Sylas showing we've ever seen.
Probably true. Yeah,
You just hate Sylas.
I would agree with you on that
just
one.
hate Sylas.
Big Sylas enjoyer. Either way, guys, we are done here on the desk. A very fun day of 6 games, but we are going to throw it over to the space and see what they have to say about that one.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And yeah, we got a bit to say about the game. But before we do that,
lot to talk about.
Here are the Merkwolves. They are behind us. They do indeed have a couple of heads.
It's 2 separate mini wolves that have 1 head, and then there's the big wolf, and he has 2.
Yeah, the Merkwolves
4 wolves in
did
total.
move into this residence in about 2014. Just a little bit prior, perhaps, if my memory is correct, when the Rift got updated. Prior to that, it was a wolf with 1 head that was living in that particular camp. Also, before that, the Gromp was indeed a gigantic wraith, which the wraiths lived in the Raptor camp that exists now. It's why a lot of people, if they've been playing League for a very long time, would say wraith camp when referring to the Raptor camp. All right, let's have a talk about the drafts, shall we, in this 3rd game?
I don't know if the draft really mattered. I personally thought that T1, after what was a yay game 2 moment, went to okay, we're gonna play standard again. This is as comfortable as it gets. Karya, Nami. It's not exciting, but it doesn't need to be. For T1, it was way more important that you win that game the way you did than that you have like another fun draft.
Yeah.
Because even though I firmly believe that like individual games like this in the regular split don't matter for a team of T1's caliber, they themselves might not feel that way, and certainly never feel about anything. So I do think that looking at the composition of Nongshim, this is a lot of their comfort, and if we didn't see one of the worst betrayals that I have ever seen caught on cinema, I think they could have not won the game. I think T1 was very clearly respecting them in this 3rd game, but at least got an early lead.
Yeah, and if you look down the line, like just to finish up the draft conversation just a little bit, T1 got basically their iconic champions.
Yes.
Every single role.
Yeah.
I mean, Lucian Nami is not necessarily
Yeah,
iconic,
maybe it's-
but it's an incredibly dominant bottom lane that Carrier and Gumushi have played extremely well in the past.
Yeah,
the Viper owner is something that can follow up, and Azir Jace needs no introduction.
You can,
This is cookie cutter as it gets.
Yeah, you can nitpick, right? You can call for like the owner lead, but he has actually been, I think, one of our premier Vi's, especially since Croco is not doing so hot on the pick anymore.
Yep, it was Peter's Yumi as well, and that leads us into our highlight that we've been desperately trying to avoid. Because this We don't really want to
So-
do that, but we have to.
Your level 6 spike here is actually quite good, right? You have a Wukong and a Yumi and his Harry ultimate, and all those ultimates can actually catch him off guard, right? So if you can, they don't know that you know. So if this works,
No.
it can happen, but the blast go!
Just let him connect.
And the Peter already buffered the ultimate as well. And Sylvie realizes that he's been betrayed by the jungle. That's the worst feeling as a jungler. It's also bad because you were the one who did it, so you don't really have anyone to point fingers at. But man, look at Peter! Look at him, look!
I just want to come and help.
But I can't! He's
It was killing me, bro.
He was healing! He just wanted to help him! And Nongshim, a team forged through the fire and flames, you know, they've been together, they've been through so much, they've been fighting underdog battle after underdog battle after underdog battle. And that's where the game ends. But hey, guess what?
Yeah, never mind.
They don't care.
They were actually psyched about it. They took a game off T1, and that was...
Sylvie was giggling as well.
Yeah, that's probably all they really wanted out of today. The fact that they even got one victory must feel fantastic. But yeah, that was straight up where the game ended. So I don't know why we stayed.
I was about to say, I do really love, like, the sad music makes it feel like the Nongshim were fine. Guys, I'm telling you, they were okay. They were giggling.
Although
they were feeling good.
Yeah, this music sounds like it's straight out of like Ori and the Blind Forest.
I
when
know.
you start off the game and it makes you feel really sad before
Can we
you
not go?
great
We're on air.
platforming
Can we not?
experience.
Can we not go back to that? Don't.
Let's take some time out and have a look at who picks up player of the game for this T1 victory in Game 3. It will be Ona. There he goes. 400 POG points. Take that, Reddit.
I was a bit more subtle with my call out. As overall, I gotta say, Owner to me is showcasing here today again that if he doesn't perform, then I think T1 struggles a lot. We have seen individual members not at the greatest time. All of them really, like even Carrier, who is basically the poster boy of I am really, really good, had his Twitch game, right? Where he just like died 5 times. And that's just the reality of the league that we're in right now. But I think Owner in this game, perfect timing on so many of these plays, really making sure that Sylvie was unable to get a big lead. And as a result, gonna climb up the standings 4-way tie now for first place.
Yeah, Owner and Carrier really keeping these POG standings well and truly locked down between the two T1 boys, as we did have one stray Carrier vote, like that one being thrown in there, a couple of Gumiushis, and otherwise, it's all Owner. So he had a really, really good game. I think, where would my vote have gone? Blast Cone. Probably Blast.
Or just Sylvie.
Yeah.
Oh, Peter, if he was faster, you know, just press W faster, man.
Makes me a little bit sad. I'm really glad that we now get to go over. We got the music's trying to get me back into it. We're starting to feel good. But we do now have the interview, which will be with Carrier and with Owner, which will be coming up in a moment. And I hope that there are a bunch of questions asked to Carrier about the Twitch and about what can make it good. Because we've heard talk about this for ages. And now we've seen two of our supports.
I also think that there are some build optimizations, right? Going for the AP item instead of the AD item, trying to go for more AP early on instead of going for the recurve bow like Carrier did. But I also think that this is a pick that in solo queue is always going to be infinitely better just because of the chaotic nature of it, whereas you can coordinate, it's a lot tougher.
Exactly right, but now it is time to have a chat with Owner and Carrier, so take it away, Jason.
Thank you very much, guys. We were joined by Carrier and Owner from T1 after beating Nongshim Red Force. Congratulations, guys. You guys are now back on the first place. Carrier, how do you feel?
오늘 승리로
with this win, you know, we were able to come back to the first place, but I think we left a lot to be desired. But still, yeah, it feels good.
저도 뭔가 매끄럽게 잘 되진 않았지만
Yeah, it was not a smooth series, I should say, but still, we got the win. And it was not a losing streak for us, so I'm so relieved. So we never got to talk to you guys after the Hana Live series. So what did you guys discuss after losing to Hana Live?
일단
Well, to start off, we had some issues regarding our shot calls.
저희가 좀
And also
플레이하는 데 있어서
our play as well.
다른 것을 또 시도하다 보니까
We're always keep trying new stuff, so we never try to set limits to our performance and gameplay. So yeah, I think we are just going through a lot of the thick and the thins. But you guys are still tied for first place at the moment, owner, and also you're the POG leader. How do you feel?
1등이라는 것 자체가 너무 좋은
Being first place, you know, feels amazing.
받고 싶었는데
I always wanted to win as many POGs as possible, so I'm so glad that I got many POGs, and I hope I can get more. Carria, you as well. You are also the tied POG leader with 400 points, and 3 out of those 4 POGs were on Ash. It could be both. You know, Ash is good or my teammates are doing great for me, but I think thanks to my players working so hard for the entire team, I think I was able to get many Ash POGs as well. And we saw Nautilus being locked in on the side of Nongshim Rat Force, so T1 immediately removed Samira. What was your read on that? As soon as I saw their picks, you know, their picks without Samira should be completely fine. I guess Samira was the best lane partner for Hook Champions on the bottom lane. And in the end, the long-awaited Twitch support by Kyria was unleashed. However, you guys decided to go back to Lucian Nami, the classic T1 bottom lane comp. Game 2, we were on the red side. We prepared this new comp a lot, but I don't think it works on stage. You know, I'm never doing it again, never going back. And then we got back to the blue side, so we wanted to secure all the picks that we favor. And Nongshim Red Force, even though their lineup is completely, you know, young, a lot of rookies, but Sylvie, he's doing a great job recently. His form looks good. So what did you keep in mind going up against Sylvie in jungle?
그냥 모든 정글러 상대로
I mean every time whoever I get to face the night before, I always like look through their stats, their, you know, records, what kind of champions they prefer, trying to analyze them and bring up my own plan and strategy. Owner, you won POG on Vi today, and we are seeing a lot of new picks in the jungle role as well. How do you rate Vi currently?
이제 또 6렙이 됐을 때 궁극기가 좀 굉장히 좋은 편이라 생각해서
Well, once she hits level 6, her ult is a great setup for plays. So I think as soon as you can go get level 6, okay, it should be a great pick. And Carria, we are seeing so many AD carry support picks. And Carria, I think you are the one being the pioneer of this new meta. So tell us about, you know, being super creative on the support role. What's your opinion on this AD carry support meta? I mean, I've always thought, like, even before these days, I was always like, I think support or bottom lane should be like having 2 laners, you know, support should not be just supporting the AD carry. So we always wanted to try new stuff, and then also in the LPL, like we are seeing a lot of AD carry supports being picked often, having a very high win rate. Do you think it's gonna be viable in the future as well? As long as they're not banned, we're gonna see them every day. And T1 wraps up this week with a win, and your next opponent is Freddy Brion. Carria, how are you gonna prepare for that? Bros bottom duo, especially they are having a new support these days, so I think they have become a lot stronger, in my opinion. So I think they are a very strong team. So we're gonna work hard for that matchup. And Owner, you said you always try to analyze your opponent jungler. So how are you gonna prepare for your matchup against Umti? He is the god of early passing. He's always playing around the lane. So I will do my best to stop him. And also, I hope we can pick up another win in the upcoming match. This will be the end of the interview with Owner Keria from T1, and back to Atlas and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chisun, for that wonderful translation. Keria never going to play Twitch support again. That makes me a little bit sad because it could theoretically work in a different situation. We may just never know. Let's hop into the standings and observe T1 back on top. First place there for them. It did seem like, well, actually, equal first place alongside Gen G. So never mind. They haven't won enough 2-0s in order to create a gap. And the more things change, the more they kind of stay the same.
Hey, Nongshim, they might have lost today, but they got the mental victory by winning in game number 2. Tomorrow, some important matches, KT versus Bro in particular. Those teams very close to one another in the standings. Let's not forget, KT just got 2-0'd by Kwangdong.
Yeah. And let's not forget about that when we then go into our next series where Kwangdong try and take down D+ Kia.
Oh, 2-0 as well.
Yeah, that circle of stuff we could have like 6 different ones all built up all at the same time. But ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the show for tonight. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK. Good night.
On the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down,